Chapter 1125. A better candidate? Brando was a little confused. But as far as I know, shouldn't the Termosai be the natives of the White Cape the most? He said as he looked at the white fog.
In theory, yes, or you can say that in this part of the sea.
The sprite replied in a flat voice. But it's not necessarily true for a specific individual.
For example, I know more about this world than the Termosai.
Brando could not help but raise his eyebrows. The sprite was said to have mastered 1/3 of the knowledge of the world's library.
In terms of understanding of the shallow sea, even the Silver Scholar, the guardian of the great library of the Bugas, was not as detailed as her, let alone the Termosai.
Miss Tata, do you mean that the person is you? But the Dragon Queen won't notice you?
The sprite shook her head gently.
I'm just giving an example. That person is a guest of the port of Everwinter. You will see him soon.
His understanding of the elemental barrier is not much worse than mine, so you don't have to worry about his ability.
So,
Brando asked, where is this gentleman?
Tata reached out and flicked her hand forward. A transparent ripple passed through Brando and spread out of the tent.
Then she turned her gaze back to Brando and said, he is at the port of Everwinter.
You don't have to leave so quickly.
The speed of time here is only a fraction of the speed of the outside world.
I suggest you stay and rest. After all, the journey to the elemental world of Earth is not as safe as people think. And I have something here for you. But before that, I suggest you attend a trade fair between ships. As for that gentleman, I will arrange for you to meet him there. A trade fair between ships? Brando asked, is it a Termosai trade fair? Tata nodded. The Termosai people don't have a fixed residence. They drift on the sea all year round. When they meet each other, it's a very precious opportunity for them to exchange experience, sea maps, and some necessities. So, such transactions often happen on the light path. Secondly, when the Termosai people meet a planeswalker, they will often inform the nearby ships to gather and hold a bigger trade fair.
Planeswalker?
Brando asked carefully. In fact, ever since he heard White Mist's description, he had always been interested in it. Putting aside the fact that the Spring of Youth had appeared at the trade fair, he was also eager to obtain some equipment to increase his strength. His trip to the Earth Elemental Plane this time would most likely involve him fighting the Dragon Queen. Although his own strength was comparable to that of a supreme class, it was still insufficient in the face of a sage's domain. Most of his normal equipment had been destroyed in the battle with Haku for the war slate. So, even if it was the lowest level of magic equipment, he was in a hurry to get himself a new set. Just like how human sailors need to prepare food and fresh water before going out to sea, Termosai people need to prepare all kinds of pure elements when they travel along the path of light. These elements are not the violent elemental power that the elementalists have mastered, but the basic elements that have been converted into order. Basically, only planeswalkers can provide them. Brando nodded silently. He understood that the so-called basic element was the element produced by his land card. That element was indeed very different from the elemental power of the elemental user gate. It was precisely because he was an elemental user that he knew this better. After the ripples from Miss Fairy's fingertips spread out of the tent's curtains were lifted by a short, fat hand. The Termosai elder who had led Brando's way previously came in from outside the tent. He first bowed deeply to everyone present, including Brando. It was as White Mist had said. In the eyes of the Termosai people, the status of planeswalkers was no lower than that of the wise ones, or even the wise ones. Then, the elder straightened his short, fat body and looked at Miss Fairy. Elder Keb, bring Mr. Brando to the Holy Church for a meal, Tata said to him. Also, arrange for the fleet. We have to set off before the 7th month, at least through the Sea of Mist before then. The Termosai elder, who was called Elder Keb, nodded, but his short fat hand did not leave his chest at all. He only turned his body sideways and bowed to Brando, making a very human gesture of, please. Even though Brando did not understand the Termosai people, he understood that this obviously human etiquette was obviously not something they should have. The elder did this only to express his respect for him. He hurriedly whispered his thanks. But before he left, Brando bowed to the wise ones and the Elven Queen again. This bow had nothing to do with his identity, but was purely to express his respect for them. He clearly understood what they would have to pay in order to seal dusk. Mr. Brando, I wish you success in advance, the Elven Queen said with a smile. You will definitely save the Roman lady. Eloranta also nodded slightly, and then the two figures gradually faded until they disappeared. Miss Fairy turned a blind eye to this scene. She just waved her hand gently, indicating for Elder Keb to take the latter away. The wooden deck of the cabin was narrow and dark, slowly tilting to one side. The sea slammed against the side of the ship, as if it would not stop until the worm-eaten planks were smashed to pieces. The whole ship made a frightening creaking sound, as if it could fall apart at any time. Brando looked through the porthole at the stormy sea outside. The white waves chased each other, forming huge waves that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In the storm, several dragon-headed warships were faintly discernible. Sometimes they completely sank under the waves, leaving almost only a bare mast on the sea. This storm was far worse than the small winds and waves he had seen on the Sea of Naga. Even White Mist's expression was a little solemn. This storm was much worse than the one this lady had seen when she passed through the Sea of Mist last time. The abnormal weather seemed to be indicating something. Only Miss Fayaz could continue to be heartless, just like the common trait of their race. The little sprite sat on the desk, licking her fingers attentively. She started licking her right pinky finger, and her pink tongue deftly licked all the way to her thumb, not letting go of any corner of her finger that was stained with sugar water. Brando gently put down the knife and fork in his hand as he listened to the little sprite licking her fingers. The fish in the wooden plate was neatly cut and placed on ice. The bright red and clear fish meat was poured with a fermented product made of seal fat and fish eggs unique to the Termosian people. This dish was called kusitika, the most important dish in the Termosian people's biggest festival. The water elemental tuna was rare and difficult to catch. It was the rarest food in the shallow sea and even in the whole of Wonde. The meat of the elemental tuna was plump and tough, with a hint of cold freshness, and left a rich aftertaste. As for the fermented sauce of the Termosian people, it was a matter of opinion. The sound of horns came from outside the window, and Brendel turned his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Termosian warships emitting beams of light. These beams of light broke through the wind and waves, penetrating the turbulent waves and the dark sea, shooting into the rain and fog ahead. What happened? How Ren could not help but ask. The Termosai acted quickly. It only took them a few hours to organize a large fleet. However, the fleet did not head directly to the end of White Cape. Instead they sailed north. The port of Everwinter had informed the nearby Termosai fleet to attend the trade fair. The trade fair was said to be held in the Bone Sea, a part of the sea north of the port of Everwinter that was shrouded in storms all year round. Brando did not know why the Termosian people would choose such a place for the trade fair. In his opinion, such a trade fair should be in an area with calm seas or at least better weather conditions. However, he rarely guessed the actions of these natives, just like now. White Mist scooped up a shallow sea crab with her claws and put it into her mouth. Waves of rich water elemental energy emanated from under her fur. She closed her eyes in comfort and replied, "We're almost there. They're notifying the nearby fleet." Fleets from other clans? White Mist nodded. Why would they choose such a place to trade? Brendel furrowed his brows as he looked at the storm outside. The dark clouds in the distant sky almost reached the sea, and the dense lightning bolts intersected with the waves, illuminating the sea. It was a spectacular scene, but people who were in the middle of it would not think so. They would only feel that a great disaster was coming, as if the end of the world had arrived. Although Brando was slightly better, he was still not used to it. No matter how brave and fearless the people on land were, they would never be able to adapt to the changes of the sea. Andesha, who was standing outside the door, entered several times. Even Brando could see that the matriarch of the tree herders was uneasy. She had the divine blood of Fenritos in her body, and after turning into a plant, she was more attached to the earth, and even more uncomfortable with the life of a rootless duckweed. Just like this moment, she pushed open the door and walked in again. The ship that Brando was on was not one of the Termosian warships. In fact, the ship called Orba Wolf was the flagship of this fleet. Its shape was a little strange, and it did not look like any ship Brando had seen before. It looked more like a platform on the sea, but it was made of wood and reinforced with magic. Because of this, the rooms on the ship were at least spacious. Although the room that Brando brought with him was not as beautiful as his office in Valhalla, it was much better than the dark corridor outside. Andesha's appearance was different from ordinary people, but her sense of beauty had not changed much. She also pursued a comfortable life. Even if she was a little unhappy to be in the same room as Brando, it was still the same. Chapter 11:27. That's the tradition of the Termosian people. They believe in nature and spirits, and they worship powerful natural forces like storms and lightning the most. They usually only trade in the storm, but they are not looking for trouble. The skeletal sea is actually the eye of the storm. It's a very quiet sea. You'll understand when you get there. White Mist looked up at Andesha and answered softly. Furthermore, the storm can block the pirates, the Rogo patrolmen, and the Tuluan whalemen. They are a big problem in the shallow seas. There are pirates in the shallow seas?
Brando was stunned.
Of course there are. They are mercenaries of the dusk, more or less related to the chaos. Some are even half-dusk species.
Andesha looked at the two of them, and then reluctantly said to Brando, "They asked me to call you out, Count of Tonagel."
They?
Those damn round fellows.
Andesha replied. The ship group is here. White Mist continued. As I said before, the Termosian people will work together to pass through the last part of the storm. Before that, we'd better go to the deck. The last time I saw something like this was nearly 1,000 years ago. At this time, the sound of a horn sounded again. Brando looked back and stood up. At this time, a huge wave came from the front, and the Obwolf was thrown to the highest point of the wave, causing the cabin to tilt to one side. The little fairy was caught off guard and rolled to the corner of the table. Brendel hurriedly reached out to catch her, but the wooden plate on the table flew up and a piece of tuna meat accurately hit her little face. With a smack, it stuck to the little fairy's face and covered it tightly. Help. Brando was amused as he removed the meat from her face. She was pale and gasping for breath. Are you all right? He asked. Not really. To be exact, it's very bad. I remember that the shallow seas were not like this before.
You've been to the shallow seas before?
No, but it's all in my memory. It's all the same, you know? Brando nodded. Aside from the fairies, the other three, Brando, Andesha, and White Mist, were able to move as if they were walking on flat ground.
It was as if they were not affected by the uneven ground. In fact, the reason why the Termosians were able to sail on the turbulent waves was because of their innate strength and physique. Brando picked up the fairy and walked out of the door. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the short and fat Elder Cobb. The latter bowed respectfully to him.
Please follow me, Master Planeswalker. His gentle voice immediately appeared in their minds. Brando nodded and followed along with White Mist. Andesha hesitated for a moment before she wriggled her lower body and chased after him. The corridor was pitch black. The seawater that had seeped in from an unknown source flowed on the floor like a stream. Cold droplets of water dripped from the ceiling. It didn't feel like they were on the lower deck of a sailboat, but more like they were in a leaky submarine. The few of them waded through the water. White Mist looked at the water on the ground with disgust and carefully stood closer to Brendel. She raised her claws and water droplets kept dripping from her soaked fur. Then she heard Brendel's question from the side. What are the saints, Mistress White Mist? They are immortals. I don't know the details.
I only know that Odin made an agreement with 7 people, and the contents of the agreement were unknown to others except for him and the Witch Empress of that generation. After that, there were 7 absolute saints walking on the earth, and the only one that the world knows is Eloranta. She thought carefully as she spoke, then added, but I suspect that the existence of the saints may be related to Odin's plan.
The Dark Dragon's plan?
Brando asked in a low voice.
I still vaguely remember some of the things that happened back then.
Eloranta and the others were right.
The 4 holy objects were indeed arranged by Odin. This was related to his agreement with Crystal and Blaze. In that era, the gods went their separate ways. The Earth Legion, the Truth Society, and the Ring of Ashes were no longer as harmonious as when the Truth Parliament still existed. Everyone went their own way, and the Myrnas also had their own plans. But the gods didn't care about it. They started to stay away from mortal affairs from that era. Crystal and Blaze seemed to have other plans, but their plans also came from the War Dragon. The gods used the magic network to contact Odin and sign the agreement with him. The descent of the 4 holy objects, especially the flaming blade Odorfice, was just one of the links. At that time, everyone was involved in this game, racing against time to prove that they were right. Odin knew more than anyone else. For example, the existence of the baby girl. At the end of the Empire,
I often felt that he was very confused. He often thought about some problems alone. But what these problems were, perhaps only the Witch Empress knew. However, she never told anyone else. That was their common secret. White mist shook her fur and water splashed out. She frowned and continued. Then the Empire's beacon rose. A few of Su Yi's human students raised the flag of rebellion and opposed the Empire's rule everywhere. Then there was endless war and chaos. At first, Eloranta and the others were weak and were almost besieged by the Empire's army several times. But every time, they turned danger into safety. It wasn't until the Bugas and the Silver Elves joined the war that the situation was reversed. Of course, before that, the Flame King Gretel's rebel army had already formed, but the Bugas' counterattack dealt a heavy blow to the Empire. From then on, the Empire began to go downhill. Did Odin show mercy? Brando asked. White Mist shook her head. No, he wouldn't joke about the fate of the Empire. Do you know what the Mardos symbolized in that era? It was the empire with the longest history established after the Azure Knight. It represented absolute correctness. Even the Dark Dragon had to respect the tradition and thick history behind this term. But maybe this is the will of fate. The lady sighed. At first, I hated these ungrateful people very much. I couldn't wait for that idiot to kill them all. But later, I also understood that being right for a while doesn't mean that it will always be right. Maybe the Myrnas really went astray. However, in every era, there will always be someone who will stand up to correct the mistakes of history. The divine people and the gods have already foreseen everything. It's just that everyone will have arrogance in their hearts. She paused for a moment. Brando, if one day you become the king of this world, you will too. You're joking. Brando shook his head. I've never thought of it that way, and I'm not that kind of person. You know, Lady White Mist, in fact, Her Royal Highness wants me to marry into the royal family and be the regent of Erewhon before her ruse grows up. But this doesn't suit me. White Mist looked at him with a little surprise. I thought you didn't know. So you're playing dumb. That little girl thinks too much. How can Erewhon keep you? But this may not be a bad thing for you. If I'm not wrong, Her Royal Highness should have a place in your heart. That's exactly why, Brando replied as he walked. In the past, he didn't have much interaction with White Mist. The latter was always beside the Roman, sternly educating the merchant lady on how to inherit the throne of the Witch Empress. But now, the two were like best friends, talking about everything. I know what she's thinking. Nothing is more important to her than Erewhon. That's the only inheritance her father left her. She must protect this family business for her brother. But I'm not interested in this. It's because I used to admire Her Royal Highness that I don't want us to be enemies in the future. If you stay in Erewhon, it's almost inevitable. White Mist was very keen to see through the problem. Brando was also silent. After a while he reacted and said, These are things that haven't been decided yet. I won't become a king, and I don't even care much about the identity of a count. Maybe after all this is over, I'll take the Roman and Scarlet to find the world outside the Black Forest and disappear from this world completely. You're as naive as that person. White Mist laughed. She looked at Brando's forehead, where there was a rune that only an ancient witch like her could see. It was a beautiful krite, shining faintly. If Brando could go back in time, he might still remember the scene when Martha gently tapped his forehead and gave him a pair of wings made of light. The few of them moved forward in the darkness. Their feet were cold, and the icy water seemed to have soaked into their leather boots. It felt like stepping into a muddy pond, and it was unpleasant. After a while, Brando asked again in the darkness, What happened after that? After that, White Mist replied. After that, the Empire fell, and Odin had to fight with the four wise ones on the final battlefield. Everything is not much different from what you know. But there are too many mysteries left in that era, and the whereabouts of the Truth Parliament and the Ring of Ashes are unknown. Only Odin knows that the era of mortals has come, and the transitional period of the Myrna dynasty that has existed for thousands of years will finally end in his hands. And the power of order in this world is so weak. The Earth Legion is still fighting the army of Dusk outside the elemental barrier, and the world of mortals is like a baby sleeping in swaddling clothes. So he made a pact with the 7 sages. Chapter 1128. Promise. White Mist nodded. Although we don't know the content of this promise,
We can see some clues from Elaranta's performance today.
The constant weakening of the power of order should be the plan set by the Truth Parliament, and this is also the reason for the mortal era.
But the Truth Parliament, including Odin himself, is fond of the legend in the Pale poem. If a hero like the Azure Knight is born among the mortals, maybe he can decide the direction of the world's fate. Until the last moment, they still hope to return to the past when their parents still existed in this world. The chosen one is the Silver Queen? Brando asked.
White Mist looked at him again. Maybe, maybe not.
But regardless, Constance being toyed with by the Ring of Ashes means that the last hope of the Truth Symposium's reopening has been shattered, and after the 7 holy sages have witnessed this, it is time for them to correct history. Correcting history. This proposition was so big that Brando felt a little incredulous. Simply put, Odin left a glimmer of hope for this broken world. Otherwise, the war between the Myrnas and the 4 sages would have split Woned into 4 or 5 pieces. In fact, he didn't even call back the Earth Legion that was fighting the Dusk species outside the elemental barrier. On the final battlefield, he should have taken a step back with the 4 sages. He made a wish that lasted for 1,000 years, hoping to prove that he was right. The 7 sages were his witnesses, but it turned out that he was still wrong.
That's it, White Mist replied. Of course, this may just be my guess.
What do you think? Don't you think it's a joke?
Brando was silent for a moment before saying, In fact, it's not that I can't understand.
I think Lady Elaranta and the others can't judge right and wrong. They just want to overthrow the rule of the Myrnas.
The proposition of fighting against the Dusk is too big for them. No, even for the entire mortal world.
He raised his head and looked ahead. They stopped in front of a closed wooden door. Outside was the top deck of the ship. The thin door could not block out the sound of the wind and rain outside. Seawater poured out from the crack of the door and flowed down the stairs like a hanging waterfall.
The pale white lightning occasionally seeped into the gaps between the wood, leaving a few long strips of light in the dark passage.
1,000 years sounds very long, but it's still too short for this war. Seriously speaking, I'm not sure if this world can fight against the Twilight Dragon.
Not to mention Odin and the others, even I think that it might be better to return to the era when the gods were still on the earth.
He said softly, The power of mortals is too weak. How can they fight against Dusk? But we can't go back. The gods have already left. White Mist's eyes reflected Elder Cobb's hand on the door as he struggled to push it open. And the time left for us is so short. If Elaranta and the others can't seal the Dusk, the whole world will face this disaster head-on. She paused for a moment.
It was as if she could hear the door creaking open and the sound of the storm rushing in from outside.
Everyone shivered subconsciously. Even Andesha, who was standing far away, was no exception.
And even if it succeeds, White Mist's voice was scattered by the wind and sounded a little intermittent, it will only delay the fate of the world by a few decades.
In the future, this world will eventually face all of this. The war outside the elemental barrier has lasted for thousands of years. Whether the Earth Legion still exists or what their attitude towards our world is, no one can say for sure.
But no matter what, she replied, at least the future is in the hands of the mortals.
Is this Martha's wish?
Brando murmured.
This is Martha's wish. The storm had completely invaded the cabin and drowned out their conversation. The fierce wind turned the narrow cabin into a whistling corridor, and the seawater smashed into their faces. It was as if what Elder Cobb opened was not a shabby wooden cabin door, but a valve at the bottom of a reservoir. The seawater surged in like a waterfall. The fairy in Brando's hand screamed and covered her face with her hands. Of course, it was useless, and she was soon drenched. However, the others were not affected. Before the seawater could reach them, it was blocked by an invisible force.
The silver lines of law flickered a few times, and the seawater shattered and fell on the wooden planks, forming circles of white foam.
Elder Cable stood tall in the wind and rain, his long robe soaking wet.
However, this short and fat Termosian was not affected in the slightest.
He was as resolute as a statue. This was the nature of the people of the sea, guarding and conquering the sea. To them, this storm was no different from a summer afternoon shower. Brando heard the sound of horns coming from the front and back. It did not sound like the call of a human sailor, but more like a series of whistles in the heavy rain.
Then, he heard the long sound of a horn from afar. A beam of light pierced through the pouring rain and shone from the opposite side. This beam of light connected with the beam of light emitted by the fleet, forming a bright path of light on the dark sea. He stood on the deck and looked at the dozens of dragon-headed warships on the turbulent sea, breaking through the waves along this path of light. He couldn't help but feel a heroic spirit rising in his heart. He could already see the vague outline of another group of ships in the storm. White Fog said loudly to him, "They are using lights to transmit information, informing each other of the nearby undercurrents and whirlpools. That should be the closest group of ships. There may be several groups of ships of this size nearby." "Is that so, Elder Cobb?" Brando asked the Termosian elder in front of him. The latter nodded and a voice rang in their minds. "That's the fleet of the Dense Fog clan. They've just returned from Farisa. They've hunted an elite seal. That's a good haul. Farisa is the ice sea. That is the home of the crystal stag," White Fog said immediately. Brando nodded. Malurcha was not on this ship. Divine creatures were born to lead people out of the wrong path, and the crystal stag was the best guide in the storm. Their identity as planeswalkers was only one of the reasons they were so respected. Malurcha's existence was also important. The latter should be on the dragon-headed warship at the front, leading the way for the entire fleet. "How far are we from the place of trade?" he asked again. Elder Cobb raised a chubby finger. "Less than a chain of light. As long as we pass through the skeletal strait, the storm will stop," he said in their souls. Brando didn't know how far a chain of light was, and White Fog obviously didn't know either, so she didn't speak this time. But what Brando didn't understand was why a strait would appear on the vast sea. He looked around. Although visibility was poor in the storm, he could still see the sea level far away on the horizon, forming a line with the dark clouds. There was no sign of land nearby, much less a strait. However, he soon understood what the Termosian elder meant. A strait rose from the bottom of the sea out of thin air. To be exact, it was like a pair of monster fangs. Two pitch-black cliffs stood on the vast sea without any foundation. They were so high that Brando didn't know how high they were. Just the sea between the two cliffs was more than 10 nautical miles wide. The Termosian fleet passed through it, as small as a group of ants floating on the water. Just as Elder Cobb had predicted, the storm on the surface of the sea gradually calmed down after they passed through the strait. It was as if the storm and raging waves had calmed down after a short moment. The white, silk-like waves calmed down, and the shallow sea returned to its original appearance. The surface of the sea was as smooth as a mirror, and as far as the eye could see, the sea and the sky were the same color. The only unpleasant thing was that the surroundings were still filled with a faint fog. Brendel could see that there were many reef pillars in the fog. These huge pillars were spread out on the surface of the sea, and they were covered with all kinds of huge skeletons. Some of these skeletons looked like they belonged to some kind of huge sea beast or whale when they were alive, but some of them were in human form. They were undoubtedly the remains of some kind of giant. When Brando saw these skeletons, he knew that they had arrived at the skeletal strait. This was the center of the storm. The fleet he saw earlier was approaching from afar. The Termosian fleet looked much smaller than the fleet in port of Everwinter. Although it also had a few large ships, there were much fewer dragon-headed warships on the periphery, and the flagship was far less spectacular than the one in port of Everwinter. The Dense Fog clan's fleet slowed down a few nautical miles away from the fleet, maintaining a speed that was almost parallel to the Everwinter Harbor's fleet. But soon, Brendel saw a warship with a dragon's head coming out from the fleet and closing in on them. When the dragon-headed warship came closer, Hao Ren could see the crew clearly. It was very different from the crew of the port of Everwinter. There were very few sprites or other shallow water natives on the ship. They were all Termosians, but their attire was slightly different from the Termosians in port of Everwinter. Except for one person who wore a long robe, the rest wore thick fur coats and had different tattoos on their bodies. Elder Cab pointed to the Termosian in the long robe and said, "That is the Elder of the Mist. They are very close to us. Miss Tata used to study in the Mist clan when she was young, and the Elder of the Mist was half her teacher." Brando nodded. Some knowledge could only be understood outside the home. This was the so-called travel 10,000 miles, read 10,000 books. The fairy knew so much about the shallow sea and was so knowledgeable. Other than being a saint, she must have been to many places when she was young. And for a student to be more capable than a teacher, this was nothing to a genius. P.S. Continue to ask for monthly votes. Chapter 1129.
The Horn of Commendation. What's this? Brando asked as he placed his hand on a stone pillar carved with some kind of sea beast. In front of him was a light screen. This light screen appeared from the top of the stone pillar. It was almost the same as his system menu, but the color was slightly different. The system menu usually emitted a faint green light, but this one was entirely pale gold. There was a huge table on the screen, and from top to bottom, thousands of items were listed. Brando even saw rare items and equipment such as the Heart of Ice, the ancient Tethys furnace, the rune wooden ship of the wonderful ancients, and the shadow howl bracers. As for the less rare items such as the Heart of Ice, the elemental potion, and the essence of water, there were hundreds or even thousands of them. This was the trading method of the Termosian people. There were a total of 5 clans participating in this trade fair. They were the Dense Fog clan, the Port of Everwinter, the Icy Sea clan, the Longtooth clan, and the Sea Dwellers of Royas. Most of these clans just happened to pass by this route, or were in the nearby sea area. As for places that were slightly further away, the ships might not be willing to make a trip here. Or perhaps they had already booked the route and were unwilling to easily deviate from it. The pillar that Brando was standing on was the pillar of the Dense Fog clan. Hearing his question, the Dense Fog elder immediately replied, "That is a flute made from the 3rd tooth of a sharp seal. This creature has the ability to control water. This ability comes from its 3rd elemental tooth. Using this tooth to make a flute can control the water element, and even increase one's affinity with the water element." "Can I take a look at it?" Brando asked again. "Of course, respected planeswalker. Place your mind on the item on the disc, and you will be able to see it in detail." Brando glanced at the table again, and couldn't help but be deeply shocked by the wealth that the Termosian people had collected. If the items on the list were real, they could easily build a country anywhere in Wonde. Not to mention a colossus like the Empire, but at least a small country like Erewhon wouldn't have any problems. He sorted out his thoughts and refocused his attention on the sharp seal bone flute. In fact, he was very interested in this thing because there was a sea blue water droplet symbol on the bone flute. This was the holy elemental seal that only the top water elemental items would have. If it was an ordinary top-level elemental magic item, the holy seal would only have half a drop of water. If it was a water elemental artifact, there would be several layers of blue ripples around the water droplet. The more blue ripples there were, the higher the grade of the artifact. The holy seal of this bone flute was a complete water droplet, but there were no ripples. This meant that it was a water elemental holy item that was second only to divine artifacts. In the game, it was the highest level of mythical items. Brando hadn't seen many pieces of such equipment even after transmigrating to this world, let alone in the game. His best equipment was only at the level of mythical equipment. Brando focused his mind on the bone flute. What appeared was not the illusion of the sharp seal bone flute, but as he expected, a familiar menu popped up in the system. Heaven's Order, Hofward's Horn of Commendation, Mythical A+, Defense +1, Bloodline +47, Willpower +35, Perception +22. Hofward's Golden Wine. When the wearer uses elemental power, Hofward's Valkyrie will collect golden liquid and store it in the horn. The wearer can raise the horn and drink the golden wine. Each sip of the wine will restore 35% of HP and increase strength by 12%. Lasts for 15 minutes. The horn can store 10 sips of wine. Full calcification. The wearer is blessed by the ancient Valkyrie. His skin and muscles are as tough as rocks. The wearer gains 25% physical damage immunity. Elemental affinity. Wind and water surround you, water and air elemental affinity +10, fire and earth elemental affinity -5. There was a small poem engraved on the horn. Father's God chose from the crowd. That was a soldier who drank freely and was brave and fearless. He and they, thunder and lightning, rode the wind and broke the waves. The ship floated at the bottom of the whirlpool and on the waves. The warriors poured their cups and sang, "Pour the sweet wine into it." That was a soldier who drank generously and was brave and fearless. They brought back glittering gold and silver and jewels, asleep in the land of dreams, under Hofward's tree, the Valkyrie's commendation. Brando was shocked by the attributes. A plus mythical item. This was the highest level of mythical items. It was only a step away from being a demigod item. In fact, in the Amber Sword, there was no real difference between its price and the lowest demigod item. He finally calmed down and couldn't help but ask, "Is this also for exchange?" "You are free to choose any item on the disc,"
esteemed Sir Planeswalker," the Elder of the Mist replied. Brando glanced at the list again and saw that there were a few demigod items on the list. He couldn't help but feel a little dry in his throat.
"What about the price?" he asked dryly.
He had to admit that this horn was very tempting, but he also understood that such equipment was also extremely precious in the past game. The more precious they were, the more the price was close to an astronomical figure in offline transactions. He was already a planeswalker, the Count of Erewhon, the Lord of Valhalla, but at this time, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed.
He didn't have many resources at his disposal, at least he thought so.
"Master, look behind you." The Elder of the Mist didn't seem to be worried about Brando's ability to pay at all.
He pointed behind him and replied. Brando's eyes followed the short and thick finger to the back of the list. 5. Light EP, Water EP and 5 Wealth EP?
Wait, does that mean that this horn requires 10 EP and 5 Wealth EP? His tone was a little hurried, which made the Elder of the Mist a little uneasy. The latter hesitated for a moment before answering, "My Lord Planeswalker, do you think this price is too high?"
"It's like this. I think this price can be adjusted."
According to what you said, this was the price that we set when we last traded with the Planeswalkers almost 1,000 years ago.
It has been so long since the last trade, we may not be too familiar with the market.
"No, I mean..." Brando was shocked by the Elder's hurried explanation. The Elder of the Mist was half a teacher to Miss Sprite, and even Miss Tata was respectful in front of him.
He never thought that the Elder of the Mist would talk to him like this. But at this time, the white mist wagged its tail and walked to his feet. It gently scratched his trousers, and then said to him telepathically, "Shh, don't talk. The power level and authority of the Planeswalkers is much higher than you think. Your power comes from the power of world creation. Every element and every resource you create is extra from this world. Mortals value the flow of material and wealth, but this is meaningless to the Termosai. They need increase, so the resources that the Planeswalkers have are unique to them." "You mean that the elements and wealth born from the land cards and resource cards are really created?" Brando asked in disbelief. "To be exact, it's creation," White Mist replied. "Planeswalkers are the creators of the world, so there's nothing strange about that. So, you should understand now. Using so much creation power in exchange for a worthless horn, this is not a high price for them." "A worthless horn," Brando muttered to himself, and suddenly felt that his values and worldview had been damaged. He turned to the Elder of the Mist and said, "I want this horn. As for the specific exchange, you can decide."
"No problem, Sir Planeswalker," the Elder of the Mist replied respectfully.
Brando took the time to glance at his elemental pool. He still had 7 water and light elemental points, 14 wealth, and 7 reputation. He looked at the list with some reluctance.
There were 2 lesser divine artifacts, Bo Elemental and Kogathas Ornithopter, but the price was too high for him to bear. He carefully looked at the list again, and then silently left the stone pillar of the Mist clan and walked to the next ship.
This was the dragon head warship of the Ice Sea clan. The stone pillar at the front of the warship was carved into a cylindrical crystal. Brando put his hand on the top of the crystal, and in an instant, a list popped up. The items on the list were much less than those of the Mist clan. There was not a single lesser divine artifact, but there were some rare materials. It seems like this clan is much weaker than the Mist clan, but Brendel knew that this clan is the craftsmen of the Termosian people. They are usually more interested in materials, so it's understandable that they don't have many magic equipment. He looked at the list one by one. The richest of the 5 clans was the port of Everwinter, followed by the Termosian people who called themselves the Sea Dwellers of Roas. As for the Mist clan, they could only be ranked 3rd. According to White Mist, this clan had a very short history. They had a tradition of hunting elite seals, which was why they could accumulate so much wealth so quickly. In the end, Brando exchanged for a belt called Rex Hide from the Roas people's list. This was a rare piece of mythical equipment. He had seen it before in the game. This belt had a special effect that increased the duration of Berserk. At that time, it fell into the hands of the world's top Berserker, and helped him win the individual competition in the Crown of Evergreen tournament. In terms of level, this belt was not as good as Hofward's horn, but it was very useful to Brando because the Berserk effect of the War Dragon was also seen as a Berserk effect. Rex Hide, Indigo Belt, Mythical D, Defense 2,
Constitution plus 33, Strength plus 27, Dexterity plus 12. Riek's wrath. A thought that is becoming clearer and clearer in Riek's mind is boundless rage. Rage is like a mouthful of sharp teeth that can easily cut through steel. When the wearer activates Berserk, or described as Berserk, or similar abilities, the number of uses per day will increase by 1, and the duration will be doubled. Next was a necklace. Heart of the Waves, Fantasy, Defense 3, Strength plus 22. Chapter 11:30. It was a very rare fantasy necklace without any special effects. The reason was that it added 5 points of defense, which was almost comparable to his ancient breastplate, the Crevice of Lonia. Brando chose this necklace from the list of items in Port of Everwinter to replace the necklace destroyed in the battle with white. Although it did not provide elemental affinity, it was very compatible with his class as a Templar Knight. He had never given up on his dream of becoming a humanoid tank. Of course, this was not the best item in Port of Everwinter's list, but he looked at his elemental pool. He had 3 light EP, 2 water EP, 9 wealth, and 7 reputation left. The Horn of Commendation alone cost him 4 light EP, 3 water EP, and 1 wealth. Riek's wrath cost him 4 wealth. The Heart of the Wave was the cheapest, only worth 2 water EP. There were many good items, but his wallet was limited. Of course, the remaining resources weren't that little, but not every piece of mythical equipment was practical, and Brendel wasn't a newbie who hadn't seen the world. There were no impractical divine artifacts or demigod artifacts in the Amber Sword. Unfortunately, the price of divine artifacts and demigod artifacts was not something he could afford. He glanced at the treasure of Anvaranote on the list with some envy. This ring was the top subdivine artifact in the Amber Sword. It could guide the wearer to find all the hidden treasures in the world, but it had a curse that brought misfortune to the wearer. He wanted it very much because he knew that the World Tree root could counteract the curse, and it seemed that even the knowledgeable sprite did not know this secret. That was why the Termosians sealed the ring and set such a low price. Unfortunately, the price was 120 wealth and 50 water EP, which was not something he could save up in a short period of time. Brando could only force himself to look away. He felt a little regretful. This place was a huge treasure trove for him, or for any player. It was a pity that he did not have enough hard currency on him right now. And if he stayed here, time would come to a standstill. He would not be able to use the Planeswalker stage, and he would not be able to create more resources. Once he left this place, he would definitely have to fight with the Dragon Queen immediately. Presumably, he would not have the opportunity to return here for a while. If there's a chance, I'll definitely come back here to mine for gold. Brando thought that although there were not many ways to cross the elemental barrier from Wound, there were actually quite a few. Of course, that was under the premise that one's strength had reached a certain level. His eyes searched aimlessly on the list, trying to use his remaining wealth to exchange for a suitable weapon. Now that the Halran Gaia was destroyed, although he still had the Flaming Blade, the Frost Earthguard was a dual-wielding class. The Termosai people did not seem to be too interested in collecting weapons. Most of their collections were belts and bracers of various types, followed by horns, harps and other musical instruments, as well as a variety of magic goblets. Most of the remaining weapons were axes, hammers, or spears. Brando finally found a sword, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the giant's sword. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes suddenly narrowed as an item on the list caught his eye. Ice Shard, Mythical A+, Bloodline plus 22 Lingering Chill. These shards came from a divine artifact, and they are surrounded by a perpetual chill. The Ice Shard reduces the wearer's agility by 5%, and increases the wearer's affinity with the water element by +10. There were a total of 3 such shards. Brando almost instantly remembered what Miss Sidney had told him in East Metz. He looked up at the fairy and asked, "Miss Tata, if I have some questions, would it also count as a transaction?" "The Termosai people do not sell information," Tata replied indifferently. "You can ask, and if there's anything I know, I'll tell you the answer." Brando nodded. "Then I've heard of a legend in Wound. I heard that the 4 elemental orbs were created by the elemental lords in their respective elemental planes. May I ask if there is such a thing?" The fairy was stunned. This question was a little too sudden. She thought for a moment before replying, "There is such a thing in the legend, but the light and darkness elements do not have their own independent worlds. However, the light and darkness elements also have elemental orbs, which more or less makes the legend somewhat untenable.
Does that mean the rumor isn't true?
Not entirely. A voice suddenly interrupted, causing Brando to look in that direction. He then realized that the one who spoke was the wise one of the IC clan, the wise one of the IC clan. The wise one of the IC clan's voice was transmitted to the hearts of everyone present through telepathy. The ice orb was indeed the treasure of the shallow sea. It did once exist in this world, and for tens of thousands of years, it had been guarded by a group of Termosai people. This group of Termosai people is? Before Brando could finish his sentence, he saw the wise one of the IC clan's nostalgic gaze and suddenly understood. He turned his gaze to the fairy, who nodded silently. Many years ago, about the 5th era, the ice orb had indeed been guarded by the IC clan for generations. Then why was it later forged into a sword?
Brando asked.
It was not forged into a sword. A second unfamiliar voice sounded above everyone's head. This was a very beautiful voice. It was a little stiff, but with a hint of arrogance, but no doubt it was very pleasant to the ears. Everyone looked up and saw that there was a little one on the mast. He was wearing the most exquisite bloomers and leather boots, but his upper body was only carrying a belt used to hang the scabbard. His fiery red short hair was eye-catching as if it was burning.
Brando recognized this little fairy.
It was the fire fairy that he and White Mist met at the port of Everwinter. White Mist had also speculated that the fairy had the bloodline of the fire elementals. It was not forged into a sword, the fire fairy answered seriously. It was made into a scepter. In fact, the 7 elemental orbs were all forged into scepters. They are the 7 keys, the bronze keys.
Who are you?
White Mist looked up and stared at the fairy with some vigilance. She showed her sharp teeth and said, "When did you get here?"
He is Lute Flinders Morningstar.
Fias sat on top of Brando's head and replied.
How did you know? Brando asked.
He then put his hand on his forehead and realized that he had asked a stupid question again.
I don't know. I just know.
The little fairy answered matter-of-factly and puffed out her chest proudly. Mr. Lute is a subject of Fords, a member of the fire elementals, the 7th successor of Fords, the future, Tata replied. She looked at the fire fairy on the mast and continued, "This is the guide that I've introduced to you, Mr. Brando."
He's going to the mountain of quenching storms?
Brando pointed at the little one in the air and asked.
I'm going to look for the scepter of fire.
Lute looked at the black scabbard on Brando's back, the scabbard that Brando had made for the flaming blade, and his eyes were very gentle and kind. To prove that I have the ability to succeed the protector. Although Mr. Lute is only 237 years old this year, he is already the strongest sword saint among the fire elementals, Tata added in a low voice. Although they were only 237 years old, the short lifespan of fairies was only in comparison to the near-eternal lifespan of other elemental life forms. Compared to the weak iron citizens like humans, their lifespans were naturally longer than one could imagine. However, there was no doubt that the learning ability and potential of humans were the best in Woned. Here, Brando, who was not even 22 years old, was already a first-class sword saint and was already half a step into the supreme realm was enough to prove it.
Therefore, Brando did not feel inferior. He nodded. So you want to come with us?
I'm the one who will take you there, Lute corrected him seriously.
Blessed by the flaming blade, I'm happy to travel with you. You are the will of the golden flame. We will get along very well.
However, he looked at White Mist and shook his head.
But I don't like your pet. She's too cold. And your servant, she's a little stupid. I don't like people who are too slow. It's hard to communicate with them.
I'm not a pet servant. White Mist and Faya jumped up at the same time. The latter was just retorting, but the former had already lowered her body, showing her white teeth and whining. There was no doubt that this meant something, but Lute did not seem to notice. He sat back on the mast and said to Brando, "Blessed by the flaming blade, I know a lot about the 7 elemental orbs."
Is there anything you want to ask? Brando's scalp was a little numb.
He looked at White Mist, whose fur was all standing up, and then looked at the serious fire fairy. He felt that the guide that the fairy had found for him was not that suitable. "Lady White Mist, calm down," he whispered with cold sweat on his forehead.
He's just a child. You are the ancient sorcerer saint. You can't lower yourself to his level.
However, what broke Brando's heart was that at this time, the little one on the mast said seriously again, "Mr. Brando, I want to correct you.
I'm already an adult. I can be responsible for my own actions and words. I'm not a child."
Also, blessed by the flaming blade, under the witness of the golden flame, you and I, as subjects of Forsyth, have a telepathic connection with each other. So you can use telepathy to communicate with me, he thought for a moment and added seriously. I'm not saying this to warn you, blessed by the flaming blade.
I just want to tell you that in the future, if you want to keep secrets from me, it's better to use whispers.
Very well, you'd better be responsible for your words.
Brando heard a low roar and saw a cold blade shooting towards the fire fairy. It was as fast as lightning. P.S. Today's 2 chapters are available. Please vote for me, students. Chapter 1131. Crack. The gleaming ice blade hit the mast with a gust of wind, causing ice and wood chips to explode all over the place. But Root's reaction was also very fast. He had already jumped up from the crossbar of the mast and dodged the attack. Then Brando heard a series of whooshing noises of ropes breaking. He watched as the ropes tied to the crossbar began to bounce off one by one from where the ice blade hit. Then the huge sail made a rustling sound as it fell from the mast like a white flag, enveloping everyone on the deck. White Mist let out a low growl, and her hair stood up like needles. She was about to launch a second attack, but at this time, Brando groped under the sail and grabbed her. "Don't be impulsive, Lady White Mist," he shouted. "Get out of my way, I must kill this damn bug today." White Mist let out a series of low growls.
This adjective seemed to have angered the arrogant elven gentleman in midair.
"Who are you calling a mosquito?" Root replied angrily. He clenched his hands, and an elemental sword burning with flames appeared in his hands. "I'm talking about a bug." "That's enough, you two." Brando lifted the sail and rescued Miss Sprite from the ropes. He looked up and saw the flame sword in Root's hand, and finally became angry. This was not a joke. Although his sword would not hurt the people on the ship was most likely going to be destroyed.
Brando said angrily, "White Mist, you are the ancient witch sage, and Mr. Root, you are a member of Forsyth's clan.
Please show some basic tolerance." Of course, he was not just shooting his mouth off.
The power of the law of space spread out in an instant.
White Mist groaned, and the magic gathered around her dissipated.
The fire element in Root's hand was torn apart, and could no longer maintain the shape of a long sword.
This is the power of the golden flame. He could not help but show a look of surprise. On the other hand, White Mist pouted. It was unknown whether she was subdued by Brando's violence or moved by Brando's magnanimity.
She snorted softly and jumped to the base of the mast, turning her head away and ignoring the others.
"I'm really sorry." Brando finally had the time to apologize to Miss Fairy. The latter's hair was a little messy, but she just calmly tidied it up.
Then she glanced at Brando, shook her head and replied, "It's okay."
Soon, the other Termosians climbed out from under the sails.
In response to Brando's apology, most of the wise men from the various ships shook their heads, indicating that they did not mind.
Only the sea folk of Roas seemed slightly displeased, because the ship was their ship, but they did not show it.
Loot flew in the air for a while, and after confirming that White Mist was no longer paying attention to him, he flew back and landed on the mast.
He frowned, feeling a little annoyed. In fact, he did not think that he was a person who liked to cause trouble. In the name of the golden flame, he did not think that anything he said was inappropriate. At least that was what he thought. So, he was very angry at being attacked. At first, he wanted to say something back to White Mist, but when he looked at the angry Brando, he finally held back. After a while, the ship was reorganized. The Termosians rolled up the sails and put them back into the cabin.
Brando looked up at the fairy and asked, "Mr. Loot, can I call you that?"
"You can call me Loot, or whatever you want," the fairy replied. "Because you are the Flaming Blade's adorer, you can call me whatever you want." Brando was a little speechless. He wanted to explain that this was a polite question, and not a serious question about what he wanted to call him.
He thought for a while and said, "Then Loot, I am very concerned about the previous question. You said that there are 7 elemental orbs. Does that mean that the orbs of nature are real?"
In fact, ever since Sydney told him the meaning of the elemental orbs in East Metz,
He had been very interested in this topic. The power of the flame orb and the darkness orb in his body had shown an extremely high level of power in the battle with Rushta. He suspected that this power might be related to the legendary existential power, or even the method to create a perfect body for the Iron Folk. But unfortunately, ever since he felt the power of the flame orb in the cold dew manor, Oderfeis will seem to have fallen into a deep sleep again.
No matter how he tried, he could not activate it at all. Apart from being able to use the flaming blade's power, he could no longer feel the existence of the flame orb in his body. So now, he urgently wanted to know everything related to it. In response to Brando's question, Lute nodded and said, "Because it was never a legend." Brando nodded and did not question it.
He also did not ask the question of where the orbs of nature were born if there were no natural planes in this world.
After all, such a question was even more nonsensical than asking fairies why they knew the names of their own kind. Although there were only 4 worlds within the elemental barrier: the mountain of ceasing storms, the stone pivot, the scorching river, and the shallow sea, light, darkness, and other natural elements all had their own places of abundance. In those worlds where the 3 elements originated, there was nothing strange about the existence and birth of the nature orb. "You said that they are keys?"
Brando asked again. "But I have never heard of this before."
"What kind of keys are they, Lute?"
"This is related to a secret. If it is not convenient," Brando quickly said, "we can skip this topic." "No," the sprite shook her head seriously. "I mean, although this is a secret, if Mr. Brando wants to know, I will tell you."
"Why do you say that?" Brando was a little puzzled. He always felt that this sprite was inexplicably close to him. When he used the power of law to interrupt the sprite's spell, he felt that the sprite's power level was not much lower than his, but she was unusually obedient. Lute thought for a moment before replying, "It's probably because you're the Flaming Blade's adorer. I feel like I can't hide anything from you. The Scepter of Fire, Oderfeis, is the supreme object of the fire elemental realm. Although I still don't know if you've inherited the ability of the Golden Flame, I'll test you." Brando had a good impression of the sprite just now, but now he was a little dumbfounded by the word, test. He smiled bitterly and said, "All right, as you wish. Then please continue to talk about the 7 orbs, or the scepter. I have heard of something similar, but I am not as sure as you are."
"Those are the 7 scepters," Lute answered with certainty.
His voice was like singing a light song, just like the common characteristic of the fairies. "And they are not just scepters but keys. They are called bronze keys in the Pale poem." "Keys?" Brando recalled the name Bronze Keys, and he quickly remembered a legend. It was part of the legends of the Highlanders, called the Epic of Arkhen by the mortals, and it told the story of a mortal hero. This hero was not famous in Wonde, but he was the greatest hero of the Highlanders, because he was the first king of the Highlanders.
Legend said that he opened the treasure of the Latch of Wa, the treasure of the mountains, and used his extraordinary wealth to build the Highlanders' kingdom. Most of the Highlanders of this era passed down the memories of that era. Even Scarlet, who was a Highlander far away from her homeland, was no exception.
In that history, the glorious kingdom was destroyed by greed, and the hero eventually fell because of old age. Legend said that he was cursed by the gods, and sank into the ground with his treasure. In the long years that followed, the people of the Empire, the Highlanders, and even adventurers from other races went to search for the treasure of the Highlanders' king, but they all came up empty-handed. Brando clearly remembered that the epic mentioned the key used to open the door to the treasure, and it was described as follows: a rusty bronze key. Rust was verdigris, but the Pale poem often used metaphors to describe history, so it was often difficult to understand its meaning on the surface.
The Pale poem said that it was the bronze key, and it was very likely that it was an indirect metaphor that it had some kind of secret connection with the word bronze.
"Is it the Epic of Arkhen?" he asked. The fairy nodded. Brando suddenly understood. In his previous life, like most players, he had studied the Pale epic. After all, it was a huge book that completely recorded the endless secrets of Wonde's history. Although the mortals only had fragments, it was still worth investing time in. He could now understand Lute's words so quickly because of this. "Those keys were only used to open Arkhen's treasure?" he asked again. This sounded a little ridiculous. Arkhen's epic was only a fragment of the Highlanders' history, and its level was obviously not as high as the level of the elemental scepter.
After all, Halran Gaia was one of the most important legends of the Temple of the Earth, but it was only a part of the elemental scepter.
But Lute still nodded,
Arkin's treasure is only a part of this legend.
He only got the black orb.
I see, Brando nodded. Then what will happen if we collect all 7 keys?
I don't know, the fairy simply shook his head and replied with a straight face. There is only one legend, that the gods buried their secrets here. It is a door, and behind the door is the secret that will allow the gods to return to the world. Allow the gods to return to the world. Brando's heart tightened. Chapter 1132. Let the gods return to the world. Brando's heart tightened.
If others understood the sentence, they might think it was a secret to return to the era of the gods. But it was different for the players. This was a slogan in the Amber Sword. Let the gods return to the world, not to let the gods of Martha return to the earth, but to open a new era and let the mortals ascend to godhood. When the players could perfectly perfect the silver body, then the gods would return to the earth. But this time they would no longer be the gods of Martha, nor the genealogy of Tiamat, but the gods of mortals. Brando suddenly felt that he had grasped the secret, but before he could speak, Fyeth, who was sitting on his head, couldn't help but ask curiously, "But where is the door?" This question made Brendel so happy that he almost wanted to give it a big kiss. It was just too timely, so timely that he was worried that someone would see through his intentions. It was not that he was being cautious, but that it was so important that he had to keep it a secret. He did not forget the tragedy of the Slate War, where the wizards put down all their reservations in order to compete for the ultimate secret of the world. But this time Lute still shook his head. Maybe no one knows.
No one knows?
Fyeth was a little disappointed. That's boring. History itself is serious. Lute felt that his authority was questioned and frowned. He said loudly. And it's not that there are no clues, at least I know someone who knows this secret.
Who? A Myrna man named Odin, but he died a long time ago. Isn't he still dead?
Fyeth curled her lips. But Brando interrupted her and said, "The Dark Dragon?" Lute was very annoyed that the damn ice sprite went against him, and he replied angrily, "It's him. Not only do I know that he kept the secret, but I also know that he gave the secret to another person before he died." He continued, "Although I don't know who that person is, I know that he was a mortal who built an empire on the ground. Later on, this mortal died, and before he died, he passed this secret to one of his trusted subordinates. This person must be one of the 4 sages, and it can't be Eloranta," Brando muttered. He then asked, "What's the name of the empire, Fanzan or Saint Tassol?
Or Cruz?"
"I don't know, but I know that this empire is related to the relatives of the fire elementals."
"That's Cruz."
Brando immediately made a judgment.
"Lute, how do you know these secrets?"
"This knowledge has been in my memory since I was born. We fairies pass on our knowledge in this way. If we know something, we know it. If we don't, we don't. If you ask me how I know, I can't tell you, but I know my memory won't lie to me," Lute explained seriously. "Bloodline inheritance." Brando understood. He asked again, "What happened after that? Do you know who that subordinate is?" "I know this, because the previous protector of Fords once summoned him. That human is called Venter. That was the first generation of the Kindred Knight. It is rumored that he disappeared, and his inheritance is incomplete in the Empire."
A voice came from another ship.
Brando turned around and saw Andesha appear in that direction.
He frowned.
He did not like this woman, and did not want her to know these secrets. "You can go below the cabin," he said to Andesha. "Lady Andesha, when we reach the Mountain of Ceasing Storms, I will inform you.
You don't have to worry that I will leave you behind. I still need you." This was an obvious threat, and Andesha also heard it. She gritted her teeth. But this time, she did not compromise.
She stood there and said, "You will need me soon, Count.
You had better let me stay."
Brando looked at her silently and did not insist. He asked, "And then Lute?"
Lute only looked at Andesha for a moment before he looked away in disinterest.
He continued, "I only know that after 4 elemental eras, this person's descendant left the Empire with this secret. One elemental era was 150 years. Brando silently calculated the time and suddenly asked, "Where did this person go?"
"I don't know."
"What about the direction?"
Lute shook his head.
Brando frowned, but Andesha continued, "He went to Erewhon." Brando suddenly turned around and looked at the woman.
"He went to Erewhon," Andesha continued. "At that time, that place was not called Erewhon. Erewhon is a foreign word in the Cruz language. At that time, that place was called Valhalla, which is a word used by the mountain people. It means the resting place of heroes. Erewhon, the wise sage of the frozen sea of the Termosian people, ruminated over this word and suddenly said, "I think I've heard this word somewhere." "It's not a noun," Miss Tata shook her head. "It's an adjective that means solemn and sacred. It's usually used in sacred places like burial grounds or temples."
She paused for a moment before continuing. "This is the language of the Matatanians."
"The language of the Matatanians," Brando subconsciously repeated. "It is indeed the language of the Matatanians. They were the first generation of planeswalkers in Wonde." The pixie lady confirmed. "Although I've never come into contact with these great entities, I have memories of their language and knowledge, the language of the Matatanians, the language of the planeswalkers." Brando repeated. He could only feel his heart pounding. In fact, the players in the Amber Sword had always known that Erewhon was a foreign word in the Cruz language, but they did not know which language it came from, nor did they know what it meant. But today, he finally understood that it was a word from the Matatanian language. It meant sacred. And the Matatanians were planeswalkers.
This name was given by the late King Eric, but the late King Eric was definitely not a planeswalker, and there was no record of him using the power of a planeswalker. He was not even a wizard, nor was he an elementalist, even though he was on good terms with the Silver Wizards of Buga.
The name Erewhon actually hid such a huge secret. Brando felt dizzy. He suddenly realized that perhaps the name was not given by the late King Eric.
If the latter left the Empire with the secret of the Flame King, then as the descendant of Venter, he must have some kind of mission.
This mission may not be as simple as just establishing Erewhon. Why did the late King Eric take a part of the Holy Sword Odysseus when he left Cruz?
Was it just to represent the will of the Golden Flame to resist the oppression and decay of the Empire? And he always understood that the Holy Sword Odysseus was actually the Flame Scepter.
For some reason, Brando suddenly remembered a lot of things for a moment. Erewhon's many relics of the saints, the many underground ruins, and even the many top-level dungeons in the game, and the azure lance buried under Ampere Seal. And Ekis, sleeping in the loop of trade winds, and Valhalla, and the chronometer under Tonagel, and the crystal that sealed the Witch Queen. All of these were concentrated in Erewhon's small territory. He inexplicably recalled what happened when he returned to Bragg's for the second time. He remembered his strange meeting with Viscount Turst, and the things that he saw at that time were between the lost names and ghosts. He faintly felt that the secret that the other party wanted to tell him at that time might be right in front of him now. There may be a great secret behind the name Erewhon.
"What do you know?" Brando suddenly understood what Andesha said before, and asked coldly, "Madam Andesha?"
"About as you guessed," Andesha replied. "Count, the existence of Erewhon is very special. Not only do we know this, but they also know this." Brando knew that the they she was talking about was actually All for One. "Is this why you are so active in Erewhon?" "More or less, that's just one of the reasons," Andesha answered quickly. "We are active there, sometimes not to subvert, but to find this secret. In fact, they are much faster than us in this regard. You should know that they have infiltrated the nobles." Brando did not care about what would happen to All for One, he only asked, "What is the secret?" Andesha shook her head. "Who knows, maybe the Bugas will know better. They have many observation points in Erewhon, and there is a floating city of the Silver Folk north and south of Erewhon. The meaning of their surveillance is self-evident. And they began to get involved in all aspects of the kingdom at the beginning of Erewhon's establishment, and there are even their descendants in Karsu." "You mean the Wizards of the Tower and the Bugas also know about this secret?" Andesha nodded. Brando frowned.
He did not expect there to be such a relationship, but the Shire should know about the composition of the Wizards of the Tower, but he had never told him about this.
The conversation between the two was fast and urgent, and the others around them were silent. "You have been operating there for hundreds of years, and in the end, you have nothing?" "It's not that we have nothing. We guessed that there was something sealed under Erewhon. We found an entrance in Yenbao, and All for One found an entrance in Erek and Bragg's."
"Yenbao."
Brando's mind suddenly flashed with Dilfrey's face, and he recalled everything that happened in Ampere Seal, the crystallization disease. The term flashed through his mind. Chapter 1133. If I'm not wrong,
Arek's entrance is in the underground city of Alto? The underground city of Alto was the largest underground ruin in all of Erewhon in the Amber Sword. It was an open map divided into 7 floors, and the area below the 7th floor was ruled by a distorted will, which was said to be the will of the evil god Andonio. But as someone who came from the era after the year of the astrologer, he knew that there was a seal of time below, and it was said to be a new dungeon that would be opened after the end of the War of the Slate.
Andesha nodded. Then what about Braggs's entrance? Brando asked again.
It's in a legendary holy relic near Fortress Reedon, but no one has ever seen it before. Around the year of the croaking frogs, there were strong magic ripples that seeped out from under Braggs, and that was how All for One detected it and calculated it.
The year of the croaking frogs. Is it referring to Braggs's catacombs disaster? Brando immediately asked. If he didn't remember wrongly, the history of Bruglis's great catacombs started from this disaster. So, it's also All for One who led Braggs's government to clean up the undead in the catacombs? He suddenly realized. Andesha nodded again. Brando thought of Madara again. Bramonti's Black Rose invaded Erewhon, but only claimed Butchie. Was their goal also the holy relic? He couldn't help but feel suspicious. In real history, All for One only began to collude with Duke Arek after the War of the Black Rose. If it was understood that after losing Braggs's entrance, they turned to seek Duke Arek's support, it didn't seem unreasonable. What kind of secret is hidden beneath Aween? Why would so many factions want to find out about it? Brendel thought to himself as he tapped his forehead. What kind of secret is hidden beneath Aween? Why would so many factions want to know about it? It was really puzzling. Are there only 3 entrances? He asked. We suspected that there might be another entrance in Randner or Tonajul near the Loop of Trade Winds, but... Andesha replied.
But I interrupted your plan?
Not only that, the Cruz Empire's plan cannot be delayed. We can't afford to wait. Brando nodded. He had already thought of Tonajul when Andesha mentioned Yenbao. He had not forgotten the seal of time beneath Kelsey's tomb. In fact, he didn't expect that a simple question from him would lead to such a topic. After thinking for a while, he finally decided that when he returned to Tonajul, he would definitely go back and meet the dear Demonis. If possible, he even wanted to enter the seal to take a look. He had a vague feeling that there might be some problems here. But before that, he looked at Andesha and asked, "Aren't you afraid of being punished for telling me this?"
We thought that you knew, Andesha replied without changing her expression. But I don't know, Brando replied. There's no benefit for you to tell me this now, is there?
Andesha's gaze shifted to White Mist.
She hesitated for a while, then retracted her gaze and replied, I have a few questions. Brando looked at her warily, taking in all her small movements.
He replied, Is this what you want in exchange? I can guarantee that my questions will not harm your interests, Count Andesha.
I can't guarantee that, Brando shook his head. Do you still think that you're trustworthy, Andesha? You should know better than me what kind of organization the tree herders are. That's why I took the initiative to tell you this, Andesha replied. I believe in your character, Count Andesha.
White Mist suddenly turned around and asked, You want to know about the Ring of Ashes? Andesha was slightly startled. She looked at the ancient witch's spirit with some hesitation, but she nodded in the end. Agree to her request, Brando.
You mean Lady White Mist? I agree to this exchange, and I also have some questions for her.
I hope that you can listen to them.
White Mist said.
I agree.
Andesha hurriedly replied, as if she was afraid that White Mist would go back on her words. Brando looked at her suspiciously. He did not know what this cunning woman was up to, but he believed in White Mist's thousands of years of experience and nodded.
I know what you want to ask, little girl, but this isn't the place to talk. Let's find a place to talk later, but before that, it's best if you don't play any tricks.
White Mist leaped up and landed on his shoulder. She raised her prismatic eyes to look at the Rotten Lord and said, I know what you want to ask, little girl, but this isn't the place to talk. Andesha looked at Brando with some fear and nodded silently. At this time, the fairy waited for the 3 of them to finish their conversation before she finally spoke with a calm expression. Mr. Brando, were you talking about Erewhon? Brando was startled and looked at her. Miss Tata, do you know something?
Only then did he remember that she was a supreme saint. According to White Mist, this fairy lady should be a witness who had lived for thousands of years. If Eloranta knew something, then she would at least know something about it. As expected, Tata replied, I do know something about Erewhon. Brando immediately turned his attention and asked eagerly, Then Miss Tata, do you know the real reason behind Erewhon's establishment? The fairy nodded.
My understanding of Erewhon happens to be related to this matter.
In fact, Sage Alanta knows more about the inside story. This is related to their agreement with Odin, but I only know a small part of it. She continued, because when this kingdom was established, it was also an important event worth recording in the shallow seas.
Behind the establishment of this kingdom, there was at least the support of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Holy Cathedral of Wind, and the Bugas.
The Holy Cathedral of Fire. Mr. Brando is a subject of Erewhon and should know the history of this kingdom better than I do.
At the beginning of its establishment, the war with the Crews was actually a war between Erewhon and the Crews royal family. If the nobles of Crews had the full support of the Holy Cathedral, it would obviously be much more difficult for Erewhon to gain an independent status.
Brando nodded. At that time, Erewhon led the rebellious people of Erewhon out of the empire with the belief of the Flame King and established a kingdom in the Black Forest. In essence, he challenged the majesty of the Crews royal family. Not to mention, he also took away the fragments of Odorfice. So the war between Crews and Erewhon was ultimately led by the royal family. But if the Holy Cathedral spared no effort to support the royal family, then the people of Erewhon would have to face the entire empire. Under such circumstances, even with the support of the Wind Elves, the final outcome would be difficult to predict. The Holy Cathedral of Wind and the Holy Cathedral of Fire could only be said to be equal in power, but the ancestors and nobles of Erewhon were far from the power of the nobles of the empire.
And the inaction of the Holy Cathedral at that time had already explained everything in itself.
Brando had never thought about this before.
In fact, there was no need to think about it because this period of history had little to do with the players.
But now that Tata mentioned it, he immediately understood.
Seeing that he understood what she meant, Tata continued, the Holy Cathedral of Fire made their stance clear. The Wind Elves spared no effort to stand on the side of Erewhon, and with the secret help of the Bugas, Erewhon was able to be established.
But why did they do that? When the Empire lost the war, shouldn't it be the prestige of the Holy Cathedral that was damaged? Faya asked again with a puzzled look. For a lady of the fairies, she did not care about the atmosphere or the occasion. If she was curious, she would ask. This was their etiquette.
At this time Brando understood. Without waiting for Tata to answer, he took the initiative to explain. So after the war, Erewhon was still a country that believed in the path of the golden flames and did not lean towards the faith of Saint Tassol.
I have been neglecting this point. Is this some kind of compromise, Miss Tata? Tata shook her head. I don't know much about human politics. Maybe it is.
But I don't quite understand, Brando interrupted. What is the motive of the Holy Cathedral of Fire? It is to bring the holy sword Odorfice out of Crews, Tata replied with certainty.
To bring the holy sword Odorfice out of Crews? Why?
Because before Lord Odin died, he told the four wise ones that the mortal kingdom would eventually decay and fall, and history would repeat itself. He could not see the hope that Martha spoke of in the Black Iron generation. Tata replied calmly, for this reason, the four wise ones made a sacred oath to keep the hope and faith of the civilized world. The dragons and the Bugas also witnessed this oath as participants, and have been carefully upholding the terms of the oath for thousands of years.
Is this what he promised you?
White Mist suddenly stood on Brando's shoulder and asked.
The fairy nodded. Lord Odin knew that the defeat of the Myrnas could not be reversed.
After all, the root of the disaster had already been planted, and the war started by the four wise ones was not as unjust as the Silver Queen imagined. Lord Odin could see this future, so he compromised with the four wise ones, and he also knew that the Black Iron people would one day embark on the same path.
Chapter 1134. Because the fall of mortals is almost inevitable. White Mist continued, the black dwarves are creatures that fell into the mortal world. That's why they are so heavily influenced by the dark magic. The weak and powerless mortals are the most ambitious and greedy among the descendants of the gods. The numerous holy wars in their history and the change of power in the kingdoms built by the four sages all prove this. The sprite nodded. What is he worried about? The descent of the Twilight Dragon?
Why is he in such a hurry to find someone to inherit his path?
White Mist asked.
But civilization has existed for 6 eras, and we even achieved a rare victory in the last war.
Why is he in such a hurry?
I don't know, Tata replied. Maybe it has something to do with the war outside the elemental barrier, or maybe it has something to do with Lady Martha's oracle. Like the other sages, Alanta and I are actually very clear about the problems that mortal civilization may face, so we agreed with Lord Odin to become the Holy One and stay to inherit his path.
Brando silently listened to the conversation between the two before asking, "Is the Flame King also a Holy One?" "Lord Flame King is not," Tata replied.
Among the four sages, only Lord Alanta stayed to protect the world they created, but Lord Gretel understood that the Holy One only existed to deal with the enemies outside the elemental barrier, and the civilized world must ultimately rely on itself. In fact, he was also very clear about the bad habits of humans and elves, and also knew that Lord Odin's words might eventually come true, so he left a will before he died. If one day the successor of the empire could not inherit his beliefs and will, then the family guarding the Holy Sword would take the Holy Sword out of the empire and go to a pure land to build a new country.
"This country is Erewhon." Tata nodded. "But Erewhon can't escape the cycle of the mortal world, can he?" Brando even recalled Erewhon in the Amber Sword. The once glorious kingdom was even reduced to ashes under the ravages of the undead. On the surface, it looked like it had fallen into the hands of foreign enemies, but in reality, it had also fallen into the corruption of the nobles within the kingdom. In this era where elite politics dominated everything, the elite nobles were often the first to fall into self-destruction, causing the entire kingdom to be on the verge of collapse. In this case, wouldn't the Flame King's efforts be in vain?
He might be able to lead Erewhon's glory for hundreds of years, but the faith of the Golden Flame would one day be covered in dust. History was undoubtedly the best annotation in the Amber Sword.
But this time the sprite gently shook her head. "I don't think the Flame King simply wanted to continue the faith of crews in a new land. Erewhon built the kingdom for the Holy Sword Odorfice, and the Lionheart Sword that sealed its soul is its faith. The kingdom will fall, but this sword will stand on this land. What's the difference? Odorfice stays in the crew's empire, and it won't be harmed in the slightest."
"The difference is the land," Tata corrected him. "This land is special. Not only the Holy Sword Odorfice, but also the Halran Gaia, the Frost Chant Sinna, and the Azure Lance.
Aren't they all sleeping on this land?"
"And the will of the mountains and rivers," Brando thought and added silently.
"So what's so special about this land?" he asked again.
The sprite looked at him and did not answer the question.
But Brando understood what she meant. "You don't know either, Miss Tata?" he asked.
"Indeed. Perhaps," Tata said.
"I only know that Lord Odin has entrusted this secret to a group of reclusive silver folk. Maybe you'll have a chance to get the answer to this question from this group of silver folk in the future." The reclusive silver folk. This sentence could only make Brando think of a name, and that was the Silver Elves. Shortly after the War of the Holy Saints, they suddenly escaped into the mountains and forests.
He asked carefully, "Are they the Silver Elves?"
This time he got an affirmative answer. Brando felt a little thirsty. He did not expect this secret to involve the Bugas and the Silver Folk. All the abnormalities of these two Silver Folk after the war seemed to have a reasonable explanation. It was just that he did not know the explanation yet. He seemed to see a huge ice floe floating on the surface of the water. When he thought he knew enough, he found that it was only the tip of the iceberg. He finally calmed down, but felt that the answers to all the puzzles seemed to have finally come back to the original point. Originally, he just wanted to find the door to the true perfect body through the secret of the seven-element scepter, but now it was obviously a little beyond Brando's expectations. He found that the Holy Sword Odorfice, the Sword of the Earth, the Frost Chant Sinna, and the mountains and rivers seemed to have some inexplicable connection with Erewhon, his second homeland. Perhaps it was more than that. Because he also knew that not only did Erewhon have the above holy objects, but the dark orb hidden in his body at the moment was also one of the components of the seven-element scepter. These components were inexplicably gathered in this small kingdom. What did this mean? Brando felt his mind in a mess. The answers to the questions that he thought were simple and clear suddenly seemed to have become a little complicated.
It was as if he had vaguely grasped some of the questions, but they were scattered and independent, like fragments that were difficult to understand.
He was silent for a while before he finally came back to his senses. In any case, this was not his main concern at the moment. The situation on the Roman side was still unclear, and there was still a dragon queen to deal with in Shu. Brando felt that he had to put other things aside and focus on the problem at hand. After all, if dusk came, no matter how big the secret behind the kingdom of Erewhon was, it would be meaningless. After figuring this out, he recovered from the previous shock and quickly sorted out his thoughts.
He glanced at Miss Sprite and Lute, and said with a dry mouth, "I have one last question about the Scepter of the Elements."
"Just say it, Mr. Brando." Miss Sprite's emotions seemed to be unaffected by the previous conversation, and her voice was as calm as warm water. "As far as I know, the 7 scepters of the elements were lost on the earth, and most of them did not maintain a complete form. Among them, the scepter of the mountains was divided into 2 by Himalad and turned into 2 sacred artifacts of Gaia, Halran Gaia and the scepter of the mountains. The latter included the scepter and the orb, while the former was damaged thousands of years ago. Odorfice was also divided into 3.
The orb of flames and the flaming blade were still in a broken state until not long ago, and until I repaired it, in fact, it was still missing the scepter part."
He paused and continued. "What I want to ask is, were they separated by someone, or were they scattered and lost due to forced reasons?" "I'm not too sure about the specific reasons, but I can be sure that it was both," Lute answered him.
As she had returned to her area of expertise, the little sprite spoke quickly. Perhaps it was related to the War of the Last Era. In some of the recovered documents, there were actually some relevant introductions. For example, as you said earlier, the Scepter of the Mountains was divided into 2 by the Temple of the Earth due to an oracle of goddess Himalad and was hidden in the mountains.
"So, this legend is true? It should be credible. I also have relevant information in my memory." Brando nodded silently, a little excited in his heart. "So, since these sacred artifacts were separated by someone, does it mean that they can be reassembled and repaired under certain conditions?" "Maybe, but it's difficult," Miss Sprite said. "Mr. Brando, didn't you also repair the holy sword Odorfice?" That being said, Brando actually did not want to hear the answer, because repairing the holy sword Odorfice was not so much a repair, but a recasting. After he got the approval of the Orb of Flames and the Golden Flame, he recast the precepts of the sword. But this kind of thing was too illusory, and in the Amber Sword, there was a saying that the divine artifact and the player were compatible. His beliefs and ideals may just be compatible with the flaming blade, but it was too outrageous for a person to be compatible with 2 precepts. Not to mention the fact that ice and fire were 2 completely opposite extremes. "Well," Halran thought for a while and replied, "but the way I repaired the holy sword Odorfice is a little special. I mean, is there a more physical way?" His words finally made the others on the ship react. Almost all the Termosians looked over. Even Tata's eyes lit up slightly. It was the first time her expression had changed. She looked at Brendel with some surprise, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she was pleasantly surprised. "Mr. Brando. You mean?" Her voice was a little unsteady. "What's wrong?" Brendel was taken aback by her sudden change of attitude. "What I mean is," Miss Sprite Tata was a little incoherent. She replied while gesturing. "You have another holy sword on you, other than the holy sword Odorfice and the sword of earth, Halran Gaia, the components of the elemental scepter?" Tata took a deep breath and looked at him steadily. She added, "Please answer my question seriously, Mr. Brando, because this is very important." Brando felt the gazes from all around him. He was confused, but he knew how to answer at this time. He thought for a moment, and then silently pulled out the frost chant Sinna from the cave. After a moment, he heard the sound of gasps around him. "Sinna, Sword of the Shallow Sea. P.S. I've been writing a little late recently. I've watched too much of the TI5 competition. But Stepmother and VG are really awesome. I'm so happy. Tomorrow's IG Battle of Life and Death. If nothing goes wrong, Secret should win with a score of 2 o'clock. I'll commentate the finals with the strength of acting Emperor. Also, there's a small bug in the previous chapter. A reader reminded me that the meaning of the name Erewhon was mentioned in the previous chapter. But I remember that I made the relevant settings at that time, but I don't remember the specific details. But it's not a big problem. The meaning should be about the same because the plot was buried long ago. I'll go back and make some changes tomorrow." Chapter 1135. Is there something wrong with this sword? Brando looked at the others strangely. The Termosian and Miss Sprite looked at him as if they were looking at a 7-headed chimera,
assuming there were 7-headed chimeras in this world. Tata looked at him and her lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she changed her words and said, "Have you heard of a legend, Mr. Brando?"
"What legend?"
"It's a legend in the shallow seas," Tata replied. "Those who are recognized by the sword of the shallow sea are the masters of the sea, lakes, rivers and streams. They are the king of the shallow seas."
"What do you mean?"
"In fact, there is also such a legend in the fire elemental plane."
At this time, Lute interrupted.
He looked at everyone condescendingly and said with his arms crossed, "The sacred sword Oderfice is the blade of the king and the blessed of the flaming blade. If you are recognized by the golden flame, you are the destined leader of all fire elements. We will have to follow the ancient oath and follow by your side." "There is also the sword of earth, Halrangaya," Tata said. "Even today, among the dwarves and lion men, there is a legend that the wielder of this sword is the king of the earth."
Brando's heart skipped a beat.
Perhaps this should be the quest chain related to these sacred swords and the elemental scepter, if it was in the game. He looked at the scabbard of Oderfice behind him and raised his head to ask, "How can I be recognized by the golden flame?"
"I repaired Oderfice."
"Does that count as being recognized by it?" "You are the blessed of the flaming blade. You already have the qualifications to inherit the will of the golden flame. However, there are many people who have such qualifications in history, but in fact, the only one who has really reached that step is your so-called Flame King." Lute sat on the mast, swinging his legs as he replied, "If Oderfice is willing to acknowledge you, then you should come with me to search for the flame scepter.
You still have Frost Chant Xena, so you might be able to succeed." "What does this have to do with Frost Singer Cinna?" Brando was confused.
Lute shook his head.
"I don't know either, but I do know that they are related."
"I only know that you have the Frost Singer Cinna and the Flaming Blade, so you must be a very special person. It's impossible for an ordinary person to obtain them at the same time. If I remember correctly, Mr. Brando should still have the Halrangaya," Tata said.
"The Elven Queen told me about it."
Lute suddenly shut his mouth and looked at Brando with a very special gaze. Brando also heard a few gasps of surprise in his mind. At the same time, he felt that the Termosians around him were looking at him strangely.
Although they had no facial features, Brando could clearly feel it.
He also heard some whispers such as, "Is it him?"
"Martha," and "Dark Prophecy."
Brando did not know what was going on, but he quickly explained, "There is no Halrangaya anymore, Miss Tata. I used it to open the door to the elemental barrier. After that, it disintegrated and turned into dust." When he mentioned this matter, his tone was a little sad. After all, Halrangaya had been with him for the longest time. However, Halrangaya was in a damaged state. It was too difficult to let it use the key of Gaia to connect the primaterial plane and the elemental barrier. It was expected that it would disintegrate because it could not withstand the power of the law. At that time, in order to catch up with the Dragon Queen, he did not have much choice. Besides, the divine artifact had its own will, and Halrangaya also agreed with his choice at that time.
"What?" Tata was so surprised that she seemed to wake up from her lethargic state.
"Mr. Brando, what did you say?" "I mean, Halrangaya may no longer exist in this world, Miss Tata." Brando thought that the fairy lady was going to settle the score with him. After all, although Frost Chant Cinna was the holy sword of the shallow sea, Halrangaya was also an elemental treasure. Who knew if the natives of the elemental world shared the same faith? He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't have much choice at that time." "Impossible," Tata replied flatly. "Halrangaya is the foundation of the elemental plane of Earth.
It coexists with the stone pivot. How can it be destroyed?"
"But it did disintegrate into dust. And Halrangaya and Cinna were damaged before?" Brando asked in confusion. "Elemental holy artifacts are immortal and coexist with the shallow sea.
Halrangaya is the same.
They may fall into a deep sleep in a certain century, but it is impossible for them to disappear completely. So Halrangaya has temporarily fallen into a deep sleep because it has exhausted its magic power."
"No, wait," Tata interrupted him.
The fairy lady frowned slightly. "Let me think.
There must be something missing. Halrangaya has just found a new successor. It can't seal itself again so quickly."
She glanced at Brendel, her eyes bright and piercing. "Mr. Brando, you said that you used it to open the door to the elemental barrier. After that, It disintegrated and turned into dust?
Brando nodded.
The fairy lady took a deep breath and her small chest rose and fell slightly. Mr. Brando, can you raise your right hand?
Brando was a little surprised by this request. But he had some understanding of Tata's character. If Fyeth asked him to raise his hand, he would most likely ignore it. But the fairy lady would not ask without thinking, so he raised his right hand.
Eem.
The fairy lady read the rune that represented the meaning of the earth. Then, Brando saw a magical scene.
He saw an emblem appear on the back of his hand.
The emblem was a bit like the symbol of the United Nations he saw in his previous life. But it was not the olive leaf that symbolized peace that surrounded the earth, but two giant dragons, one black and one white. Brando knew the names of the two dragons. The white dragon was the incarnation of Martha, and the black dragon symbolized the dusk of chaos. They were opposite to each other, but they gave birth to everything in this world. Even if it was a world of order, it was still born from chaos. This was the symbol of Gaia. This is the mark of Gaia, the highest law related to all the elements of the earth in this world.
Tata looked at the emblem silently, took a small step back, and bowed slightly to him in the air. Your Excellency, King of the Earth. Brando saw that all the Tamosians far and near were silently saluting in this direction. King of the Earth? He looked at the fairy who was looking at him with a respectful expression, and thought about the meaning of this word. Yes, the one who has the mark of Gaia is undoubtedly the King of the Earth, Tata replied. The Halran Gaia recognized you, so it opened the door to the elemental barrier for you. I think it did not send you to find the Dragon Queen, but to accept the trial.
Trial?
Yes, but it's a bit strange, Tata said to herself. How can the broken Halran Gaia give full authority? Haven't the orb of the earth and the scepter been separated from it long ago? Brando was speechless when he heard the fairies muttering.
Even if he was stupid, he should know what happened.
The mountain's will was in his hands, and at that time, there was no doubt that Halran Gaia had activated all the authority.
So, in fact, it did not disintegrate by itself, but it gave its authority and law to him.
Brando was actually very familiar with this state because the way it operated was very similar to another thing, the war slate. So, in fact, the elemental scepter itself should be a product of inheritance and authority? He looked back at White Mist, and only then did he remember what she said in front of the door made of Halran Gaia's fragments before entering the elemental barrier. The Halran Gaia has recognized you. Feel its law well. Maybe one day you can really become the king of the earth. You already knew, Lady White Mist. The ancient witch's spirit lay on his shoulder. Her eyes were full of slyness. I never say superfluous words.
You will understand this when you have been with me for a long time. So, what does king of the earth mean?
That is not a metaphor, but a true king. And this is not one of those mortal monarchs who think highly of themselves, but a true sage of the ancients, a sage king who can lead civilization out of ignorance and darkness.
White Mist looked at him and answered word by word. Because Halran Gaia recognizes you, the meaning of the scepter of the earth is protection.
Because the belief in your heart matches the law it represents, it will recognize you as being able to protect the people and countries, and have the qualifications to become the sage king who protects the civilization. Just like the flaming blade recognized Gretel, because only those who understand the true meaning of the path of the golden flames can understand the preciousness of the spirit of resistance. Only Gretel can lead the Cruz people to defeat the Mardos Empire, and be the cornerstone of the next era. He is the Flame King, the Sage King of the Ancients. There was a hint of ridicule in White Mist's eyes. But there is something more interesting. For example? White Mist smiled mysteriously and said, You can also understand the path of the golden flames, and understand the true meaning of the spirit of resistance represented by Odorfice, so the flaming blade also recognizes you. Your performance in the deadly frost forest, your compassion and benevolence towards others just happened to match the benevolent wisdom that Cinna represents. That wasn't cold wisdom, nor was it the selfish law of the jungle. Instead, it was the benevolence that those who establish order must have, the compassion towards the weak. Because of that, you also obtained Cinna's goodwill.
Chapter 1136.
I still don't quite understand.
Brando asked, What does that mean?
It means a lot.
You'll understand very soon.
White Mist said, First of all, it means that you're the one chosen by the three scepters.
You're the only one in history. Do you know who was the last person to be recognized by two holy swords at the same time? Brando thought for a while and thought of a person. This person had also used the wind elemental holy sword as a key to open the door to the mountain of ceasing storms. He had also obtained the three holy artifacts of Gaia, the sword of earth, Halran Gaia, the will of the mountains and rivers, and the holy spear of heaven. This person was the Knight of Azure. History did not mention which wind elemental holy sword the Knight of Azure used, but it should at least be an elemental holy sword. Otherwise, it would be impossible to open the gate of two worlds. Later on, he obtained the three holy artifacts of the Holy Temple of Earth. Among them, the Holy Spear of Heaven was a divine artifact of a higher level than Halran Gaia. If he had not obtained the recognition of the Seal of Gaia, how could he have taken it away?
"You're the Knight of Azure?" he asked tentatively. "You're quick to react."
White Mist smiled and said, "You're indeed the Knight of Azure. After all, only people who pursue independence and freedom like the wind and are recognized by the Sword of Earth can ultimately protect this world and bring an era of mortals to wound. That's the beginning of the gods no longer interfering with the fate of mortals. Lord White Mist, aren't you exaggerating a little too much by comparing me to an Azure Knight?" Brando could not believe it himself and hurriedly shook his head. He had read about the legend of the Knight of Azure in countless myths and documents. No matter which language or race's records it was, every time the Knight of Azure pierced through the sky, caused the stars to fall to the ground, and saved the entire world, the words were full of praise. As for himself, not to mention going up against the Twilight Dragon, it would be difficult for him to even go up against giants like the Empire and the Dragon Queen. The former was a hero who saved the entire world. He even sacrificed himself in the end to perish together with the Twilight Dragon. After the era of chaos, even the gods saw the light from the mortals, and began the era of light returning to the land that lasted thousands of years, gradually passing the authority of the gods to the people of gold and silver. From then on, the people born as warriors and craftsmen could finally dictate their own destiny. Thousands of years later, even the most insignificant mortals had won their freedom. Wound was no longer the world of God. Instead, it was an ordinary world that belonged to every one of its people. Brando himself was a member of this large and ordinary group. Other than changing the fate of a small kingdom at the border of the civilized world, he was a nobody, the most ordinary noble lord under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Count of Tonagel and Ranner. There were countless such people in the entire empire, not to mention the continent of Wound that included Fanzan, Saint Tassol, Hazel, and Alanta. If someone said that such a count could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Knight of Azure, even if Brando had already made a name for himself in Cruz, he would probably be laughed at. But White Mist seemed to be a little unconcerned with his performance. She shook her head and did not say much. She only asked, "Brando, let me ask you a question. When the twilight comes, when the lives of everyone around you are threatened, will you stand up?" Brando was stunned. The first thing he thought of was why the twilight would come. It was still the end of the Year of the Sword, but he suddenly froze, because he thought of the Roman, the Dragon Queen, and all the mess at the moment. It seemed that inadvertently, history had changed beyond recognition. The skeletons of Madara did not even have time to launch the Second War of the Black Roses. Brando did not know the situation in Erewhon, and the twilight seemed to have crossed several versions and arrived in front of the world. This was not a joke, nor was it a warning, but a fact that was happening in the world of elements. If he could not stop the Dragon Queen, then the twilight would definitely come to this world. Regardless of whether the former could really fulfill the wish of the tree herders and kill the Twilight Dragon in one fell swoop, at least no matter how she succeeded or failed, the Roman would not be spared. White Mist's question seemed to have asked the deepest part of his heart. "Will you stand up for me?" Thinking of this, Brando found it hard not to ask himself, "How can I not stand up? Why did I come here?" Perhaps White Mist had already seen through this point. He could not retreat. If he retreated, perhaps he should have silently turned around when he was in Fortress Redan and Abes. Then he would not have been able to see the hope in the eyes of the refugees in Bucci, the mercenaries in Abes, and the clear and pure eyes of Sifrid. There was only one word that could describe it. And that was trust. People could betray things, but they could not betray themselves. That was why Brando found that he could easily come up with such an answer, as if it was a matter of course. He had to stand up. Before everyone else. Just like he had once promised her. He regained his senses and saw White Mist's dark eyes looking at him with a hint of a smile. "Have you thought it through?" Not everyone is born a hero. Only naive children will clamor to be the savior of the world all day long. However, the world of adults is bound by heavier responsibilities. This is your duty, and also your responsibility. When that moment comes, you have to make a choice. The three holy swords chose you because they trust you. This is also a kind of recognition, and it is the same for us. White mist moved from his left shoulder to his right shoulder and swept her long tail across his neck, causing Brando to shrink back. She said, Go and talk to the fairy. You should understand now why the Roman's aunt would rather give up hope and let you leave this place. It is because you are so important to everyone. She loves the Roman very much, but she knows that the Roman loves you and this world more. What should I talk to them about? Brendel looked at Tata.
After she asked him a few questions, she flew to the top of a mast and discussed with Lute for a long time with a serious expression. The two of them seemed to have reached an agreement and flew down together towards Brendel.
Go and talk about what you should do. This is the real reason why Xianxia sent you here. The fairy already knows everything. Go and ask her what you should do, and she will tell you.
Go and fulfill your responsibility as a man, and promise to the Roman.
You must have not forgotten that her dream is to become a merchant, not a witch.
You should know how to fulfill all of this, right?
Because you are Brando. You must be the one who brings hope.
White mist whispered in his ear, and the fairy and Lute were already in front of him. All the Temosians were looking in his direction solemnly.
He was the king of earth, fire, and shallow sea. Although he did not have a crown on his head, fate had quietly crowned him. In this world of elements, every gaze that was added to it was a holy baptism.
Mr. Brando, King of Earth, Tata said solemnly, I think we have to talk to you.
Brendel looked at the little fairy and then at the fire fairy prince.
Fire looked even more nervous on top of his head.
She looked to the left, then to the right, and seemed a little scared. Brando nodded silently.
The fairy looked at him with a stubborn gaze and said, Mr. Brando, please forgive our rudeness, but I would like to change our plan.
Brando looked at her and did not interrupt, because he knew that the fairy would definitely explain it to him. Tata took a deep breath, which made the fairy look a little unreasonably excited. Her voice was even a little incoherent. Because, this time, maybe we can really completely defeat that existence. What did you say?
I mean, you are the one Sir Odin has been waiting for, the one Sir Eloranta has been waiting for, and the one we have been waiting for.
This I still don't quite understand.
Mr. Brando, the fairy took another breath and said softly, I want to tell you a story. Brando was silent for a moment before he replied, Is this story related to our story?
Tata nodded. Then please tell me.
The beginning of this story has a deep connection with a sword. Because this is a sword that does not exist in the mortal world. It is the purest, away from the mortal world, and an idealized existence. The name of this sword is the Amber Sword.
A bright flash of lightning sprinkled down from the sky covered by layers of dark clouds, reflecting a vast expanse of whiteness in the mountains. In the pouring rain, a big fire was burning on the top of a dark mountain in the distance.
The light of the fire reflected the water, causing the night to be shrouded in a layer of ominous brilliance.
Several pillars of light stretched across the dark night sky, shining for a long time. This light supported a barrier that spanned across the entire kingdom, as if the soul-stirring scene from before was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all who witnessed it.
The clouds rumbled above, as if a terrible storm was brewing in the direction of the loop of trade winds.
Even thousands of miles away, the black cloud wall could be seen accumulating momentum on the sea.
The wind howled on the outer sea of Tonajal, and the black waves rolled up as if there were countless fierce beasts lurking under them. Several sailing ships that were entering the harbor did not even have time to struggle before they were dragged into the deep sea by the waves and the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the forest, under the pouring rain, a figure with the body of a deer was leaning against a collapsed tomb, staring fixedly in that direction.
Ekis, the 13th month, the great demon tide, the elemental disaster. It has been 1,000 years, but it is still coming. Master Lord Odin, please bless this troubled world with a moment of peace. The seal is about to be broken, Lord Witch Queen. No one knows whether the mortal struggle is meaningful or not.
Perhaps all of this has no end,
she muttered to herself. Her intermittent voice was soon swallowed by the rain. A flash of lightning streaked across the night sky.
2 balls of fire seemed to be ignited in the eyes of the deer demon.
She did not know why, but she suddenly remembered the past. She thought of many things, including the body of the clock tower monster that had been sleeping for a long time underground. Then she remembered a mortal's face. She looked in the direction of Abby's castle.
"Little guy, I don't know if you are still there," Irene muttered. "Perhaps we will not have the chance to meet again, but you will never understand this. P.S. My healing is not strong enough, I can't raise the IG's HP.
A certain modification. The secret virtual zone exploded. After all, I am a member of the Yellow Net team. My heart aches for my aunt. In the afternoon, I went to play Ancient Age. At night, I was preparing to go offline to write my story, but the server exploded. It was also a certain modification that was targeted by the system. Chapter 1137. The Amber Sword controls the fate of the world. It contains the ultimate wisdom and secrets left behind by the gods for the mortals. It exists in this world, but it also doesn't. Legend has it that this is an ideal sword. Only those who gain the approval of the 7 attributes can become its master. These 7 attributes are the resistance represented by the golden flame, the wisdom represented by the Sea of Tranquility, the freedom represented by the firmament's sacred rune, the protection represented by the seal of Gaia, the hope represented by the light of dawn, the introspection represented by the moon of eternal death, and the creation represented by the verdant dream. These are the 7 qualities of civilization. He will be given the prophecy in the pale poem, the one who can lead the world out of darkness. He will be the successor of the ancient kings, the king of kings, the saint of saints. The sword in his hand is the sword that can change fate. We hope that you can find this sword, Mr. Brando. Although the chances are slim, we believe that you can do it. Lord Odin sacrificed himself to protect this mortal world for 1,000 years. The Flame King Gretel ordered people to bring the sacred sword Odorfice out of Cruz. I believe that they were waiting for such a hope. Perhaps you are the hope that Martha promised them. I understand that the sages don't just want to struggle for survival, but to completely change the fate of this world. Even if there is only a slim chance, we must fight for it. It's not just a slim chance. Brando had already thought it through and no longer hesitated. It can be done. Because he had to save the Roman, he had to give it his all. He knew that he might fail, but this reason meant that there was still a chance of success. And if he backed down, there would only be endless regret in the future. Brando didn't want to wait until then to regret, so he chose to fight while there was still a chance. At least he could still choose his own fate and fight. This was already a blessing compared to many people. He deeply understood how precious it was to be able to control one's own fate. This was the best gift that Odin and the sages before him had given him, and perhaps to the world. You agree, Mr. Brando? Tata looked at him with some surprise. She thought that she would need to say more to convince the other party. However, she did not know that white mist had already helped her in the dark, helping Brando clear his thoughts. Brando nodded. The question is, what should I do to retrieve the 7 sacred artifacts? But is there enough time? I'm afraid that as soon as I leave the shallow seas, the Dragon Queen's ritual will be completed, right? I don't know either, Mr. Brando, Tata said, shaking her head. But the Sword of Earth must have sent you here for a reason. Perhaps a great will had already predicted all of this, including us, the elementals who guard this place, and you meeting us here. But now we have to decide how to complete the rest of the journey. As far as I know, there are at least 2 sacred artifacts left behind in the elemental barrier. One of them is the Ice Pearl, which was left behind in the shallow seas. Back then, it was cast into the sacred sword Cinna. After Cinna was damaged, we found some fragments of the Ice Pearl from various worlds, but we were only missing the main body of the sword. Now that you have the main body of the sword back, we can repair it and wake it up from its long slumber. The flame scepter is in the mountain of quenching storms, Lute finally spoke. He looked at Brando from head to toe. If you can get the approval of the golden flame scepter, I'll take you to it. If you are indeed the chosen one, you will definitely be able to get Odorfice's promise. What about after that? Where is the flame scepter in the mountain of quenching storms? Is there enough time? Brando asked. Time is meaningless in the shallow seas. Space is meaningless in the mountain of quenching storms. Back then, the Azure Knight spent 10 years in the mountains looking for the Azure Lance. But in fact, when he finally got the Azure Lance,
He only took one step forward and the howling blizzard stopped in front of him. After the wind and snow separated, the holy lance floated quietly not far away from him, not more than 10 steps away. Lut replied, "So if you are really the chosen one, you will definitely see the flame scepter. Otherwise, it will be useless no matter how much time we waste in the mountain of quenching storms. That means if we are fast enough, we can still make it before the Dragon Queen ritual is completed? We can go even faster. Let's not take the White Cape anymore. Let's take another route. We can skip the gray section between the shallow sea and the mountain where the storm stops. It will save us a lot of time," Tata suddenly said. "You want to?" Lut looked back at her and was a little surprised. "Yes, we will go to the Sea of Thunder and take the Sea of Storms." "You are crazy. That is too dangerous. But we have to do our best to help Mr. Brando by every second. The Port of Evernight supports Tilias the Wise unconditionally," Elder Keb suddenly said to everyone telepathically. "The Ice Sea clan is also willing to go. The Mist clan also agrees. Please add the Longtooth clan." Only the people of Royas did not say anything. The sprite lady looked at them from afar and did not force them. She said, "For ships, the Port of Evernight and the Mist clan have the best warriors, while the Longtooth clan and the Mist clan have the best craftsmen. That is enough." Brando listened to their conversation and asked, "Where is the Sea of Thunder? Is the Sea of Storms dangerous?" "The Sea of Thunder is at the edge of the shallow sea, close to the chaotic void. There are fragments of laws and magic power floating all year round. The void is filled with storms and lightning, and there are huge abominations and ether predators in the cracks of space. It is the most dangerous area in the entire elemental barrier," Tata said. Tata replied, "The ancestors of the Termosians once built a path of light. This path leads to the mountain of quenching storms. By taking this path, we can avoid the gray section between the shallow sea and the mountain of quenching storms. However, because it is too dangerous, the Termosians gave up on it." Brendel could not help but shudder when he heard the term ether predator. What was the most ferocious monster in the Amber Sword? It was neither the strange dusk species nor the cruel and twisted evil gods, but the ether predators that traversed between the worlds of the other planes. This was because these ether predators had 3 famous ancestors: Imoka the Eternal Trauma, Kujiri the Butcher of Truth, and Tungsten Lamo the Endless Reincarnation. He almost subconsciously did not want to take this route, but his rationality told him that he had no choice. He knew what the gray segment was. The gray segment between the elemental planes was also known as the gray path. It was like the gray formed by mixing several colors together. The elemental planes were also filled with large areas of gray. In these empty areas, the laws were very similar to the main material plane, but there was nothing. There was neither life nor anything that could be called material. In fact, there were only 2 concepts in the gray path: time and direction. Its time was only half of the normal flow of time, but even so, it was enough to waste time for everyone. "Miss Tata, how confident are we?" "We have a certain amount of confidence. In fact, the most dangerous things on the Sea of Storms are the fragments of laws and the turbulence of time. As long as we don't run into them, the fleet will be safe. We have enough warriors and craftsmen to deal with the monsters that wander in the Sea of Storms." Brando nodded. He also understood. After all, Imoka the Eternal Trauma, Kujiri the Butcher of Truth, and Tungsten Lamo the Endless Reincarnation were only 3. They were most likely to run into their descendants. These ether predators were unimaginable nightmares for ordinary people, but for the Termosian people, it was not impossible to deal with them. Then what happens after that? After what? I'm saying that even after obtaining the Frost Pearl and the Fire Scepter, I'm still far from gathering all 7 holy artifacts. The Dragon Queen's ritual is about to be completed, and I can't leave the elemental barrier to go anywhere else, right? "Mr. Brando," Tata replied seriously, "you have to believe that Lady Martha sent you here for a reason. When the time comes, I believe that you will find the only way." Brando smiled bitterly and nodded. These words sounded very reasonable, but in reality, they were useless. He could only believe that he was the chosen one and fight for that glimmer of hope. But no matter what, as long as there was a possibility, he would spare no effort to seize the opportunity. "The next step is to help you repair Cinna, Mr. Brando. It is a part of the sword and the Frost Pearl, And legend has it that the Frost Scepter is sleeping under the Great Glacier. Perhaps in the future, you will have the opportunity to gather them together and form the real Holy Scepter of Water Element.
What should I do?
Please leave this matter to me and the other wise men. The repaired Cinna was handed over to Brando. Brando remembered that when he received this sword under the Great Glacier in the heart of the deadly frost forest, he had once sighed at the beauty of this sword. Ice and snow were the most beautiful and exquisite of all natural creations in this world. It was the same for Frost Chant Cinna. However, when he once again received this perfectly restored holy sword, he couldn't help but marvel at it once more. This was a sword that should not exist in this world, nor should it be held by a mortal. It was as if a mortal's hand touching it was a blasphemy to its beauty. The repaired Frost Chant Cinna was no longer the same as when he first saw her under the 10,000-year-old glacier. At that time, although it was beautiful and exquisite, it was still a mortal sword. But now, it was indescribable, as if it was a holy sword formed by the vast ocean.
Chapter 1138.
Its blade was only a little more than 2 fingers wide, and the perfectly symmetrical blade looked like ripples on the water. It did not look like the metal used to forge the blade, but instead, it looked like a gentle ripple.
It looked like an illusion, but it was real when you touched it.
The surface was a little cold, but soon, the temperature under the skin rose and became almost the same as a human's body temperature.
Brando looked at the dreamlike sword.
It was cold as ice, but it had the agility of the water of creation. The blade looked like flowing seawater, but it was made of metal. The hilt was inlaid with a crystal-clear sapphire, and in the crystal, there was an exquisite shallow sea emblem. The hammer on the hilt was replaced by a water element crystal.
When Brando held the sword, he seemed to see a lot of illusions.
He saw the birth of civilization, the establishment of order, and the mutual tolerance of society. Humans, elves, and dwarves gradually walked out of ignorance and broke away from barbarism and cold-bloodedness. Although there was no lack of conquest and war in the course of history, the rules of order gradually became gentler. This was a world where even the weak, old, and young could survive. When the wild heart walked out of the wild forest, the spark of society was ignited. It was just that the intelligent creatures walked further away. A wise gaze was watching everything. But civilization did not weaken because of this. On the contrary, order defeated barbarism time and time again, and the fire of civilization was always burning in the wilderness. Then, a brilliant culture was born. Cities rose from the ground, and people learned more from the knowledge of the entire world of order. The best of them became wizards, knights, craftsmen, and nobles. Dark lands were lit by the fire of civilization. Brando seemed to see the destruction of the border of chaos, and the unification and expansion of the whole world. This was the wisdom of the shallow sea sword. It did not come from a person, but from the experience of a world. Brando held the hilt of the sword, and his heart faintly understood. Tata raised her head and looked at the light blue mark that flashed across his forehead.
The shallow sea emblem, she said.
As expected, Cinna has already acknowledged you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed by your side for so long, Mr. Brando. It's a pity that you haven't found the Frost Scepter. Otherwise you would have obtained the shallow sea emblem and become the king of the shallow sea. She bowed slightly to Brando, as if she was congratulating her monarch in advance. Brando, on the other hand, was silently thinking about something. He had a kind of understanding in his heart. Because the other half of his soul came from a highly developed and prosperous world, perhaps he had a deeper sense of identification with the wisdom represented by Cinna, which was why he was able to obtain Cinna's approval so easily. As for the Halran Gaia, it recognized his belief in protecting Erewhon, the AB's territory, and everyone else. This kind of protection coincided with the ideals in his heart, so it recognized him as the successor of the Seal of Gaia. The Flaming Edge was the only one who didn't understand the spirit of resistance represented by the golden flames because he had never experienced it before. If he hadn't recalled the battle with Grodin at the last moment, and was awakened by the Silver Queen and the arrogance of the Empire, he would probably still have been rejected by the sacred sword Odorfice. As for the freedom represented by the firmament Saint Rune, the hope represented by the light of dawn, the introspection represented by the moon of eternal death, and the creation represented by the verdant dream, he really didn't have a clue. He didn't even know if he had the chance to obtain these sacred items, let alone whether he could obtain their approval. At this point, he could only brace himself and persevere. He took the sword from wise Xianxia's hands with both hands and looked at everyone present with gratitude, everyone who had worked hard to reforge this holy sword. Reforging and restoring Sina wasn't an easy task. Although the shallow sea sword was only a part of the sacred scepter of water, it was still a divine artifact, and a high-grade one at that. In order to restore it, the 5 ships of the Termos, including the sea dwellers of Roas, worked together to build a platform on the surface of the sea and draw a magic circle on it. Brando saw them throw in countless precious treasures, including a few lesser divine artifacts, just to provide mana to activate the magic circle. He even felt a little heartache for them. Miss Tata told him that in order to restore Sina, the 5 ships had used up almost all of their savings for the past 100 years, and the port of Everwinter had also invested a few hundred units of water elemental origin. Just this alone was no different from several divine artifacts to the Termos. At the very least, it was the source of all of their elemental origin for centuries. But these efforts were priceless. The Termos didn't take a single cent, perhaps because they understood that this was the only chance in this world. If it wasn't for the fact that reforging Sina only required so many resources, the Termos wouldn't have hesitated even if they were asked to invest all of their wealth. Unlike the greedy and ambitious mortal races, the long lifespan of elemental creatures gave them ample time to understand some of the universal truths of this world, one of which was that there were things in this world that were more valuable than money and wealth. "You are its master, Mr. Brando," Elder Keb's voice rang in his mind. "Although we can't call you king now, I believe that one day, you will bathe at the top of the world, just like the Azure Knight. You will be one of the true ancient kings." "And the most dazzling one," Lute replied proudly. "If you are really that person, then your throne will be at the top of the clouds, and your star will be the most dazzling constellation in the summer night sky." "You will be the king of Wonde," Tata said. "Mr. Brando."
"I will," Brando replied firmly.
He looked up at the sky, as if there was a great will watching all of this.
"Lady Martha, if this is what you want me to do, if this is why I came to this world, then you must bless me with success."
"Let me save the Roman and change everything," he thought silently in his heart.
White Mist stood far away, watching all of this.
She suddenly turned around and said to Andesha beside her, "Did you see that, little girl?
Isn't it a little beyond your expectations?" Andesha's expression was a little complicated.
She defended herself, but the Dragon Queen may not have failed.
"He only received the recognition of 3 holy swords. This doesn't mean anything. The Azure Knight couldn't save us." But her tone was more like she was trying to convince herself than to defend herself. Even Fayez could hear it.
She sat on Malucha's head and said unhappily, "How is it not? My master is the most powerful person in the world.
He even saved me and Lord Malucha. Lady Tata is the smartest of us ice fairies."
If she says that Master will become the king of the world, then Master will definitely become the king of the world.
"It's the king of Wonde," White Mist corrected her.
"It's about the same."
Fayez pouted. White Mist looked at Andesha again. "You said before that the Dragon Queen would definitely succeed.
Now you say that she may not fail.
This means that you are not confident in your heart. You were originally confident, but after seeing what she did to the Silver Queen, do you suspect that she will do the same to you?"
"How could I?" Andesha said loudly.
"Even if the Dragon Queen wants me to die, I am willing to sacrifice myself. But that has to be worth it, right?" White Mist's thousands of years of insight and experience saw through the wavering in Andesha's heart.
She smiled and said, "Then do you still think so now?"
Andesha was actually stuck. "You want to know about the Ring of Ashes, don't you?" White Mist pressed on. "I will tell you some things about the Ring of Ashes. The Ring of Ashes is a branch of the World Tree Organization.
Your ancestors were all the greatest people of this world. In the most glorious era, the Truth Society, the Gate of Arbitration, the Earth Army, and the World Tree Organization worked hard to protect this world. Your division came from the endless debate over the justice of the process and the necessity of the results.
In the end, the Truth Society won. The result was a complete failure of the Sixth War. The Twilight Dragon even corrupted the Child of the World. In the end, it was the Knight of Azure who stepped forward and sacrificed himself to save everything. In that era, everything the Ring of Ashes and the Truth Society did was proven to be a failure. Today you are just walking down the path of their failure. Why do you think you can succeed?" White Mist sneered.
You want to ask why the tree herders are unable to obtain the true bloodline of the gods and return to the era when their power was at its peak. The reason is simple. Everything you did was guided by someone behind the scenes. Of course, it does not wish for you to obtain the power of the gods. Once the Truth Society reopens, you will immediately obtain the inheritance of the past. The Twilight Dragon destroyed Babel Fortress with great difficulty, so how can it repeat the same mistake because of its own plan?
What did you say?
Andesha's eyes widened. The Twilight Dragon will repeat the same mistake because of whose plan? Of course it's its own plan. Otherwise, why do you think the tree herders and All for One can obtain the inheritance of the past? Unfortunately, those things were purposely guided by the Twilight Dragon. The goal is to let your Dragon Queen perform the ritual that she thinks is great.
How is that possible?
Andesha's mental defenses almost collapsed. She shouted with a trembling voice. If that's the case, where did you, the Witch Queen, and Odin's inheritance come from?
Why didn't you stop us?
White Mist smiled mysteriously at her. Because Lady Martha is not a fool.
Chapter 1139.
All right, it's my turn to ask a question.
Let's talk about Verdant, White Mist said.
Brando was naturally oblivious to the private conversation between Andesha and White Mist. After Cinna repaired the ship, the 4 Termosian fleets turned towards the Sea of Lightning under Tata's orders.
Half a day later, they entered the Sea of Lightning along the path of light.
The scenery on the surface of the sea had changed. The white fog in the Sea of Bones had gradually dispersed, and the stone pillars gradually disappeared from the surface of the sea.
The time on the sea seemed to have turned from day to night.
The clear blue sky disappeared, and the white clouds on the horizon could no longer be seen. A bright river of stars hung in the sky, and the same scene was reflected in the sea. The sea had turned dark, as if it was swimming in the universe. The stars were thousands of times brighter than the atmosphere of Wonde. Brendel rested his sword on the bow of the ship as he looked at the mesmerizing scenery. In his eyes, the surface of the sea in the distance actually broke apart and became uneven, but the flow of the sea seemed to be illogical. The waves flowed from low to high, and from high to low, and were not affected by the law of gravity. Some strange creatures that he couldn't name were swimming in the sea. When he looked at them, the system menu that popped up showed that most of these strange creatures were level 66 to level 70, and they were all elemental creatures. Some of them even left the sea and swam in the air like birds, but most of them did not get too close to the fleet. They only looked at the Termosian fleets curiously from afar, and some of them even let out long, clear cries like that of whales. Soon, even the traditional sea began to disappear, and the majestic boundary between the shallow sea and the void appeared in front of everyone's eyes.
It was like a straight cliff.
The water elemental energy separated from the surface of the sea and drifted into the endless void, gradually disappearing. Mana surging in the chaos passed through a shining net and was condensed into the form of blue water elemental energy, fusing into the sea. Even the Termosians couldn't help but hold their breaths when they saw the endless cycle of life and death in front of them.
Needless to say, Brando.
On the surface of this strange sea, there was only a single path of light that remained unchanged since time immemorial. The fleet sailed on this wide path of light, completely unaffected by the changes in the surrounding environment.
Brando looked at the path that emitted an ancient light.
He did not know whether to be shocked by the majesty of the law of Tiamat, or to be impressed by the feat of the Termosian ancestors. This was the edge of the real world. However, he did not know why this sea was called the Sea of Lightning, and he did not know why it was called the Sea of Storms. Just as he was about to turn around and ask Miss Fairy or White Mist, he realized that Lute had already arrived beside him. The fairy was sitting on the side of the ship with the scabbard of the flaming blade on her back. Her feet were hanging off the side of the ship, as if she was not afraid of falling into the void. Her short golden red hair was particularly dazzling in the dark night. Have you tried Frost Chant Cinna, the adorer of the flaming blade?
I have.
Brando nodded.
How is it?
Lute looked up at him and asked casually, but the anticipation in his eyes betrayed him.
Is it much worse than the holy sword Odorfice? Actually, you don't have to worry about it.
After all, the symbolic meaning of the shallow sea sword is far greater than its actual role as a holy sword.
It is very different from the flaming blade.
Our holy sword is not only the cornerstone of the fire elemental world, but it is also one of the best weapons for you mortals. Brando thought to himself.
Well, it was more or less the same. Like the holy sword Odorfice, Cinna also had the characteristic of being immune to elemental damage. Its characteristics were the Wrath of Winter and the Calming of Order. The Azure Wrath was an enhanced version of Cinna's original offensive skill. Its power was further enhanced, and the number of times it could be used per day was removed. However, every attack would empty the user's mana pool. The Calming of Order doubled the damage to the creatures of chaos and the derivatives of dark magic. Therefore, this sword was far inferior to the Holy Sword Odorfice in a one-on-one battle, but in group battles, against monsters and twilight species, it was far more useful than the Flaming Blade. In terms of the basic attributes of the sword itself, Cinna's attack was lower, but as a thin-bladed sword, it was lighter. In other words, it was more agile and faster. It was more suitable to be used as a secondary sword. The attributes of the sword itself were also inclined towards the defense of constitution, dexterity, and will. If one had to say which was stronger and which was weaker, it could only be said that there was a difference in the use of the environment. The Flaming Blade and Cinna have different functions. Besides, I'm actually a dual-wielding swordsman, Lute. Brando decided not to offend either side. So their functions are more or less the same to me. They are both very important. How can it be more or less the same? Lute was a little unhappy. He criticized. There is a difference. Good is good, bad is bad. You humans just like to be ambiguous. This was Faith. Brando knew that there were always some players on the forum who admired a certain artifact and wanted to defeat all other equipment. They even formed several factions, such as the Halran Gaia Fan Club, the Mercury Staff's Strongest Popular Science Alliance, and so on. Each faction had a lot of fans, although most of these artifacts had nothing to do with these people. They were usually in the hands of the core members of the major guilds, and the latter basically did not participate in these boring things. What he didn't expect was that he would actually meet such an indigenous believer in this world. In order not to start a world war, Brando seriously considered it before saying, "This is not ambiguous. It's the truth. It's like a sword and a sword, a spear and a halberd. It's hard to say which one is better, isn't it?" But Lute ended the question with a simple judgment. Of course the sword is the best. There's no doubt about it. All right, Brendel understood that his efforts were futile, so he went along with the flow and replied, "If we really have to talk about it seriously, the Holy Sword Odorfice is indeed slightly stronger." As he spoke, he looked back. Miss Tata glanced at him and smiled at him. The look in her eyes seemed to say, "It's okay, I'll pretend not to hear you." But our little subject of Forsyth did not seem to be satisfied. He replied with some disdain, "I know you're giving them face, but in fact, it's a lot worse." Brando did not know whether to laugh or cry. He secretly decided that if he had the chance, he would try not to use Cinna in front of this talkative prince. Seeing that Lute still wanted to say something, he hurriedly interrupted him. "Let's talk about the Sea of Lightning, Lute." Lute was a little dissatisfied and asked, "What do you want to know?" Brando looked into the distance and asked, "Why is this place called the Sea of Lightning?" "I see. You think that there are no lightning or storms in this sea, so you don't think it's worthy of the name?" Brando nodded and looked at Lute. "Then you worry too much, Flaming Blade's adorer," Lute replied. "That's because we're still in the periphery of this sea. You don't have to worry about not being able to see the storm later. This is the origin of the magic tide in Wonde," he added. "No, I'm not worried at all. I can't wait for it to not appear." Brando thought to himself. He was not a masochist who took pleasure in challenging the limits. In fact, he did not want to see the so-called storm at all, let alone the magic tide. Now was the time when the tide of the Millennium Tide was at its peak. He would be crazy to pray for a storm to appear. But sometimes, bad luck often did not change according to one's will. Brando soon understood that whether the storm appeared or not did not depend on whether he wanted it to appear or not, but it would definitely appear. In fact, the storm came quickly. At that time, Brando was casually chatting with the Fire Fairy Prince, or so he called him, and the sea was calm. He thought that there was still a long time before they entered the Sea of Storms. But suddenly, a command sounded in the hearts of everyone on the ship. "We're entering the Sea of Storms. Prepare to lower the sails." He suddenly looked up and saw that at the end of the light path, there was a bright purple light flashing in the depths of the void. That place seemed to be far away, but the ship was moving very quickly. In an instant, the scenery around them changed. First, he saw that the space around the ship had become dislocated. It looked like a floating fish scale, but it was colorless and transparent. But Brando knew that it was a vortex of time and space. It would only appear in the turbulence of the laws. His scalp went numb. If the ship were to plunge into the fault of the laws, they would die in the blink of an eye. It did not matter if he was a sage or something else. Besides, he was not a sage. Such a scene could be seen because they were at the edge of the Tiamat laws. The laws here were not complete because they were eroded by darkness and chaos.
In fact, the laws of the outer world were in the process of shattering, collapsing, reforming, and being reborn at any time.
And the derivatives were these scenes that made mortals despair. Soon, purple lightning appeared in the turbulence of space. These crisscrossing lightning bolts did not seem to need any medium to travel in the void. Brando saw with his own eyes that they hit a void ray. The latter seemed to be distorted and sucked into a vortex. The vortex collapsed into a black spot the size of a needle tip in front of him, and then disappeared. Chapter 1140. Brando shuddered at the sight.
After a few breaths, the dark clouds in the distance, or rather, the chaos in the void, had come and shrouded the ship in an instant.
Dazzling lightning spread along the dark clouds, and before Brando could react, the bright purple light had surrounded the entire ship.
The light of the Termosi had been swallowed up, and the fleet seemed to be moving forward in a cloud.
Then came the violent wind and torrential rain. To be exact, it was not rain, but the water elements that were being pushed back. At this time, the traditional meaning of the sea had long disappeared, and the whole space seemed to have been overturned by a terrifying law.
Brendel could even hear the terrifying roar of the storm as it passed through the void.
When the clouds were occasionally blown away by the wind, he could see the situation outside through the corner of the clouds. It was the edge of the world that was slowly disintegrating in the chaos. Although he knew that the elemental boundary of Wound was dying and reborn every year, and had never stopped growing, he could not help but feel the insignificance of a mortal when he saw this scene.
The ship in port of Everwinter swayed up and down in the surging chaos and the void storm, and had completely lost its sense of direction.
Occasionally, he could see a light pillar on the left, right, top, and bottom of the ship in the chaos. That was the light path of the Termosi. Brando heard one or two horns, and then felt someone push him from behind.
When he came to his senses, he found that Lute had flown up from the side of the ship.
Miss Tata had also flown up. She looked serious as she flew past the two to the front of the ship.
Then she turned back and shouted, "Go below the deck."
The sprite gestured to them, indicating that they should go below the deck.
"What's going on?"
Brando asked, puzzled. The scene in front of him made him feel a little uneasy, and the other people on the ship did not look too good either. "It's a big storm," Lute said to him with a frown. "We seem to have hit the magic tide of Wound.
The scale of the tide is very large, and it has disturbed the law of Tiamat at the edge of the elemental barrier, forming a huge dimensional storm in front of us." Brando stared at him. His stare caused a blush of embarrassment to appear on the latter's face.
"All right, I didn't mean to say that. Besides, this place is the source of the mana tide, so I didn't say anything wrong. Yes, just a bit of a jinx." Brando sighed. "By the way, do you know healing spells?"
"I know a little."
"Why?" The fire fairy asked curiously. "Are you hurt?" "I'm not a professional priest, but the ice fairies are very good at healing spells. Do you want to find Miss Tata?"
"No." Brando shook his head firmly.
"Don't use any healing spells later."
"Then why?" Lute was puzzled.
"Just listen to me, right?"
The fire fairy nodded as if it understood.
"Also, don't go near the corpse." "What does that mean?" Lute was even more confused. "Listen to me."
"There is more."
"Adorer of the flaming blade. I know you're teasing me. If you go on like that, I'm going to get angry."
"So you know."
Brando looked at him with some surprise. "Looks like you're not that rigid."
The little fairy could not help but snort coldly and turned her head to the side.
Brendel glanced at the fairy again, but there was no way he would back down now. Besides, it was not his style to hide behind a lady's back. He shook his head firmly and pulled out the flaming blade from his back. "Change to Cinna."
Lu Te turned around and saw this scene and could not help but remind him.
What?
Use Sina, Lu Te said loudly, because he had no choice but to raise his voice.
Otherwise, they would not be able to hear each other's conversation. It seems that the Termosians want to go around the dimensional storm.
This is a very dangerous path because there are usually a lot of storm zones outside the dimensional storm.
We have to protect the ship. You have Sina, no problem.
Brando reached out to catch Lu Te, who was flying around in the air, and asked, "What's a dimensional storm?"
You'll know later. Then why not Oderfice? Of course it's because Sina is more useful here.
Lu Te looked at him with some sympathy.
Both Oderfice and Sina have their own uses. Didn't you say so yourself? Now is the best time for the shallow sea sword.
After hearing this explanation, Brando almost lost his balance and was blown off the ship by the storm.
He moved his mouth and wanted to say that was not what Lu Te said before, but after thinking about it, he held back. He felt that if he continued to argue with Lu Te about this, he would have already lost.
Besides, he was not 100% sure that he could convince this proud subject of Forsyth.
Sitting on his palm, Lute looked at the storm in front of him excitedly and said, "I've never seen such a storm before. When we get through it, I'll definitely be the best sword saint. I'll prove that it's actually nothing."
Brando glanced at the little guy's pale face and felt that his words were not convincing at all.
But what made him a little speechless was that this guy did not seem to be afraid of death. At least for him, the storm in front of him was already terrifying. The storms on the Naga Sea were just small waves compared to it.
Even the stormy waves they encountered when they passed through the Sea of Fog were docile, as if they were in a quiet harbor compared to this.
At this moment, Hao Ren even had the illusion that he was fighting against the power of the whole world. The Termosian fleet was as weak as an ant in front of this huge power. Although he knew it was just an illusion, he did not want to encounter a more terrible storm.
Tata saw that the two of them had made up their minds and did not insist. She turned around and flew quickly to the mast and hung a lantern at the front of the mast.
"What is Miss Tata doing?" Brando saw this and could not help but ask. He had followed Lu Te's instructions and extended his lines of law to stabilize the chaotic laws of space and time around the fleet. It was still a little difficult for him, but at least after he did so, the fleet immediately stabilized and could vaguely see each other.
Miss Sprite and the few Termosians on the deck immediately cast a grateful glance at Hao Ren.
"That's the sea fog lantern," Lu Te replied. "So that's the sea fog lantern.
Is she guiding the ship?"
Brendel asked as he paid attention to the rate at which his order points were dropping. "Almost. Miss Tata is also preparing to let the fleet pass by the storm vortex." This was the second time Lu Te mentioned this term in a short time.
Brando just silently looked at the front of the fleet.
When Miss Sprite placed the sea fog lantern at the bow of the ship, the trumpeter at the stern blew the horn again.
Then, a dense crowd of Termosians came out from under the deck and came to the deck.
They took their positions and sat on the oars on both sides of the ship. They held the oars with their thick and short hands, but they did not move, as if waiting for something.
"What are they doing?"
Brando saw this scene and asked again.
"They are rowing."
"Rowing?" Lu Te explained a little impatiently. "This is the world of elements. The laws of the mortal world do not work here. Do you think the Termosian oarsmen are like your sailors? They only need a little bit of strength?"
"That won't do.
Their oars are actually forged with Termosian silver. Have you heard of this thing?
Silver of law? As expected of the Flaming Blade's adorer, I dare to bet that not many mortals have the same insight as you.
The law of silver is actually woven from the law of threads. Their oars themselves are a kind of law.
The process of them rowing the boat is actually the process of pacifying the order.
You should know that the direction of time and space are meaningless here. What the Termosians do is to make them meaningful, at least in terms of direction and position."
"Row!"
Tata shouted from the top of the mast. 1, 2. The Termosian sailors immediately rowed in unison.
"Row!"
Tata shouted from the top of the mast.
1, 2.
The Termosian sailors rowed back in unison.
With every stroke, countless threads of law extended out from the void, forming a solid barrier on the left, right, front, and back of the ship, as if this was the only way to block the terrible storm from the front.
Seeing this scene, Brando understood. The Termosians were building the law in the void, which was the same as their ancestors weaving the path of light in the void. It was just much simpler.
"Go to the front," Lu Te suddenly shouted.
"What?"
The lightning is coming.
Brendel raised his head and saw that a huge whirlpool had formed in front of the ship. The whirlpool spun slowly in front of the ship. It seemed to be right in front of him, but it also seemed to be far away. The Termosian ship sped through the void, but the position of the whirlpool did not change at all. He saw countless purple lightning snaking around the edge of the vortex. Some were sucked into the vortex and disappeared in an instant, while some escaped and dissipated into the void. Without a doubt, that was the storm vortex. P.S. Tomorrow is the TI-5 finals. I want to support LGD and CDEC. I originally wanted to ask for leave, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. I'm so hardworking. Shouldn't you be touched? You can pretend to be touched and vote for me. Be reasonable. So I beg for your votes. Chapter 1141. How could it be so big? Lu Te was stunned. His small pupils were almost occupied by the huge purple vortex as he muttered to himself. Everyone's expression was not any better. Even Miss Sprite and White Mist had a grim look on their faces. The fleet of the long-toothed sea folk was the first to blow the horn, and a pale yellow barrier of light spread out from their flagship, enveloping all the ships. Brando soon saw the lightning storm that Lute had described. It was as if the air had produced purple bolts of electricity out of thin air, but each was miles long, and when they came to an end they swept down upon the ship like a great wave of electric charge. The lightning swept across the light barrier, causing it to shake violently under the terrifying force. Fortunately, the lightning was extremely fast, and it swept past in the blink of an eye. After shaking for a while, the light barrier didn't collapse and returned to its original state. Behind the fleet of the long-toothed sea folk was the Dense Fog clan. The Dense Fog elder stood at the bow of the dragon-headed warship, holding a heavy rusty trident and throwing it forward. The trident hit the purple lightning that swept towards the Dense Fog clan and split it in half, but the scattered electric charge still swept towards the tail of the fleet. A few warships were torn apart, and the Termosians on board were sucked into the void together with the warships. The lightning storm continued to move forward, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the fleet of the port of Everwinter. Brando looked up at the great power of the world. Although it had been weakened a lot, it was still breathtaking. But at this moment, he opened his mouth slightly, because this was not a simple electric discharge, but a huge amount of energy released in the tide of magic when the chaotic magic power transitioned from a high-grade to a low-grade magic power. This was not the will of the Sea of Magic. It was probably not a storm vortex. But, to the left, to the left. Miss Sprite shouted to the entire fleet from the bow of the ship. She once again picked up the sea fog lantern and stood at the bow of the ship. The lantern flickered and flickered in the storm. The fleet was already close to the edge of the storm, and even the Termosian's path of light was skewed by the strong attraction force. The entire ship was shaking violently, as if it would break apart at any moment. In Brando's field of vision, from time to time, ships would fall behind and be swept into the lightning storm. Or they would be struck by lightning and turn into a ball of fire. Seeing this, Lute became anxious. He muttered uneasily, "This storm is too abnormal. How can it affect such a large area? If this continues, the fleet won't be able to hold on." Millennium Tide. What did you say? Flaming Blades Adorer? I'm talking about the Millennium Tide. Brando answered with a straight face. The Millennium Tide is here. Lu Te looked at him in confusion. However, Brando understood that the awakening of the Twilight Dragon had awakened the will of the Magic Sea, and the entire primal chaos world was undergoing huge changes. The great Mana Tide was coming. But why fight against it? He muttered to himself. What? Fight against what? Brando looked at Lu Te strangely. He pointed at the storm vortex and then at the fleet. He did not say a word, but the fairy was puzzled. The Longtooth clan has fallen behind. At this time, a voice shouted in the telepathic communication. They told us not to stop. There is spatial turbulence on the right side of the fleet. This is the last message from the Longtooth Wise Man. Lord Wise Man. Tata's face was pale, but her expression was still calm. We don't care about them and continue forward. She replied. Without the Longtooth clan, we don't have enough strength to break free from the vortex's pull, my lord. Wait. My lord, the Ice Sea clan wants us to continue forward. What are they trying to do? They want to push us out, they must be crazy. White Mist tiptoed and landed on a rope around Brando's feet. Brando lowered his head and looked at White Mist. He did not ask what she said to Andesha and asked, "What happened to the fleet?"
"The situation is worse than you think," White Mist replied with a serious expression. "The fleet might not be able to survive this storm.
Even though the Termosai people are trying their best, the chances of success are not high. The storm is too big, and it might be related to the changes in the wound. It might also be related to the Dragon Queen. It's my fault for not expecting this." "It's not your fault."
Brando was not as flustered at this time.
After all, it was useless. Moreover, he was thinking about other problems with his brows furrowed.
He absent-mindedly said, "Besides, if Lady Martha is protecting us, there will be a way out."
There's always a way out. Where did this proverb come from? It sounds quite reasonable. White Mist nodded. That's true. If there is no turning back, Lady Tata will definitely send you out of the fleet. Send me out of the fleet? Cold raindrops fell on Brando's face. Even though it was an illusion caused by the moist water element, his cheeks were still wet. He lowered his head and asked. Lady Tata will gather everyone's strength to teleport you out of the fleet along the path of light. At the end of the path is the shallow gray bay of the mountain of ceasing storms. Even though the chances are slim, it is not impossible. So you are right. If Lady Martha is protecting us, we will succeed. I am alone. What about you? You are our most important hope. If Lady Tata and I die here, then you must succeed. If you don't succeed, then there is no hope for this world. Brando frowned slightly. He gently wiped his forehead with his left hand. It was cold and wet. He did not know if it was sweat or rain. He stared at the apocalyptic scene in front of him, but in his heart, he recalled the story that happened in The Amber Sword. Maybe it's not that bad. Brando replied. What? Lady White Fog. Do you see the boundary of the law of Tiamat? What are you talking about? Why do you want to see that? Isn't this the boundary of the law of Tiamat? It is changing. Are you okay, Flaming Blades Adorer? Lute was stunned. He thought that Brando was scared out of his wits. He quickly asked, "Do you want me to help you? I am a relative of Four Seeds.
I can summon the will of the Elemental Lord." The little sprite walked between his palm and fingerprints to his forearm, then jumped up and grabbed his shoulder and climbed onto it. He stood up from Brando's shoulder and stood side by side with the latter in the rain. His small pupils reflected the countless lightning bolts. Several more ships were sucked into the whirlpool. From afar, it looked like wood shavings off driftwood and was pulled into the center of the whirlpool. But the fleet finally avoided the edge of the storm vortex at the last moment and temporarily avoided the fate of being swallowed. But this was not something to be happy about. Because in that very moment, right in front of the fleet, everyone saw a new storm zone that spanned over 1,000 miles taking shape. The area it covered was dozens of times larger than the previous storm, with the intertwining time and space turbulence and the purple lightning so dense that it left one in despair. Everyone looked at the newly born storm with a grave expression. They knew that even if they tried their best this time, it would be difficult for them to escape this calamity. The Ice Sea clan finally blew their horns, and their dragon-headed warships broke away from the fleet and headed in that direction to meet the enemy. A majestic force came from the direction of the Ice Sea clan and hit the starboard side of the fleet, slowly pushing the fleet of Evernight to the other side. The price they had to pay for this was that the Ice Sea clan's fleet had to enter the center of the vortex at an even faster speed, crashing into the lightning storm. One after another, the dragon-headed warships burst into bright flames and burned up in the void. Seeing this tragic scene, Lute was speechless for a moment. Brando turned around and looked at this little thing. He raised his left hand and took Lute from his shoulder and gently put it on a wet wooden box. He did not consider Lute's suggestion because every fairy who had the blood of the Elemental Lord only had one chance in their life to summon the Elemental Lord, and that was when they offered their life. Lute turned around and looked at him with his mouth slightly open. "What do you want to do, Flame Blades Adorer? I still have a way." "What?" Brando pulled out Frost Chant Sinna and stepped on the side of the ship with one of his riding boots. The storm tore his robe, and the corner of his termos-like robe fluttered in the strong wind. He stared at the huge and bright storm vortex and replied without turning his head. Go and tell Miss Tata that we are turning around and following the IC clan.
Turning around?
White Mist suddenly reacted.
Brando, come back! She screamed. But Brando had already shot out like an arrow. Miss Fairy turned her head and happened to see this scene. Her face, which had never changed, suddenly lost its color.
Eternal Winter Clan, she screamed. Protect Mr. Brando. The sea folk immediately shouted and the lines of law brought by the giant oars immediately rolled towards Brando. But Brando only flipped his hand in the air, and the lines of law were immediately pulled back by him. Mr. Brando.
Tata was also shocked. But Brendel did not say a word.
He stared straight ahead, where a bolt of purple lightning that spanned several miles was sweeping towards him.
Facing such a violent power, Brando silently raised the shallow sea sword in his hand. Cinna's blade reflected the purple lightning and flashed with a strange light. Then, the next moment, the elemental runes engraved on the blade lit up one by one. Brendel activated the holy sword's power at the first moment. Chapter 1142.
Everyone saw a dazzling white light slash out from the blade in Brando's hand.
It was like the rising sun, the dazzling light of dawn. The light will spread out in all directions, expanding rapidly in the void.
It left the sword, and in an instant, the light screen had surpassed the entire fleet of the Termosian people. This light blade that almost covered half of the void, under the control of Brando's indomitable will, slashed forward until it collided with the purple lightning.
Under everyone's shocked gazes, the white blade of light that Xianxia sent out sliced the lightning bolt in half. The lightning bolt seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, instantly turning into electrical charges that filled the sky, dissipating into nothingness.
Oh!
Fyeth, who was sitting on Malurcha's head, saw this scene and couldn't help but let out a long exclamation. But Brando didn't have it easy either. After the lightning was cut off, it turned into a few stray electric beams that still swept past him. Although he blocked it with the law of space, he still felt a slight tightness in his chest. He subconsciously opened the panel to take a look, and found that he had lost more than 50 order points, and his HP had dropped by 1/10. Brando immediately took out the mana potion that he had prepared beforehand and drank it. Activating Cinna's power directly drained all of his mana. If he wanted to use the next skill, he first needed to fill up his mana pool. And because Cinna's ability only required him to empty his mana pool, there was no minimum requirement for the amount of mana he had, so this was the first time he felt that his mana pool was too big. But fortunately, as a lord, and with a master alchemist like Tamar as his subordinate, Brando naturally didn't give up on his efforts to squeeze out the remaining value of this top alchemist in Madara's history. In fact, ever since he got the Dimension Cave, he had been carrying all kinds of alchemy potions. Most of them were mana potions, and a small part was holy water that he had let Miss Priestess and Tamar try to make together. These mana potions hadn't been used much during the trip to the Empire, so they came in handy now. But his holy water reserves, because of the lack of production, had actually been in a state of rapid decline. But even so, Brando still drank a bottle of number 7 holy water after drinking 2 mana potions to replenish the HP that he had lost earlier. He was now completely in a state of full concentration. After splitting the lightning with his sword, he immediately picked up an elemental spell that he hadn't used in a long time, and cast a detection spell on the tiny lightning bolts that were dissipating in the void. Detect magic. This was the first spell that apprentices, whether they were law wizards, elementalists, witches, or other spellcasters, had to master when they learned magic. Because only this zero-circle spell could let you feel the presence of magic in the air, analyze the nature of magic, and embark on this mysterious path. But at this moment, Brando cast this spell, not to detect the presence of magic in the void. There was almost no doubt about it. After casting the detection spell, the obvious magic ripples that almost caused the space to distort said everything. Not only was there magic here, but it was also a world made of pure magic. This was the boundary of the law of Tiamat, the edge of the sea of magic. And now, what he needed to do was to analyze the nature of magic. He soon got the answer he wanted. Follow him. In the fleet, White Mist was the first to react. She jumped to the base of the mast and ordered everyone. Order the fleet to turn around and follow His Excellency the King of the Earth. All the Termosians who were paddling were stunned. Miss Fairy, who was holding the sea mist lamp in her hand, was also stunned. Everyone turned to look at her. Turn around. Tata only hesitated for a moment before she made up her mind. She knew that the sacrifice of the Ice Sea clan was not really meaningful. It was just a last desperate struggle. Besides, now they could not abandon Brando and escape the storm vortex alone. What was the point of this voyage of the Termosians?
She also knew that Brando must have his reasons for making such a decision, and after a moment of consideration, she decided to trust him. Turn around, Miss Fairy replied firmly.
Follow Mr. Brando. The Termosians looked at each other. Brando was chasing the Ice Sea clan's fleet, and that direction was almost straight to the center of the storm. Wouldn't it be crazy to chase after him now?
But they had long been accustomed to obeying the judgment of the wise, and almost no one raised any objections. Only a uniform sound of the horn was heard, and the whole fleet immediately began to slowly turn around.
A moment later, someone transmitted a message. My lord, the Ice Sea clan asked why we are turning around? Tell the Ice Sea Sage that we are following them. The Ice Sea Sage asked why. Tata was silent for a moment, then looked at White Mist. White Mist was also silent.
But at this time, Faya suddenly jumped out of Malurcha's mane and said loudly, My lord spoke to me.
What did Mr. Brando say? Tata hurriedly asked. He said.
Faya's eyes widened, as if she could not believe it. He said, let us pass through the storm vortex.
What? Everyone, including White Mist, was stunned. Only Miss Fairy was able to maintain a little calmness. She asked, Why?
Faya shook her head in confusion.
I don't know. My lord did not say, but he said that this is our only chance. What else did he say? White Mist asked again.
She was very familiar with the ice fairies and knew that ice fairies like Tata were in the minority, and the former were known for being unreliable. Sure enough, Faya seemed to have just remembered something and suddenly answered, Oh, also, he asked us to protect the fleet and avoid the lightning.
Avoid the lightning? Lute frowned. How can we do that?
My lord said, Faya shook her head and answered matter-of-factly, that he will do his best to protect us.
He will do his best to protect us? Everyone looked at each other. How?
After all, as the guardians of the shallow sea sword, the Termosai understood that although Brando's holy sword was powerful, as a mortal, the latter could not casually use its power. Even if he had enough mana potions, how long could that last? The lightning in the center of the storm was probably uncountable. Brando did not think too much about the Termosai's worries, because he was silently looking at the thing in his hand.
To be precise, it was just some magic imprints condensed by detection magic. Generally speaking, only in areas with rich magic could detection magic imprints condensed by detection magic. In areas with poor magic, this magic could only detect some fleeting ripples at most. But when he saw these imprints, he knew in his heart that he had guessed correctly. The scene in front of him. He had once experienced this scene in the game. This was not a storm vortex at all. Instead, Tiamat was undergoing a huge change to accommodate the magic tides from the Sea of Chaos. The Millennium Tide had arrived. But this was not only a disaster, but also a gift from Martha to the Iron Folk. When the Millennium Tide arrived, the once weak Iron Folk almost immediately gained great power. On the contrary, during the entire Slate War, although the Gold and Silver Folk had improved, it was far less obvious than the Iron Folk. This was not only because the Iron Folk had a lower starting point. It was because the law of Tiamat had changed the way it accommodated the power of chaos. After the Millennium Tide arrived, Martha's law no longer formatted the power of chaos so thoroughly, but the total amount of chaos increased tremendously. As for the Gold and Silver Folk, which were more obvious in their order, they did not gain much from this increase in quantity. But the Iron Folk, who had more of the Dusk bloodline and were not so perfect, benefited from this upheaval and completely rose from the history of the continent. It was as if it was from then on that players had the power to defeat Ekis. It was also the beginning of the era of war and chaos, the starting point of the Slate War. And this moment was such a moment. Brando snapped his fingers lightly and summoned the Archangel holding the holy sword from the material world to his side. The moment the latter came to his side, he clearly felt that her aura had become much stronger. This strength came from the changes in the law of Tiamat and the Millennium Tide's arrival on Irama's body. But more importantly, it was because of himself. The magic of the lower levels.
Irama frowned as soon as she appeared and said, "The law of Tiamat is reformatting the magic.
What's going on?" "Don't worry about it." Brando shook his head and did not intend to explain this problem to her. It was difficult for him to explain it. In fact, there were not many people, including the players, who were clear about this Millennium Tide.
The world only knew that after the arrival of the magic tide, it completely changed the power structure of the entire Vant. But as for why this happened, why the law of Tiamat changed like this, it was estimated that only by asking Marcia in person would they be able to get the answer. Brando raised the shallow sea sword in his hand and pointed it forward. "Irama, protect me as I enter the center of the storm."
"Is that okay?" P.S. These chapters were originally supposed to be called the Great Storm Route, but my hand slipped and I forgot. It was the same as the previous chapter's name. Today's TI-5 finals were a bloodbath. Chapter 1143. Iroma was not a talkative demigod. She merely nodded and followed Brando towards the direction of the lightning storm. The two of them flew against the wind, but they were not affected at all. Soon, they caught up with the fleet of the Ice Sea clan. The Termosians on the ships all raised their heads to look at the two people flying over the fleet.
"Iroma!" Brando looked down and shouted. "Slow them down." Iroma looked at the dragon-headed warships, and the lightning and flame wings on her back flapped gently.
Countless lines of law flashed in the void, protecting the Termosian fleet and slowing them down in the vortex. But it only slowed them down. They were still moving towards the center of the vortex. Brendel looked back at the port of Everwinter and the dense Fog Clan's fleet. He estimated that they should be able to catch up with them, then nodded and no longer cared about the Frozen Sea Clan. The two flew past the Ice Sea Clan's fleet in an instant.
The center of the storm had already taken shape in front of them.
Several purple lightning bolts formed a huge net of electricity and enveloped them.
However, Iroma merely raised her hand, and these lightning bolts turned into sparks that scattered into the void.
The Ice Sea Clan's fleet could not help but cheer when they saw this from afar.
This was the power of a planeswalker, another kind of power that could create a world.
Brendel and Irama continued to move closer to the center of the storm. To prove his theory, he opened the battle log in the system panel and paid attention to the surrounding situation while paying attention to the information in the battle log. The lightning bolts around them became denser and denser. Brando could not help but feel a little shocked when he saw the information on the combat log. Every time those lightning bolts struck an area within 100 meters of Iroma, it would cause thousands of damage in the battle log. Before the damage reduction was applied, it was basically equivalent to a strike from a sage. However, without exception, Iroma's domain of law absorbed all of the lightning bolts without a hitch. Yet, it was as if nothing happened to her. The lines of law that flashed around Iroma's body extended in a certain direction in a regular pattern, forming a spherical area that was as solid as a rock. Even when the lightning bolts bombarded it, the lines of law only flickered slightly, and did not even shake in the slightest. This was the law domain. In fact, Brando's law of space and law of time had a similar effect. It was just that his order value could not withstand the consumption. Only when his body was perfected and his law domain and the law of Tiamat combined into one would the law system be upgraded. After that, the law domain would no longer consume order value because it was the law of Tiamat itself. A person's order value would only have a maximum value. As long as the damage output did not exceed the maximum value, there would be no problem in using the law of element. This was similar to how an elementalist used the elemental pool. But he was still far from that level. Iroma's law element was the Holy Sword. It protected the Holy Sword, and the Holy Sword protected Iroma. In a sense, this ability was similar to an absolute defense. As long as Iroma did not absorb more damage than her law pool within a certain period of time, she was almost invincible. Obviously, the large amount of energy released during the mana transition was not enough to break through Iroma's defense. The two shuttled through the lightning storm, attracting a large number of lightning bolts to a narrow area like a moving lightning rod. At the same time, they also reduced the pressure on the Ice Sea Clan's fleet behind them. But Brando's goal was not only to save the Ice Sea Clan. When he and Iroma entered the center of the storm, a new line of green notification popped up on the battle log. It was different from the blood-red one. System notification. 327 EXP gained. Then, this line of text appeared on the screen, like a waterfall, and instantly appeared dozens of rows below. System notification. 333 EXP gained. System notification. 329 EXP gained. System notification. 335 EXP gained. System notification. 341 EXP gained. In an instant, he had gained nearly 20,000 EXP. Although this was only a drop in the ocean for his character level, it was only the beginning. The EXP screen was far from stopping. In fact, it was like the system had malfunctioned. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pages had been turned. Each notification was only a few hundred EXP, but the interval between notifications was too short. It was as if in a breath, Brando found that he had gained enough EXP to upgrade the Frost Soil Guard or the Templar Knight to the next level. However, he was not in a hurry to level up. Instead, he insisted that Aroma continue to move forward. The EXP bar gradually increased from 330 to 350 with each jump, then to 370, 380, and finally stabilized at 420 in the center of the storm. In just a few minutes, Brando had gained more EXP than he had gained from the fragment of Maeve Cart's grimoire. With this EXP alone, he could upgrade the Frost Soil Guard to level 20, or the Templar Knight to level 30 or above. However, the speed of gaining EXP was not constant. Soon, the rate of EXP notifications in the center of the storm slowed down. At first, there were dozens of notifications in a second, but soon it became a few times, and finally stabilized at a frequency of once per second. Brando was not surprised by this. In fact, this was the normal frequency. When they were first baptized by the Mana Tide in the Amber Sword, it was at this frequency, or even a little slower. After all, after mana escaped into the elemental barrier through the tide, it would be greatly weakened.
The first time the great tide of the Sea of Magic was observed in the Amber Sword was also in the Year of the Sword, but the first time the tide of magic passed through the elemental barrier and affected the prime material plane was about 6 years later, before the start of the Slate War. Brando was sure that at this time, wound in the inner layer of the elemental barrier, had not begun to experience the mana tide. The residents of the land at most observed the fierce collision between the mana tide and the elemental barrier. This was the beginning of the mana tide beginning to transform the shallow sea and the other 3 elemental planes. According to the game's calculation, it was about 3 months before the first mana tide came. However, the progress of this world seemed to be faster. He estimated that in less than a month, or even a month, the mana tide would come to Wound. That was 6 years earlier than in history. In fact, he was not wrong. At this moment, in Wound, Fanzan, Cruz and Saint Tassol, as well as in the civilized border places such as the 10 Cities, Erewhon, Hazel, White Mountain, and Falcon Plateau, residents everywhere observed the changes in the sky. At first, it was the black moon that fell. Countless meteors were falling from the sky, setting off the night sky in a gorgeous light, but it was the light of death. The brightness of the sky seemed to indicate the darkness of the land, and the lights that represented civilization were extinguished from the dark land. In Wenqi and Sinta, the Bugas lowered their floating cities from the clouds. These silver folk who dominated the sky found that many cities along the Silver Bay coast had disappeared. The starry lights that were used to mark civilization under the night sky were replaced by flames spreading over the dark land. The dark land seemed to be burning, and it was full of holes and cracks. Then came the storm. The storm with purple clouds swept through almost all of Wound that night. Purple lightning zigzagged in the clouds, or rather, in the sky. The sound of thunder seemed to come from the horizon. There was a rainstorm in some places, but in most places, it was just a gust of wind. Almost every tower of stars and moons observed at the same time that the magic in Wound was active thousands of times. Astrologers in robes opened portals from all over the place, and all kinds of magic messages and magic letters passed through the astral plane or the low-dimensional plane in Wound. But under the ashes of death and despair, there seemed to be hope. The astrologers could soon confirm that on this day, about 1/3 of the surviving newborns were born with extraordinary magic talent, and half of the other 2/3 had far more potential than ordinary people. If they survived, a new chapter in the history of the Iron Folk would be written. The great astrologer predicted the birth of 33 chosen one in the next year. This was an unprecedented number, and they were called the Iron Folk. The astrologers decided on the name of the next year that night, the Year of Sparks. It was a full half a century earlier than in history. In this year in history, Misha was killed, and the wizards started the Slate War.
But all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Brando at the moment. He did not know the drastic changes that were happening in Wonde at this moment. Although he might have guessed in his heart, he knew that he was in an independent time stream.
Compared to him, Wonde should be still at this moment. Besides, what he needed to worry about now was no less than what the people of Wonde had to worry about.
In fact, he did not expect to encounter the Millennium Tide outside the elemental barrier. Fortunately, this place was still covered by the law of Tiamat. Otherwise, the violent magic would not only give him EXP, but also directly drown him and the fleet of Tiamat. Even Aroma would not be able to help. For a moment, he did not know if he should say that he was too lucky or too unlucky. Because even within the law of Tiamat, the current storm was still very threatening. One only needed to look at the fleet of Tiamat to understand this. Although the heart of the storm nurtured a large amount of low-level wandering mana that mortals could use, or perhaps some sort of easily obtainable EXP, the tremendous energy generated by the violent mana during the warp was equally destructive. That was the lightning storm. Letting the fleet pass through the center of the storm vortex was actually a helpless choice. Compared to sacrificing the fleet of the Ice Sea clan in exchange for an unpredictable result, it was better to take the risk. Besides, he was not completely without confidence. Although the center of the storm was filled with energy lightning, time, and space vortices, there was also an advantage. The large amount of low-level magic converted would quickly increase everyone's strength, and they would not have to worry about mana and stamina exhaustion. If they could avoid the effects of the energy lightning and time turbulence, the fleet might even gain immeasurable benefits in the center of the storm. As for how much they could achieve, it depended on their understanding of the law of time and space. Chapter 1144. But if he had a choice, Brando would still want to do it again. Experience and levels were no different from life for the players. And for him, there was nothing more urgent than the desire to become stronger. After the speed of gaining experience began to slow down, Brando realized that he was not quite used to it. Although the speed of gaining experience had far exceeded his experience in the game. After all, this was the outer world outside the shallow sea. It was close to the edge of the Sea of Magic, and the magic was incredibly rich.
In the inner layer of the Wonde, when the tide of magic came, the speed of gaining experience was at most 1/3 of this speed.
The speed of gaining experience was even slower for low-level players. But it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After enjoying the crazy speed of gaining experience, Brando was a little dissatisfied with the snail speed of gaining experience every second. He was even a little doubtful that the amount of magic power in the lightning storm was so much. It should be at least the same level as the huge amount of energy it released. But the amount of experience he absorbed was far less than that. Although the experience bar was almost crazy, it was only relative to the speed. In terms of total amount, the amount of experience he absorbed was less than 1/4 of the experience he needed to go from the peak of the law to the supreme realm. But the energy released by each lightning bolt was at least the full power of the sage. There were no less than thousands of lightning bolts in the storm. The difference between the two was just too big. Even if I slowly absorb all the remaining EXP from the storm, the total amount of EXP won't increase by much, because the rate of gaining EXP will become slower and slower, and the amount of mana floating in the air will become less and less. But he did not understand why this was happening. Where did the magic power go? He raised his head and looked into the distance. The newly formed storm was no longer a threat. Almost all the lightning bolts were attracted by him and Iroma. After the energy released by the magic power was consumed by Iroma's holy sword realm, the storm that had just formed showed signs of subsiding. Iroma, Brando suddenly asked, can you understand the flow of magic power in the void? Iroma looked at him, but did not answer. She only touched his forehead with her hand. Brando immediately saw a large net that traversed heaven and earth appear in his line of sight. In this net, all kinds of magic power were flowing. When they passed through the net, the nearby lines of law lit up slightly, and the magic power formed a downward vortex. There seemed to be a bottomless pit under the vortex, sucking in the flowing magic power and then disappearing. This was the Eye of Law. Brando knew that this was not what he was seeing, but what Aroma had shared with him. Only after a complete body could one have such vision. Players could directly see the laws at the bottom of the world, and did not need to use elements to make the laws manifest. This was the biggest difference between the realm of gods and mortals.
He knew that the large net he saw was the law of Martha that covered the entire Wond, the 4 elemental planes, and the outer world, Tiamat. It was obvious that the law of Tiamat was transferring the magic power to another place. Brando knew at a glance that it was the Medusa layer and Pandora layer of the 7-layered network of law. This meant that Tiamat was actively absorbing and accommodating the magic power of chaos. In the past, this process was extremely slow. Martha had once reached an agreement with the 4 elemental masters to let the 4 elemental masters build the boundary and foundation of Wond. The magic power of the Sea of Magic would first enter the shallow sea, the mountain where the storm stopped, the river of scorching heat, and the earth's pivot. After the magic power of chaos here was transformed into the foundation of elements and order, it was then incorporated into the 7-layered magic network of Tiamat and finally supplied to Wond. But now, the basic law of Tiamat had disappeared, and the law of Tiamat was almost directly absorbing the magic power of chaos. This would inevitably lead to a huge accumulation of magic power in Wond, further increasing the strength of the entire world. However, it was not without disadvantages. The almost unformatted magic power of chaos would further deepen Wond's chaotic index. In the long run, this did not seem to be a good thing for Martha's order system. In the history of the Amber Sword, after the Slate War, the whole world fell into chaos and war, and it was probably related to this. Brando did not know why the law of Tiamat suddenly went crazy, but he could not change this established process. Perhaps Martha wanted to reduce Wond's dependence on order, or perhaps he did not know. But now he at least knew where the magic power around him had gone. The center of the storm that the two of them were in finally began to disintegrate, and the void no longer released lightning. Only 1 or 2 thin electric beams occasionally flashed around the two of them. For Brando, this was a bit of a pity, but for the fleet of the Termosian and the Ice Sea clan behind, it was a blessing. Thanks to Brando and Aroma, they could be said to have escaped a disaster. Under the protection of Aroma's wings, the fleet slowly moved along the center of the storm vortex, and soon the fleet of the Mist clan and the port of Everwinter caught up with them. The 3 fleets once again merged into one. But although the temporary threat was eliminated, the storm vortex in the distance was still there. It was like a dazzling purple light channel, constantly pulling everything around it into its center. Around it, new lightning storms were constantly forming and subsiding. Brando just glanced at it, and saw the whole process of thousands of lightning storms being born and dying. There was more magic power being produced there. Brando knew. But this time, he did not dare to directly fly over with Aroma. The closer he was to the center of the storm vortex, the higher the level of magic power, and the more terrifying the energy released during the transition. In the periphery of the storm vortex, the lightning storms formed were at most tens to hundreds of miles long, and lightning clusters covering thousands of miles were rare. But in the center of the storm vortex, such perfect storms were almost everywhere. And Brando knew that there were more than just storms there. Places with rich magic power were bound to give birth to creatures that lived on it, even in the harshest environment. And the harsher the environment, the more powerful the creatures were. Brando could not imagine what existed in the center of the storm vortex. It could be some kind of pure elemental creature, or it could be an ether predator, or something else that could not be described. In the void, that was the hometown of Leviathan, and monsters that could be the same hometown as this ancient beast were definitely legendary existences that could be crowned as ferocious beasts. And this time, his target was these legendary existences. Brando flew back to the fleet of the port of Everwinter with Aroma. As soon as he and the Archangel landed on the deck, they heard a cry of surprise, and then a little thing flew over and fell into his arms. Brando picked her up by the collar and put her down on his shoulder. The latter said with sparkling eyes, "My lord, you're so awesome." Unfortunately, he did not pay any attention to her, because he knew how irrational it was to talk to a curious fairy at this time. He knew that the fairy's current mood was not worship or happiness, but curiosity. She put on such a posture, which meant that there were more than 10,000 questions for him to answer. Brando was not familiar with fairies in the past, but since he came in contact with Aunt Tanya and her group of light fairy friends, he knew how to deal with these little guys. Sure enough, Fyeth, who did not get a response, immediately pouted her mouth in grievance. Brando soon saw White Mist and Tata. To his surprise, the spirit of the ancient witch did not complain about his previous actions, and neither did the fairy. Instead, she expressed her gratitude to him on behalf of the Ice Sea clan. "I thought you would at least criticize me." Brando looked at the two ladies and asked curiously. White Mist shook her head. You are the one we think Lady Martha has chosen.
If you can't even understand this, then we don't support you. Since we have chosen this path, we will not be overcautious.
Mr. Brendel, Miss Tata spoke up as well. If you fail, then it's our failure as well. But this kind of hope is not even 1 out of 10, and there's no possibility of success. We're all gamblers right now, and that's all. Gambling with the fate of the world? Brando could not help but smile bitterly. This bet is really big. If the Copper Dragon Reto and his brothers were here, they would be crazy with joy. To be exact, it should be a desperate attempt, Lute replied. I don't like the word gamble, Flaming Blade's adorer. Sorry, Tata interrupted the conversation between the two and asked, Mr. Brando, should we now pass through the center of the storm vortex? As soon as she finished speaking, almost everyone, including the nearby Termosian people, turned to look at Brando, or rather at the planeswalker. In their impression, planeswalkers were omnipotent, and Brando's performance was a perfect footnote for this image. Since there was an omnipotent planeswalker here, his opinion was naturally worth paying attention to. This was what almost everyone thought, except for the fairy herself.
Brando nodded. How confident are you, Mr. Brando?
Before we talk about confidence, Brando said, let's do something else first. Miss Tata, let the Ice Sea clan, the Dense Fog clan, and the Port of Everwinter retract the lines of law and let the magic from outside in.
I will show you something.
What? Tata was stunned, but if that's the case, it's okay, Brando replied confidently, trust me.
Chapter 1145.
This is incredible. This storm is actually formed by the release of a large amount of energy after the transition of magic to a lower level.
Why would the law of Tiamat change like this? But this is not necessarily a good thing for Woned. Miss Sprite's tone was full of surprise.
She reached out her hand and closed her eyes. It was as if she could feel the active magic elements in the air through her extended senses. When the Termosian removed the protective wall of the law near the ship, everyone on the ship could directly feel the impact of the 1,000-year tide of the Sea of Magic.
Not necessarily for the Iron Folk, White Mist said.
The higher the level of order, the lower the tolerance for chaos. This magic is full of elements of chaos, just like low-quality red wine full of impurities. However, it is precisely this kind of power that is most suitable for the Iron Folk. They are the final creations of the gods. Compared to the perfect Golden Folk and the noble Silver Folk, they are more like defective products. There is only a small amount of order in their bodies.
They are like mixed blood hybrids. Perhaps they are still unable to adapt to the original power of chaos.
But this level of magic seems to be tailor-made for them. This is the reason why the law of Tiamat has changed. Tata looked at the storm in the void and muttered to herself. We may be witnessing the arrival of a new era. Its impact may only be comparable to that of the era of mortals thousands of years ago. The wise man of the frozen seaside.
Everyone could not help but nod. Every time the law of Tiamat changed, it would deeply affect the world of Woned. Just like the departure of the gods, and the abdication of the Golden and Silver Folk.
But there was no time like this that made people feel so completely and subverted. When the power of chaos and the world of order became indistinguishable, no one could predict what the future would be like. And the process was irreversible. This time, there were no ancestors to restart the world. This seemed to be the last gamble. Everyone seemed to see the hands holding the cards in the darkness put down all the chips and bet on the fate of the mortals. This was the first time and also the last time.
Don't think too much about it.
No matter what Lady Martha's decision is, it will be after we defeat Dusk. Perhaps mortals can really become the rulers of the future, or perhaps not, but no matter what, that is not the prerequisite, White Mist replied. She looked at Brando and continued, what we need to do now is to pass through the center of the vortex. Yes, but if this storm is really just the appearance of the energy released by the mana transition, we might really have a chance to succeed. This is because we only need to worry about the energy lightning in the void, not the space and time disruption that we can't contend with. Tata glanced at the tall Brando beside her and asked, Mr. Brando, I'm very curious.
How did you know all this?
This question was not easy to explain.
I don't know either. I just have this thought in my mind.
Although I have never been outside the elemental barrier, as half an elementalist, I still have some understanding of the Sea of Magic.
Brando thought for a while and casually made up an unreliable reason. I understand, Tata nodded. Smart people tended to think too much, and she was no exception. The mana tide is the reflection of the waves of the Sea of Magic in Wound, but it can't really affect the Wound directly. The fact that it can release such a terrifying amount of energy can only mean that it is caused by the activity of the mana. I think Mr. Brando must have thought of this, and that's why you have such an intuition. Brando could not help but think that it would be great if everyone around him could think like Tata. The longer he stayed in Wound, the harder it was for him to make up a lie.
Fortunately, he had not met the Wizard Tower yet, or else his excuse of looking up the Wizard Tower's literature would have been destroyed.
White Mist did not seem to care about Miss Fairy's explanation. She looked at Brando with a teasing smile in her eyes. Her idea was much simpler.
In the Black Prophecy about the future, there was an omniscient and omnipotent king.
The witches usually thought that the king was the incarnation of the Dark Dragon.
As someone who had seen Odin himself, of course, she knew that the Dark Dragon's wisdom was because he had more inheritance and knowledge. The Dark Dragon described in the Black Prophecy was obviously referring to him, and not to all the Odins who shared this title.
Like the witches, she never doubted the Black Prophecy. She also did not think that the Silver Queen was the person described in the prophecy.
On the other hand, although Brando never thought of himself as the Dark Dragon, the signs he showed undoubtedly pointed to the prophecy that was being confirmed.
No one could be born with knowledge.
However, White Mist had long associated the person chosen by Brando and Martha with every sentence in the Black Prophecy.
Unlike Tata, she believed in her intuition. Brando quickly nodded and agreed with Tata's words.
The latter was interested in this topic and continued to ask, Mr. Brando, you have a deep and keen understanding of magic.
I noticed this when you mentioned the weave. This is a rare talent.
If you continue to study the path of elementalists, you may have unexpected gains. I only know this because I received the inheritance of my ancestors.
But Mr. Brando, you are a true genius. Not to mention, your attainments in swordsmanship are so high. It's really amazing. I'm a little curious, Mr. Brando. What do you think we should do next?
Brando was a little embarrassed to be praised for plagiarizing other people's knowledge.
However, he could not answer this question. Besides, he really did know what to do next.
He had never been to the shallow sea, but there were many players who had. He did not know much about the magic tides, but there were many players who knew about the magic tides. This was the biggest difference between the modern era and the modern era. In terms of ability, he might not be as good as many people in this era. However, in terms of knowledge, he was familiar with the other world. He could find a random person on the internet and they would be able to tell him a lot of things.
He thought for a moment and replied, "This storm is formed by the transformation of Tiamat's magic. It's formed by the huge energy released when Tiamat transforms magic from a higher level to a lower level. In other words, it's not as scary as it looks. We are still under the protection of Tiamat's law. The main threat is the energy that is cruising in the void. It may appear in the form of a lightning storm at any time and cause damage to the fleet. Due to the huge amount of energy released and the instability of the law at the edge of the shallow sea, there may still be time and space turbulence in the center of the storm, as well as faults in the law. However, I don't think it will be much more than when we pass through here normally. Just like what you said, Miss Tata, the magic tides are actually formed by the oscillation of the Sea of Magic in Wound. The Sea of Magic itself is a symbol of chaos, but the magic tides that are projected into the world of order have their own rules. Let me explain the composition of the magic tides.
It is actually related to the 7 levels of the magic network. Because the magic tides are, after all, a projection in the world of order, it naturally has the attribute of order in Wound. This is not the same as what many people have guessed before, that the magic tides are actually composed of chaotic and disorderly magic. Because of the influence of the law of Tiamat, the flow of the magic tides is very similar to the distribution of the 7 levels of the magic network. It is also divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, but the ones that determine the flow of magic are the opposite of the magic network. It is the top 2 levels. Scholars call this mirror-like structure the interaction structure, which means the interaction between the power of chaos and the power of order. Wait, Mr. Brando. Tata's eyes grew bigger and bigger as she listened to him. She could not help but interrupt him rudely. This was the first time the fairy was so rude, but she could not care less. Brendel's words made her feel like she was falling into a fog. Mr. Brando,
You are talking about the composition of the magic tides, but how do you know the composition of the magic tides? Is this your guess? When Brando saw the look on the sprite's face, he knew he was in trouble.
He was still searching in his mind for when the theory of the composition of the magic tides was proposed.
Was it 376 or 379? He originally thought that the Bugas had already published the system they were proud of, but he did not expect that he would accidentally plagiarize someone else's work first. The key was that the time of this thing itself was too recent. He might remember the approximate time when something happened, but it was impossible to be precise to a certain point in time. In the past, this trick had not been exposed because no one looked into it. But in front of an expert, the problem was exposed.
As a top master who specialized in the composition of the magic network and the nature of magic, Tata thought that her understanding stood at the forefront of the entire world of this era. Even Solomon of the Bugas was at most on par with her.
But Brando's words made her feel that she was behind the times. When Brando saw Tata's expression, he could completely understand her surprise. The magic tides was one of the most studied problems of wizards for thousands of years. Because there were too few things that they had mastered, and their understanding of the sea of magic was too shallow, this problem had been one of the most difficult problems in occultism since the War of the Holy Saints. Chapter 1146. This problem persisted until the Bugas collected enough data through the monitoring points all over the outer world. This was also the reason why the wizards were able to collect enough samples in a short period of time, thanks to the frequent changes in the Sea of Magic after the Great Mana Tide. In his memory, it was around the year 375, which was the year of the flourishing summer leaves, or the year 380, which was the year of the spring dawn, that the Silver Tower of Craftsmen issued a crude system to explain the problem. This system was the famous theory of magical interaction. If the craftsmen had published this theory at this time, Brando could have boldly stated his own conjecture based on this theory. After all, he was just a rookie, and rookies always have a lot of ideas. Coupled with his identity as the Chosen One, he might be able to convince the Termosians and Miss Sprite to believe him. Anyway, he knew that this theory was definitely correct. But the problem now was a bit bigger. He could not say that he had guessed the theory himself. It was conceivable that in his previous life, even an illiterate person would be able to use the gold-plated term relativity, without thinking. Anyway, at most, people would think that he was arrogant and ignorant. Because illiterate ignorance was not a crime, but if an illiterate person deduced a new system of physics and gave a detailed description and proof process, it would be suspicious. First of all, people would most likely think that it was a coincidence or plagiarism. Then, they would most likely suspect that this person had been transmigrated or possessed. Perhaps, they would only be one step away from dissecting him for research. Plagiarism. Brando suddenly thought of this word. Yes, plagiarism. Facing Miss Tata's questioning gaze, he finally calmed down and decided to put the blame on the Bugas first. After all, they would be able to produce results in a few years at the latest, and Miss Sprite would not be able to verify it with them for a while. He thought for a moment and said, "Yes, the composition of the Mana Tide. In fact, the Bugas have gone far enough on this issue. I also happen to know about this matter. I have a good personal relationship with Miss Tanya. When she was guiding me in learning elemental spells, we happened to discuss this issue, so I have some conjectures about it." Tanya, Miss Pixie was a bit lost in thought as she muttered, "I know her, she actually went so far on this issue." "I don't think it's her." Brando did not expect Tata to be so entangled with this issue. He quickly explained, "This should be the result of White Tower's research. I think the Bugas have already planned to make it public." "So it's the White Tower Society." Tata nodded. "I did hear that they were researching this problem, but I didn't expect them to progress so quickly." Hearing her say this, Brando finally breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly wiped his sweat, knowing that he had passed this time. However, he was also secretly vigilant. This question and answer with Tata reminded him that in the future, in front of the Bugas, the Termosian, and the remaining sages of Wond who may have a lot of heritage and knowledge, he should speak less and listen more, lest he accidentally expose his origin. His origin was undoubtedly one of the biggest secrets in his heart. He was still not sure whether this world really existed, or whether it had something to do with the Amber Sword. Although he was more and more suspicious that it might have something to do with Lady Martha,
He dared not expose his guess at will before he finally confirmed it. If he let Miss Tata and White Mist know that he was just a character in a game in another world, or just a piece of data, who knows what they would think of him.
Tata nodded thoughtfully. So, Mr. Brando, you said that the magic tide has a 7-layered structure similar to the magic net. So does it also have the characteristics of the magic net's natural closure and 7-layered cycle?
If that's the case, as long as we analyze the flow of mana in the first and second layers, as well as the distribution of mana in the third and fourth layers, we could follow the flow of mana to wherever we want to go, including returning to the Great Storm route?
Brando could not help but praise in his heart. What he said earlier was actually a copy of what Tata had said.
He did not know much about this set of theories. Just like in the era where the other half of his soul was in, any elementary school student could recite the mass energy formula without hesitation, but they did not know how to do it.
But Miss Sprite only listened to it once and analyzed what he wanted to say, and even gave her own inference. This kind of understanding and familiarity with magic, she was a real genius. But there is a question, Tata replied. Do you have the ability to calculate and deconstruct the magic tide, Mr. Brando? Brendel knew that although Miss Fairy could calculate and deconstruct the magic network, she might not be able to do anything about the structure of the magic tides.
After all, the two were two completely different things, and it was not possible to completely apply them just because the structure was similar.
The reason why Miss Tata asked this question was not that she was incompetent. On the contrary, it showed that she could see the essence of the problem at a glance. But Brando nodded. He had no confidence in deconstructing the magic tide at all, but at least he had seen a pig run. In the Amber Sword, when players described a problem, they would not use a long explanation and tell you why.
It was just like when they described the strategy of defeating a boss, they would often only tell you when to do something but not why.
In most cases this was enough. It was the same now. Brando did not need to deconstruct the magic tide. He only needed to let Miss Tata and White Mist know that he had some understanding of the matter. As for how to do it, the predecessors had already described it.
So he nodded and said, "Leave it to me."
Miss Sprite looked at him with admiration. If she was looking at a talented genius before, now it was more like she was looking at her teacher.
For a scholar who pursued knowledge all her life, a person who knew more about the unknown of the world than she did was undoubtedly worthy of such a title.
White Mist and Lute, who were listening to the conversation, noticed Miss Tata's gaze and looked at Brando differently.
The former knew what the inheritance of the knowledge of the Holy Saint and 1/3 of the Babel Fortress library meant, while the latter had heard of Miss Tilia's reputation in the elemental world.
Such a living library-like character actually asked for advice from others.
Not to mention them, even the Termosian wise ones beside them were in disbelief.
Maybe this is what it means to be omniscient and omnipotent, White Mist thought to herself. But Brando was not as optimistic as they thought.
He could not help but remind them, Miss Tata and everyone else, I have to say that I am not very confident.
In fact, even if we know enough about the magic tide, it will still show its chaotic side from time to time. Because there are too many variables, when the time comes, we can only rely on Lady Martha's protection. Everything is full of chaos. Even Wone does not have absolute order.
Tata nodded, showing that she understood.
We are lucky enough to rely on Lady Martha. Mother will definitely protect us.
This is only one of the reasons, Brando replied.
The Sea of Magic is full of primo of chaos.
When it is projected into our world, these forces will also manifest in Woned. So there may be a battle?
Yes. It's okay. This time, it was Lute who answered. The Fire Fairy Prince pulled out his flaming sword. I am ready for battle. Everyone subconsciously took a step back from him, or the sword in his hand. It was obvious that this relative of Forseed's didn't have the ability to control his power, and his previous performance didn't make him trustworthy. But at least this was the best outcome for Brando.
But regardless of whether the Termosi people were willing or not, and regardless of whether Brando was confident or not, the combined fleet of the Port of Everwinter, the Frozen Sea Clan, and the Mist Clan was slowly being pulled into the center of the vortex.
Here, the energy generated in the center of the storm became even more violent. The power of chaos seemed to cause turbulence in the surrounding space and time at any time. The gigantic lightning storm that they didn't even dare to imagine before was now as frequent as the heavy rain after midsummer. It would come at any time, anywhere. Fortunately, Brando still had Archangel Aroma with him. The crisscrossing lightning bolts in the void had grown to a frightening level, but aroma was always the first to shatter them. Under its protection, the ship finally reached the core of the storm vortex. But here, the situation had changed once again. The first thing that posed a threat to the fleet was still the omnipresent lightning storm, but this time, the purple lightning in the void was no longer the same as the one that had zigzagged for miles. Brando only saw countless flashes of lightning flashing from the surrounding void turbulence. They intertwined with each other and formed an overwhelming electric net, covering the entire fleet. There was no description of this terrifying lightning in the Amber Sword's guide, or rather, the author of the guide did not think it was worth describing. The existence of such lightning in the magic tide seemed to be a matter of course. If you can't even deal with it, what's the point of coming here? But the author of the guide obviously did not take into account the situation like Brando's. Or even for the players, even in the most desperate situation, they could just revive and start over. It was not worth writing a guide specifically for this. But at this moment, behind Brando, Iroma had already warned him. Obviously, the lightning here was not something it could easily deal with, or even if it could break it, the fleet would still have to pay the price. Brando knew that it was time to fight to the death. Chapter 1147. As far as the eye could see, their vision was almost filled with dazzling lightning. The faces of everyone on the ship were pale. Brendel knew that this was the most critical moment. If they couldn't get through this wave, then all the experience they had gained would be for naught. He turned around and said loudly to the others, "Increase the protection of the law to the maximum. I will take the first hit, but the fleet must at least survive the aftermath of the impact." "No problem." Tata glanced at the overwhelming lightning storm and immediately ordered the others, "Elder of the Mist, Sage of the Frozen Sea, let the sailors blow the horn and increase the protection of the law of the fleet to the maximum." The two elders did not need to be ordered. They also knew whether the fleet would survive or not. This was the most important battle. The password was quickly transmitted to the hearts of every sailor of the Termosian fleet through the mental network. The mental connection of the people of the sea at least played an important role at this moment. The long sound of the horn was heard. The giant oars extended from the sides of the ship and were lowered into the sea formed by the lines of law. A translucent light shield appeared above the dragon-headed warships. If one looked closely, one would find that these light shields were formed by silver lines of law. These lines of law intertwined with each other above the fleet, forming circles of mysterious magic circles. The magic circles overlapped layer by layer, forming a hemispherical shape. In the blink of an eye, the lightning storm at the outermost layer had already arrived. Countless snake-like lightning bolts bloomed from the chaotic storm, flicking their tongues and licking the surface of the light shield. Everyone only heard a series of crackling sounds coming from above their heads, as if their scalps were about to explode. They looked up just in time to see a cluster of dazzling light landing on the light shield. The mast that hung the sail was the first to burst into flames, and then it collapsed with a loud crash, bringing the burnt sail down to the deck. Brando reacted the fastest. He rushed forward with fire and white mist, avoiding the mainmast. Behind them, Fairy and Lute also flew up. They were only swept by the aftermath of the impact and looked a little embarrassed. The two Termosian sages drew a circle in front of them with their stubby fingers, then stepped into it and appeared at the stern in the next moment. With a crack, the mast fell and heavily swept the hull of the ship, causing the entire ship to sway slightly. Brando lifted the canvas and shouted to Iroma, who was not far away. "Now, do it, Iroma." Iroma drew her sword. The holy sword Odorfeis did not have a physical form in her hand, but she was holding a sword made of golden lines of law. The shape of the sword was almost the same as the flaming blade in Brando's hand, except for the more complicated handguard and guard. The archangel did not say a word. Her face was expressionless. In fact, there were no facial features on her ivory-smooth face. She only raised her sword and slashed at the incoming lightning storm. A golden flame rose from the ship. It was hundreds of meters wide and several miles long. It pierced into the center of the lightning storm and collided with countless purple lightning bolts. The center of the lightning storm was hit by a blinding flash. Almost everyone on the ship instinctively closed their eyes. At that moment, it was as if there was a terrible explosion right in front of the ship. The bright light produced by the explosion was so bright that it made people cry even if they covered their eyes with their hands. After a few seconds, Brando, Fairy,
and the Termosian on the ship heard a deafening roar in the silence. The roar went from invisible to tangible. Phiath covered her ears with her hands, and her mouth opened and closed, but no one could hear what she was trying to say. Everyone could only hear one sound, and that was the continuous sound of the explosion. Amidst the strong light and violent airflow, the crew could only feel the ship shaking violently under the impact. They did not know what had happened to Aroma's sword, and whether she had managed to split the terrifying lightning storm apart with a single slash. Only Brando was an exception. In fact, he already knew what the result would be even before Aroma made her move. Besides, even if he did not know, the archangel with the sacred sword would have told him. He could even see that the sword had torn a huge hole in the lightning storm. The two forces that were powerful enough to make all the mortals on Earth look up to collided in the void and then exploded. A bright wheel of light swept across the void. The energy and wind pressure from the wheel made everyone's hair stand on end. But Aroma could not completely block the massive energy released by the violent magic power. After the purple lightning was torn apart, it continued to sweep towards the ship as if it had some kind of inertia. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, that's all I can see. Brando thought to himself. He saw that Aroma's body and hands were almost torn apart, and golden flames were spewing out of them. This meant that she had already reached the limit of her power. The archangel with the sacred sword had done her best. The rest would depend on the Termosian's ability. The entire ship shook violently. The three ships at the front of the ship instantly turned into flames. The burning debris and sparks flew into the void behind them. As for the passengers on the ships, they had already turned into ashes. Then came the flagship of the port of Everwinter. Brando looked up and saw the scattered lightning bolt colliding head-on with his warship. At that moment, the entire ship almost fell apart. The huge inertia almost sent him, who had the physique and strength of a giant, flying from the deck and slamming into the base of the mast. Brando looked at the scene dizzily, but at least he saw one thing clearly. The shield of the ship did not collapse. Although it was almost flattened by the lightning storm, it tried to maintain its integrity. This meant that the fleet had withstood the most fatal wave of impact. Brando quivered and suddenly woke up. He flipped over and bounced up from the deck. With a wave of his hand, the flaming blade automatically flew back into his hand. He held the sword in one hand and rushed to the place where the mast had fallen. He lifted the canvas and rescued Malurcha and the sprite from below. He did not have time to ask about the two's condition. He hurriedly shouted, "Miss Tata, quick, let the ship move in the 7 o'clock direction." Fortunately, the sprite was only a little dazed from the impact. Her somewhat dazed eyes quickly cleared up. She rubbed her forehead and flew up from Brando's hand. She looked at the deck. At this moment, all the Termosians in the ship were in a temporary state of blankness. Some of them had even fainted because they could not withstand the impact. They were scattered all over the deck. Some were trying to get up, while others were looking around in confusion. Without a doubt, the two wise men were the first to regain consciousness. The Elder of the Mist was a strong warrior, and it was the least injured in the previous impact. It only fell into a pile of cables, and the soft and tough cables made of sealskin had cushioned the impact on the Elder of the Mist. So it was the first to get up from the pile of people, and ran to the other side to save the wise man of the frozen sea, who had fallen into a pile of wooden barrels. Tata was the first to see the two wise men and immediately flew over. "My two wise men, please immediately let the ships of the Mist Clan and the Frozen Sea Clan follow the ship of the port of Everwinter. Let everyone turn around and move in the 7 o'clock direction," Tata said in a slightly hurried tone. Fortunately, the two wise men were the wisest and most experienced in the clan. Of course, they knew what to do at this time. They did not hesitate at all and passed down the order. Soon, the sound of a horn rang between the ships. Brando heard the sound and rushed to the side of the ship. He watched as the huge ship slowly turned around. The scene in the storm was completely different from what they had seen before. After the lightning flashed, a huge energy turbulence presented a bizarre scene in the void. The sea surface, the path of light, and the lonely reef in the void had disappeared. The ship seemed to be sailing in a boundless universe. Around them were colorful energy storms. Energy, time, and space flowed slowly around the ship. It looked magnificent, but in fact, it was the most dangerous thing in the world.
If the ship even slightly brushed against it, it would be completely smashed into pieces.
Brando knew better than anyone that the Termosian ship was in the center of the storm.
The terrifying energy released during the magic transition had disturbed the order of space and time. When the energy swept over the ship, it also pulled the ship into a space-time turbulence.
The opening that Aroma had cut open with her sword was the only way for them to escape from this place.
But this escape route only existed for a very short time. It could be said that they had to race against time. Otherwise, they would be annihilated by the magic and turned into dust in the void. But the door was not fixed. It also changed any time and anywhere with the flow of magic until it completely disappeared. He was not an expert in this field in the game. He neither had a deep understanding of the magic storm, nor was he an experienced realm explorer. Fortunately, he at least had some experience.
He placed his hand on the side of the dragon-headed warship and stared at a layer of colorful energy space.
He could see that in the previous impact, almost a third of the huge fleet of Termosian ships had been lost. And these people were not necessarily the last lucky survivors. What he had to do now was to try to let as many people survive as possible. After assigning the tasks, Fairy returned to Brendel's side.
She did not say a word as she stood quietly beside Brendel, looking at everything in front of her with sparkling eyes.
This was the most dangerous moment, but for those who pursued the ultimate mystery of the world all their lives, this was also the most enchanting scene. Chapter 1148. Both of them were calculating silently. While Tata was calculating, she could not help but look at Brando with admiration.
She quickly realized that the direction that Brando had given her might be correct, and she could not be completely sure after careful calculation.
Tata could not help but think to herself, what an enviable talent. Unfortunately, Miss Fairy did not know that what Brando was doing now was slightly different from what she had imagined. Calculating the direction of the exit was only the first step. But this was not the most important task. Brando's forehead was soon covered in sweat. Sometimes, experience was the best thing to rely on, but sometimes, it was not so wonderful to entrust one's life to the experience of others.
At least, he only had one thought in his mind now, and that was that the player who had described all this back then had not remembered it wrongly, and had not been bragging.
There's an energy vortex on the port side. A voice rang out in the spiritual world. The tone of the Termosian was usually calm, but at this moment, there was a hint of panic in it. Don't panic, Tata ordered calmly through telepathy. However, after she said this, she subconsciously paused.
The scariest thing in the energy space was to run into turbulence, but in this place where there was no sense of distance, the space-time turbulence was so unpredictable that it could appear next to you in the next moment.
It was impossible to predict.
Unless someone completely understands the laws of time and space. Tata did not dare to believe that there might have been strong people in this world who had mastered the elements of time and space, but the power of order that mortals had mastered was only a drop in the ocean of the Tiamat law. The authority that they had mastered was only a tiny part of the truth. Often, mortals would never be able to master the mysteries of the world in their entire lives. Because once someone did this, they would cross the boundary between man and God, perfect their body, ignite their divinity, and become a true god. What exactly was the power of existence? After the gods left, no one knew. But just like how Miss Fairy could not imagine the realm of gods, she could not imagine that someone could travel in such an environment for decades. These people were never afraid of death, because even death could not deprive them of their experience. They were immortal adventurers. They were players. He's here. At this moment, Brando felt his heart skip a beat. His entire body seemed to have relaxed. He lightly breathed in, and issued an order with a resolute tone that even he himself couldn't believe.
All ships, heed my command. Turn 34 and sail 10 chains in the 9 o'clock direction. Tata felt as if she had been struck by lightning.
Not only her, but even White Mist, Lute, and the two Termosian wise men raised their heads subconsciously, as if to confirm if the voice came from the young man.
That's impossible, a voice said in Tata's mind.
White Mist stared at Brando as if it was staring at the door of a treasure vault that was opening.
Amidst the silence, Brando's order was passed down. Because no one objected. Perhaps it was tacit approval, or perhaps it had forgotten.
Or perhaps all the Termosians were used to subconsciously obeying the orders of the planeswalker.
In short, The entire fleet slowly turned once again under Brando's command.
It was so clumsy and slow, as if it would crash into the wall of storm the next moment due to its stiff movements and turn into dust in the void. But it did not. Every time, the fleet narrowly avoided the energy and space-time turbulence at the most critical juncture, as if they had already expected the dangerous trap to be there and were prepared in advance. There was no sound in the Termosian mental network for a while. Only Brando's orders were passed down one after another.
Turn 76. Raise the sails. Turn 3 chains in the 12 o'clock direction. Turn 44. Turn back to the previous route.
Let the fleet behind follow. Continue to sail 7 chains. As if under a spell, the Termosians mechanically carried out the orders like marionettes. Only the occasional shout of the lookout at the bow of the ship could be heard.
There's energy turbulence on the starboard side.
It's coming.
It's 1 chain 30 meters away from us. It's really coming, Lord of Elements. The fleet suddenly shook slightly. At that moment, Tata felt her heart clench. Brando was no better than her. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He knew in his heart that this was the most critical part. The energy gap was just ahead, but it was hidden in the turbulence of space-time. The huge fleet had to pass through it. Whether the experience of the self-proclaimed veterans was useful or not depended on the last few seconds. Although from the previous performance, it did seem to be a little useful. But Brando knew that in fact, there were several times when things almost went wrong.
If it were not for Iroma who continued to help him maintain the Eye of Precepts, the fleet would have suffered heavy losses, although not all of them would have been wiped out.
The sea of magic was ever-changing, and the experience of the players was not necessarily reliable at all times. In fact, he knew that the players who relied on these strategies to travel outside the elemental barrier in the Amber Sword were all experienced veterans. But even so, they often failed miserably. The difference was that they could afford to lose, but he could not. Brando's palms were full of cold sweat. It was not that he was not confident enough, but which player who could reach the elemental barrier was not an elite? At least he himself was not qualified to be a member of the Adventurers Club. Even those people could not do it with certainty. He was not sure if he could succeed in one try. In fact, he was already praying to the gods and Lord Martha in his heart. Space-time fault. There was a sudden scream from the bow of the ship. Brando watched as the 2 dragon-headed warships suddenly twisted there, and the whole ship seemed to be stretched infinitely, and then disappeared in an instant, as if it was sucked into a space that could not be seen with the naked eye. Brando immediately felt a slight pain in his arm. He looked down and found that Miss Tata was sitting on the back of his hand, and her small palm and fingernails almost scratched into his flesh. However, this pain woke him up. The space-time fault was too close, and it was impossible to completely avoid it.
He only hesitated for a moment, then ordered in a deep voice, "Don't turn, maintain the course and rush forward."
No one questioned, and the whole fleet sailed straight ahead in a strange silence. It soon brushed past the space-time fault, and one by one, the dragon-headed warships disappeared from everyone's sight. But no one made a sound in the mental network.
Half of the fleet was almost slowly disappearing. Brando backhanded the flaming blade on the deck, then took out the dimensional hole, poured the things inside on the deck, and then handed it to Iroma.
He looked at the latter. The angel with the holy sword also looked at Brando. "I'll leave it to you." Iroma nodded. She picked up the dimensional hole and flew out to the starboard side of the fleet.
Under everyone's gaze, she caught up with the dragon-headed warships that were twisting and stretching in that direction, and then the figure of the archangel with the holy sword began to distort abnormally under the influence of the space-time fault. But at this moment, everyone suddenly heard a low muffled sound, as if something was broken, and then a dazzling brilliance exploded like the birth of the universe. In an instant, everyone's vision was only left with a vast expanse of white, and the pure and flawless light extended in all directions until it covered the entire space. Then there was a heavy shudder from the Termosian ship. When they came back to their senses, they were surprised to find that the original huge storm vortex had once again appeared in their vision. It was slowly rotating on the left side of the fleet, but near the storm vortex, the previous terrible lightning storm had weakened at this moment, and the surrounding magic storm seemed to have eased, causing a strange calm to appear in the void. In this calm, there was no more chaotic and violent magic, only an endless aura of order. Pada. Loot fell on the side of the ship.
Brando also stood by the side of the ship in a daze,
looking at everything in front of him, and the ecstasy of surviving a disaster could not help but rise spontaneously in his heart. It was not just him. The sailors and seafarers of the three clans were still in a dream until the shaking of the hull began to gradually weaken, and then they seemed to wake up from the dream and burst into a tsunami of cheers. This kind of emotion shared through the mental connection, the relief and joy of surviving a disaster, when they were superimposed on each other, it could not help but make Brando feel proud.
He did it. He would also do it.
Mr. Brando. The fairy looked at him with disbelief. Do you know, I am now very sure that you must be the hope that Martha gave us. You must be that person? Brando lowered his head and looked at the fairy.
Maybe, he took a breath and replied softly. But no matter what, I will do my best.
Yes, Tata said softly. We will be with you, we will fight side by side with you, Lady Martha will protect us. Protect us all. P.S. Brando, who pretended to be a fraud once again, begs for monthly votes.
Chapter 1149.
While the two were talking, Faya suddenly interrupted. My lord, is Lady Aroma all right?
She's fine.
Brando turned his head and glanced at the little sprite on Malurcha's head.
When there's a chance, I'll make her come back. I understand, just like Lord Malurcha and I, right? Brando nodded.
Faya's eyes sparkled and she said, oh, with admiration. She probably thought that Brando bringing her and Malurcha back to life was probably the greatest thing in the world. Miss Tata seemed to remember something and asked, Mr. Brando, did you destroy your own dimension hole earlier?
Brando was troubled by this matter. On one hand, he felt a little guilty about Aroma. On the other hand, the things poured out of the dimension hole filled the deck.
Mainly holy water, all kinds of alchemy potions, scrolls, and the glass sword he had obtained earlier. Of course, the most valuable thing in here was probably a few god-slaying magic-breaking alls. This was the result after he left the remains of the armor and weapons he found in the loop of trade winds in Valhalla.
Otherwise, this small deck might not have been able to fit them all. Yes, annihilating the dimension hole will create a spatial fault. This is the only way I can think of to stop the spatial fault from advancing, he replied. Fortunately, Martha blessed me. I was worried that the dimension hole was too small for it. The sprite was slightly touched.
She had learned about Brando from the Elven Queen, and had some understanding of the latter situation. She knew that the dimension hole was a very precious treasure in the mortal world, and Brando was just a noble lord on the border of the civilized world. Although the Elven Queen had mentioned that he was the grandson of Sword Saint Darius, sword saints were not rare in the elemental plane. A mortal sword saint could not possibly be that rich. She also remembered the Elven Queen telling her and Delaranta about the young man in front of her borrowing the dragon's orb from the elves. If he even needed to borrow something like that, it was obvious that the latter was poor. No wonder Mr. Brando was interested in such a lousy item when he traded with us. She thought to herself. On the surface, Miss Fairy's expression was as usual and she did not say a word, but her little heart was slightly melancholy. It was such a person who was willing to give up the most precious treasure to save everyone at the critical moment. She felt her nose tingle slightly. It was like a rich man and a beggar both donating a copper coin. The two approaches might not be better, but the latter was often more touching. Of course, she did not know that Brando was far from a proletarian fighter in Wound. At the very least, he had nothing to do with poverty or lack of money. All in all, the huge difference in value and wealth between elementals and mortals created a wonderful misunderstanding at this moment, making Brando's image in Miss Fairy's heart become incomparably lofty. She was even full of sympathy. In fact, with Miss Fairy's current state of mind and knowledge, even if she really saw Brando's warehouse in Abi's castle full of gold, silver, and jewels, of course, most of them were the property of the Roman lords and the public property of the territory, she would probably be full of sympathy. This kind of mentality was probably similar to when we saw ragged barbarians treat shells and glass as treasures. She could not help but subconsciously have such a thought. How pitiful, they don't even know what real wealth is. If this kind of mentality was mixed with some affection for the latter, it would not be surprising that it would evolve into sympathy and pity. Miss Fairy thought for a moment, reached her hands behind her neck, and untied a leather rope from there. She picked up the leather rope and held it in front of Brando with both hands, saying, Mr. Brando, please accept this. What is this? Brando looked at the thing in Miss Fairy's hand. It was a necklace. At the end of the leather rope was a very small crystal ball about the size of his little finger. There seemed to be something in the crystal ball, but it was too small to see clearly. "This is the floating sphere, the masterpiece of the dazzling light people," Tata replied as she put the item in his hand. Like all magic items, this necklace could automatically adjust its size according to its owner. Soon, it enlarged to about the size of a pigeon's egg in Brando's hand. Only then did Brando see the thing in the crystal ball clearly. It was a piece of soil covered with moss. It was suspended in the middle of the crystal ball, and there seemed to be a miniature landscape above the moss. But he did not notice this at all. His attention was all attracted by Miss Tata's words. "This is the floating sphere?" Brendel could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The celestial sphere was a subdivine artifact. What was sealed in the celestial sphere was not a miniature landscape, but a real continent. Among the most legendary half-plane fragments of Vaunt, a few were sealed in such a celestial sphere. Not only were there continents, but there were also living beings and societies. The legendary Lich Adin had such a floating sphere. The continent in the floating sphere was called the Last Holy Realm. There were several kingdoms on the continent, and hundreds of thousands of mortals lived there. The floating sphere was of a much higher level than the dimensional hole. The dimensional hole was just a dimensional fragment, but the floating sphere sealed a real half-plane, the world fragment. Previously, when he asked Aroma to take the dimensional hole to detonate the dimensional fault, if he had used the floating sphere, he was afraid that even a corner of the shallow sea would have collapsed. Fortunately, the law of the floating sphere was very stable. As the most legendary race of craftsmen, the divine artifacts and lesser divine artifacts they made were very reliable. "This is too valuable, Miss Tata." Brando suddenly felt that the crystal ball in his hand was a little hot. "It's okay. You saved all of us. We can't let you suffer for nothing. Besides, if you are the king that Lady Martha has promised, we will all be your followers." Tata could not help but sympathize with him when she saw him like this. Mr. Brendel was such a simple person. Even a small celestial sphere could be considered as a precious item. And this floating sphere isn't our best demi-plane fragment. If there's a chance, I'll give you my leaf crown vein. There's a complete tree of life in that demi-plane fragment. It'll be of great help to you. This is not our last half-plane, leaf crown vein, complete tree of life. Brando was suddenly bombarded by a series of terms that left him speechless for a long time. He finally understood the gap between his knowledge and the other parties. No wonder the White Mist said that he was blind and got a bunch of rubbish after the deal with the Termosai people. It was not that the White Mist standards were too high, but that he was too country bumpkin. After figuring this out, Brando silently kept his mouth shut and accepted Miss Tata's gift. The Mist Elder and the Wise Sage of the Frozen Sea naturally also expressed their gratitude. The two Termosai elders looked at Brando with a gaze that made him feel a little uncomfortable. If they had eyes, they each gave him a lot of gifts. One of them was the Angel's Heart Bottle. This was one of the most powerful recovery items in the Amber Sword. Of course, this was a title given by the players. In fact, it was just a mythical item. The milky white bottle was said to contain the tear of an angel. As long as the bottle was worn, it would continuously heal the wearer's wounds. The recovery rate was about 1,000th of one's HP per second. In other words, if a dying person wore this holy item, it would take less than 20 minutes for them to be fully recovered. Of course, the Angel's Heart Bottle would only heal the wearer's HP, but it would not heal serious wounds such as broken limbs. But as if taking this flaw into consideration, the archangels who made this mythical item gave it another miracle. Once a day, as long as the wearer drank the tear of an angel in the Angel's Heart Bottle, the wearer would be fully recovered. Of course, resurrection was a little exaggerated, but full recovery was not a joke at all. It would remove all abnormal statuses and heal all injuries, including broken limbs. Of course, the injuries had to be sustained on the same day. Old disabilities were not within the healing range of the Angel's Heart Bottle. Otherwise, this thing was almost equivalent to a moving fountain of youth. After the Angel's Heart Bottle was used, it would lose all its power and become an ordinary crystal bottle. It would not be refilled until the next day and recover its power. The description of this holy item was also very interesting. There was a sentence engraved on its metal ring called, "Full of Hope." Brando always felt that this holy item was given by the Mist Elder because of the disdainful tone of the Mist Elder after seeing his holy water. The Mist Elder's thoughts at that time were probably, "These things are not worthy of His Excellency, the King of the Earth."
Only a few bottles of number 2 holy water could fight. Brando felt like crying but had no tears.
The wise man of the frozen sea gave him the treasure of Andvaranoth, the King of the Rings.
The players called it the One Ring because of the curse power it carried. He also told him that the World Tree's root could counter the curse on the ring.
But it was not only because of the World Tree's root, but also because the World Tree's root was the thorny laurel of the King of the Wound.
In other words, this ring was actually a symbol of the King of the Wound. Brando felt a little ashamed.
It was not that Miss Tata and the wise men of the Termosian people were country bumpkins, but that he was too ignorant.
Chapter 1150. He put on the ring and the angel's heart vase, and used the floating sphere to collect the items on the deck. Unfortunately, most of the holy water was thrown away by the Termosai people as trash. The reason was that the Termosai's guest, a planeswalker, would not use such a cheap item. The Termosai elders, on the other hand, praised the Soul Stealer bow. It seemed that the elementals did not have any prejudice against demonic items. After doing all this, Brando suddenly felt a lot more confident. After all, he had several divine artifacts, subdivine artifacts, and mythical items. Although it might not be much outside the elemental barrier, he could definitely be considered a tycoon in Wound.
Mr. Brando.
Lute, the Fire Fairy Prince, appeared beside him and said, "I also want to give you a gift." Brando was stunned.
He was about to open the battle log to see if there was a large amount of magic that was jumping to a lower level near the center of the vortex.
This was also the so-called experience points. At this time, he had to stop and look at Lute.
He noticed that this Forsythian was looking at him with a burning gaze.
He could not help but feel a little strange.
Miss Tata and the Termosai elders had a good impression of him. One reason was that he might be the so-called chosen one of Martha, but the main reason was that he had saved the entire IC clan and showed his ability to win their trust.
That was why they were on good terms with him. Just like before, the people of Roas might have believed that he was the king of the earth, but they were not willing to be with the other clans. After all, prophecies were not something that could be eaten for a living. So, what did this little fire elemental intend to do? It was said that the fire fairies were not rich. He could not help but think of the customs of the 4 elemental worlds that Miss Tata had told him.
Lute bowed to him, and the cold and arrogant expression on his face loosened a lot.
"I want to introduce myself to you. I want to finish the rest of the journey with you. I, the chosen one of the Flaming Blades, hope to be by your side in the future." Wait, Brando thought. This should be considered an oath. But this kind of oath made him feel a little strange.
Lute was a real prince, and if he said that he was a princess,
well, that would not be too good. In short, Brando was now confused. He asked, "You want to find the Flaming Blades with me?"
"More than that," Lute shook his head. "To be precise, I want to fight by your side, the chosen one of the Flaming Blades."
"Why? Of course, to defeat the Twilight Dragon." "You are so sure?"
"I'm not afraid of sacrificing myself for this, Mr. Brendel."
"But—" Brendel scratched his head in annoyance. He glanced at his battle record panel, and as he expected, it was flooded with green words. In the battle log, pages of records flowed down like a waterfall. The green words were all notifications of the countless experience points gained. He could even hear Andesha and some Termosians exclaiming not far away. Of course, the latter was in the telepathic link. The power of the magic tide had arrived.
In this place closest to the center of the storm, even these people of order could feel their strength increasing rapidly. This experience was not only the filling of magic, but also the understanding of order and law. Because of the law of Tiamat, the whole world was clearly presented in front of everyone like a big open book.
Except for the illiterate. This is the center of the storm. White Mist was talking to Wuxia. "I can clearly feel the law of Tiamat. It is here. I didn't expect that the violent energy storm outside was caused by the changes here. But how does his lordship know all this? I think it is his first time here. Do you know how the first generation of ancestors passed on their wisdom, Wuxia?" "Forgive my ignorance, Lady White Mist. It's said that the wisdom born from fire is innate. All things are bestowed with wisdom by fire, but knowledge already exists in the darkness. The pale poem was born from fire, and Marcia also chose that person from fire.
His lordship is indeed special. I have a feeling that he may not be from our world.
Hearing this, Brando could not help but shiver.
He quickly gathered his thoughts, afraid that something would be seen on his face.
In fact, Lute was also looking at him with bright eyes.
The Fire Fairy Prince asked,
"But what is it? Are you saying that I am not good enough for you?"
Brando almost choked on his own saliva. He hurriedly stopped the little fairy's next words, afraid that the more he spoke, the more ridiculous it would become. These words were so déjà vu that he could not help but have an illusion that this guy was going to reveal his true feelings.
No, Lute, that's not what I meant.
I am saying that I agree to go with you to find the flame scepter, but as for what happens after that, shouldn't you be more careful?
But I have already thought about it, Lute replied. I recognize you as the Flame Blade's adorer. I believe that you are the one who can inherit the will of the Golden Flame. The residents of Forciades can only have one follower in their lifetime. The fire elementals will follow their protector, and I will follow you. What's wrong with that? He said proudly, unless you think that I am not qualified, I will not question your decision. But only death can wash away this shame.
Mr. Brando, Tata flew over and explained, this is the oath of the Golden Flame.
It is the most solemn oath the fire fairies make in their lives. They will only follow those who have truly gained their recognition. This is the highest respect.
Brando turned around and looked at the little fairy seriously. Should I agree to it, Lute? It is up to you to decide. I can't just watch you die, right?
Brando thought to himself.
The fairies might not think that it was wrong, and some human kingdoms like to do it as well.
But he could not accept it. Although honor was important, the price of life was not low. He respected those who sacrificed their lives for their ideals, but he could not help but feel that this was making a mountain out of a molehill. But he also knew that this was the real reason why the people of Forciades were different from other fairies. He nodded silently and said, Tonagel always welcomes guests. Lute, however, had a very solemn look on his face as he bowed deeply to him. The fire fairies and their followers were equals. They would sacrifice everything for the sake of loyalty and friendship. But if their followers did something disappointing, they would also leave quietly. Tata supplemented Brando's knowledge in a timely manner.
But at this time, Brando heard White Mist's voice in his mind. You mean I still have to live with this damn flame mosquito from now on?
What can I do?
Brando replied innocently. Let him bleed on the spot.
Death is not to be regretted.
White Mist snorted and did not answer.
Although she spoke in a gloomy and terrifying manner, she was actually as soft-hearted as most women. Brando could finally put an end to this troublesome problem. He knew that the fairy was not here to help him, so he quickly turned around and asked, Miss Tata, what happened?
Tata nodded and said, It's nothing serious, Mr. Brando.
Just as you expected, we have reached the center of the vortex. It's very calm here, and the magic energy is very rich. The previous losses of the fleet are nothing compared to this. But there are some signs of abnormal magic activity in the center of the vortex. I think there might be some creatures hiding in there.
You mentioned earlier that if we found any creatures, we should inform you in advance. When Brando heard this, he could not help but straighten up and put the previous matter to the back of his mind. The first thing he thought of was that there were indeed creatures here. It was impossible for there to be no creatures in a place rich in magic energy. Those creatures came from the Sea of Magic, and were one of the most primitive magical creatures in the world.
But that was not the main point. In The Amber Sword, after the arrival of the Mana Tide, the player's EXP for killing monsters increased by 3 to 5 times. Compared to the temporary effect of the Mana Tide, this increase was permanent. And here, at the center of the Mana Tide, the place closest to the Law of Tiamat, how much would the EXP for killing these primo in the Mana Tide increase? 20 times? 30 times? Or even more? Brando did not dare to imagine. But this was also the question he was most concerned about. It was not easy to get through the storm, even sacrificing Iroma and the Dimensional Cave, all for this moment. He wanted to become stronger, and it would depend on whether these primo would be effective. There are magical creatures? His voice unnaturally raised a little. Have you found them?
On the left side of the fleet, hidden behind a cloud of magic power, Tata replied.
But the creatures that live in places rich in magic power are usually primo species that live on magic power and energy. They may be magic creatures, dusk species, or even ether predators. Are we really going to take the initiative to attack them?
Of course, Brando answered firmly, but he still added, can we deal with them?
Now that he had lost Iroma, his tone was not so sure. After all, the fairy was right. How could something that could survive in such a place be easy to deal with?
But at this time, the voice of the Termosian elder, the elder of the Mist clan, interrupted the conversation.
The Termosians are the best hunters in the shallow seas. There is no prey that we cannot deal with. But Sir Planeswalker, are these prey valuable? Hearing this answer, Brando smiled. I promise you, he said,
they will be the most valuable prey you have ever caught, and may even be the most valuable prey you have ever caught. Then I shall keep their heads as the greatest honor in my life as a hunter. The elder of the Mist laughed. He then turned to Miss Sprite and said, Miss Tata, listen to His Excellency the King of the Earth's command.
Have the ships turn around. Tata nodded without hesitation. Chapter 1151. This was the shallow gray bay. A fleet of ships was anchored quietly in the mist. The slender silhouette of the dragon-headed warship could be vaguely seen behind the mist, undulating in the waves. The waterlogged timbers were covered with crisscrossing scars, and some of them still had sharp teeth that could not be removed in time. The ship's song of the Termosai came faintly from the mist. It was a song that came from the soul, echoing an ancient tune. It was as if another legendary sea race had come from the sea through time. In the waist-deep seawater, they dragged their heavy prey onto the beach with ropes made from the skin of sharp seals. The largest of them was a squid that was almost as big as a boat and several stories tall. It lay weakly on the beach, its dozens of tentacles full of sharp teeth no longer so threatening due to dehydration. Its soft skin had also dried up, and the huge eyeballs in its eye sockets protruded, making it look like the carcass of a sea monster that had died on the beach for several days. But this was an ether predator, the descendant of Tunglamo. It was not the largest prey that the hunters of the mist had ever caught, but it was definitely the most valuable prey. It provided as much as 133 times, or 134 times the experience, for a total of 27.4 million experience points. Brando looked up at the huge creature. It and the surrounding Termosai formed a very unreal picture, a picture that was both magical and primitive. It was as if he saw the mythical sea people hunting on the ice sea. Those brave and cold Viking pirates who sang the ship song, carried magic spells, and ran in the forest to hunt. This was a race that was sometimes barbaric and sometimes elegant. He could still clearly remember when the lightning beam from the dragon-headed warship hit the monster's skull and opened a crack there. A strong magic storm erupted in the void where the vortex was, causing the strength of the entire fleet to increase by more than 10%. Furthermore, the experience it had gained had directly pushed it to the extreme realm, and this did not include the experience it had automatically absorbed from the void. He gently stretched out his hand, and the ivory planes appeared in his field of vision. Countless laws intertwined in front of his eyes. Although they were silent, they desperately wanted to express their meaning. And the process of mortals understanding them was the process of them experiencing the planes. The gods had attributed the truth to this place. A mortal picking up knowledge from the planes was like picking up shells from the vast sea. What he could obtain in the end depended on what he wanted to obtain. These truths and laws were what he knew. His ideal kingdom, which was stable and inviolable. Only those who could truly gain something from it could be called a sage. This was a genuine limiter. It was completely different from the feeling he had obtained with the help of the flaming blade. In other words, when he held Holy Sword Odorfice again, he had already faintly touched the threshold of the peak supreme class. This was also because his understanding of the laws could not keep up with the growth of his strength, because from the experience that Brando had gained, it was more than enough to enter the realm of the sage. But once one entered the realm of elemental mastery, the law would always be the first rein that bound power. If a mortal crossed the line, they would sink into the magic power and become a monster that could not control themselves. It was similar to the tragedy of the Bronze Tribe. However, Brando would not be able to repeat this tragedy, because when he leveled up the Templar Knight and the Frostborn Guard to level 50, the EXP points had completely turned gray. Even the Elementalist and the Scholar could not be leveled up anymore. Obviously, the system strictly guarded this point, afraid that he would cross the line. Bran wasn't too surprised about that, because the experience was the same as in the game. At this point, the natives had to understand the laws. Players could not understand the law, so they had to do the promotion quest, the Sage's Proof quest. This quest required them to collect the Philosopher's Stone. It was not a quest that could be completed overnight. The former was also illusory, and no one knew how long it would take. The last mortal with a similar experience was born more than 1,200 years ago. Currently, there was only one sage left in Wonde. The Misty Elder looked at its prey with some pride. Brendel was right.
This was probably the most valuable prey that it had ever hunted in its entire life, and it was even capable of hunting.
It was strong, perfect, and a beautiful prey. Its law of engulfment was also very powerful. But these were not the key points. This prey contained an incredible amount of magic power.
It was thousands or even tens of thousands of times richer than the magic power in the bodies of the magic creatures they had captured in the shallow sea.
This was simply a miracle. In return, Brando gave the Misty Elder the right to dispose of this prey.
The Misty Elder had decided that when they returned, it would always be placed in the most conspicuous place of the fleet.
It would be best if it could be made into a statue on the bow of the ship. This would be one of the most glorious deeds of the Misty Elder. The Ice Sea clan were mainly craftsmen, and they would get the most valuable parts of the corpse. Everyone was happy, and the journey was not only filled with sadness and tears. In fact, although the Termosian fleet had lost nearly half of its fleet, and the Longtooth clan had been completely wiped out, because of Brando's final decision, their strength was not reduced by much. All the clans had gained a lot from this journey. Adventurers in the shallow sea did not care about life and death.
The meaning of their lives had been shown in the process of sailing in the wind and waves.
When the Termosian people played a melodious tune with their bone flutes to bury the souls in the sea, no one was very sad. At most, they were a little serious. This attitude of the eternal people was something that Brando and the Misty Elder could not understand. Mr. Brando, we can only send you here.
This is the edge of the mountain of ceasing storms, but there is no concept of space here, so you may only be one step away from the Dragon Queen and the Scepter of Flames.
Tata said respectfully to Brando, while the Termosian people stood behind her. Unlike Brando, they were about to embark on their journey back. Brando knew that they would pass through the gray section on their way back. Unlike when they came, it would be a dangerous journey.
What I want to say is that you will always be the most distinguished guest of the port of Everwinter.
One day, you may even become its master.
I believe that you will be recognized by Cinna and become the true king of the shallow sea.
The Ice Sea clan also welcomes you, Sir Planeswalker, the wise elder of the Ice Sea said.
Same for the Misty Elder.
The Misty Elder followed closely behind. Brando nodded to them. No matter what, this experience was worth remembering. Just like how he would always remember that a Termosian clan had sacrificed everything for him. Their bones might be buried in the turbulence of space and time, but their names might disappear in the shallow seas. But in his heart, he would always remember them. Please take care of yourselves, everyone. The Termosian people's mental network was filled with blessings, especially from the Ice Sea clan that Brando had once saved. Many people knew what kind of journey this young man was about to embark on. When he turned around, it could be the beginning of a new legend, or it could be the end of the world. But no matter what, it meant that it would be difficult for them to see each other again in the future. For many of the people present, this farewell might be an eternal farewell. Brando saw Elder Keb waving his short, chubby hand at him in the crowd with human etiquette. He smiled and waved back at the somewhat cute Termosian people. See you again if we have the chance. He took one last look at the short, chubby people of the sea, and at the fleet that was faintly discernible in the sea fog. He took Malurcha and the little fairy Fayaz and turned to leave the beach. Andesha and Lute followed behind him.
The latter was far away from the white fog, and the patriarch of the tree herders walked uncomfortably between the two of them.
At the same time, he had to endure the angry glares of both sides.
Tata looked at this group of people, as well as the back of the tallest person in the group, as if she was looking at a hero.
But Mr. Brando is actually more suited to be a scholar. Unfortunately, this is not a choice for us.
The fairy looked at Brando and Malurcha's backs as they walked further and further away in the thin fog.
She couldn't help but think so.
With that, she turned around and said to Elder Keb not far away, "If we don't come back in this battle, you will be the next wise man of the port of Everwinter."
Elder Keb looked at the fairy and nodded solemnly. This was the shallow gray bay. The wilderness gave birth to a strange landscape of jagged rocks. Stone pillars that looked like blades surrounded the bay. The sea breeze would occasionally pass through the cliffs and blow away the fog, leaving traces on the pale beach. Brando grabbed a handful of gravel and let it fall through the gaps between his fingers. The sand gave off an unnatural glass-like color. Beside him stood Malurcha, while Fayez and White Mist were on Mr. Stag's back. The former was chattering away, while the latter was actually being nice to her, explaining things to her from time to time. Lute sat on Brando's shoulder. The fairy prince did not smile at White Fog, Fayez, or Andesha. Only Malurcha could make him speak. He had a serious little face, as if he did not care about anyone, but he only listened to Brando. Brando was now at the highest point of the bay.
When he looked back, the bay where the ship was only a small dot in the fog. He did not know if the fairy and the Termosai had already weighed anchor and returned, but he could not help but feel a little empty in his heart.
Although he had not spent much time with these people, he had experienced more than a normal person would in a lifetime.
Then, he heard the sound of a horn piercing through the fog. There were 3 horns in total, and they traveled from far to here, as if paying respect to him.
You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.